V8 Scots. This acronym is one that has grown to be something so much more than just a word when it comes to Australia's sim racing community. With 15 rounds, 21 races, 5,000 kilometres and 80 drivers. The cars, 1,400 kilos, 635 horsepower, 6 speed, 300 kilometres per hour. This is very impressive. But what this series has taught us over the last 3 years is that V8 Scots is so much more than that. It's more than just numbers, statistics, racing and sport. V8 Scots is competitive, controversial, aggressive, exciting and most of all, heartbreaking. This was the story of the 2016 championship, a whole season of tooth and nail fighting between Madison Down, Jared Filsell and Josh Rogers. So now we move to 2017. And although this year's championship by definition is exactly the same as the last, it could be the most transformed championship we've ever seen. The number one returns to the door of Madison Down for the 10th time in his career. Filsell joins Trans-Tasman Racing in an attempt to take down TTL's Josh Rogers, who's easily this year's driver to beat. This rivalry will bring a whole new competitive dynamic to the 2017 season. Along with that, the car is changing. Tyre wears faster, strategy is paramount, and conservation is key. This is just another factor added to the V8 Scots recipe that's going to make 2017 the greatest season yet. And could it bring the emergence of names like Burton, Sutton, Maloney, Greg Galt, El Nabi, Hobson, Harvey, someone else new to the top step of the podium? We'll have to find out. Tune in for round one of the 2017 V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, live from Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, this Sunday, March 19.
Welcome all to V8sonline's live broadcast of round 4 of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series for 2017. You're watching round 4, the Sunshine 250 at Sebring International Raceway, sponsored by Multi23 Cards and Collectibles. My name is Reese Gardner, and joining me for the Split 2 race, 20 laps around Sebring International Raceway, Jay Kennedy. Jay, how you going?
Hello there, Reese. Sorry, got you there, mate. Hello. Thanks for having me along. So, looking forward to a good night tonight. Should be good.
Yeah, definitely. It's Sebring International Raceway has put on quite a bit of a show in the past, as regulars of our Facebook page would know. The battle that we had last year between Madison Down, Jared Filsell and Joshua Rogers at this track, in the tens of thousands of views when last I checked. People absolutely loving the racing that these drivers look on. And Fonty has just held us in our ear 43,000 views. That's absolutely incredible numbers. If you found out about us through that video, thank you very much for joining us. We're live on YouTube, Facebook Live and Twitch, and we're looking to put on a good show tonight. But it's qualifying at the moment in Split 2. Currently on the top of the timesheets is Laser Racing's Brian Borg. So, Split 2.
Should be really, really close tonight in this qualifying session. The entire Split 2 was separated by just over a second, so these guys are going to be nice and close. So hopefully the racing will show a really, really close, tight battle.
Yeah, certainly. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this turns out. As you said, those pre-qualifying times incredibly close, especially around a track as long as Sebring. It's 5.95 kilometers long, this track, with 17 turns and incredibly bumpy surface as well. Of course, a mixture of concrete and asphalt made out of access roads and runways from a World War II era airfield. So Sebring, a very unique circuit, but it's fantastic to see that it's produced times as close as these. Seeing some times shuffling around. Currently P2 in the qualifying session is Jason Hyde, followed by Todd Parks, Martin Carroll, and Benjamin J. Smith, rounding out your top 5. Currently on top, once again, is Brian Borg on a 203.202. It's looking pretty overcast out there, Jay. 26-degree track, so it's nice and cool. Lots of grip out there available for the drivers.
Yeah, it's a extreme contrast of conditions that the guys have been practicing on over the last few days. The pre-qual conditions were quite sunny and quite warm, so the guys will be quite happy with the cooler track difference in comparison to what they had in the pre-qualifying sessions. But not a very long session to get accustomed to the different conditions of what they've had for the last 3 days.
Yeah, certainly. Well, they'll definitely be enjoying that, setting some nice quick times out there. As I say that, it looks like Sean Evans for Evolution Racing Team has gone up to P4 in the standings, beating out Martin Carroll and Benjamin Smith. Looking back further in the field, I'm looking to see which drivers are on laps. I just noticed Ryan Shelton made a bit of a mistake down at the hairpin. He's had to go off track there and take the original route of the corner before they brought it backwards in 1999. Ryan Shelton there for Performance Motorsports in that WPC concreting machine. In place at the moment, about 6 or so tenths behind pole position. Quite a good showing.
He's doing pretty well. Interesting too, it's a bit hard to see with the front panel missing off the car, but he is one of numerous drivers running tribute liveries to Nicky Hayden, who tragically passed last week. But there's a lot of tribute liveries out there which we'll hopefully get a bit of a look at throughout the night. Quite a tradition within the V8 community with tribute liveries when unfortunate events happen, but really, really good for the community to make sure that they honour amazing people within motorsport around the world.
Yeah, certainly. It really was a shame to hear of the passing of Nicky Hayden, the 2006 MotoGP World Champion. But, motorsport is a tight community, be it real or sim. And, it's always nice to see those tributes out there to, a person like Nicky Hayden, who was so tragically taken as well, and killed in a road accident on his bicycle. It's painfully ironic, really, a death in that manner, especially when he spent his life racing motorcycles at breakneck speed in probably the world's most dangerous circuit racing championship.
So we've got Jason Hyde on screen at the moment. He's currently P2. Our current leader, Brian Borg's, just heading out to start his out lap. So we'll get to his lap very soon. Todd Parks as well, just starting on his flying lap.
Yep, so we've just passed the halfway point in this session.
Sorry, I was just going to say Hyde's actually on his out lap, so maybe we might flick to someone else.
Let's look down through the field.
Daryl Carter's on a lap.
Yeah, Daryl Carter there.
Sorry,
doing
guys.
very well in 8th at the moment.
Playing up, sorry.
All good, Jay. Daryl Carter, another Performance Motorsports driver. As we always say, this is split 2, so these are the guys who weren't able to qualify in the top 40, but were able to qualify from 40th to 80th. They are the lower half of the V8 Scots field in terms of pace, but that is by no means an indication of their racing ability. These guys put on a great show often, especially with a field of this many. It looks like we've got 29 drivers having set times in this session so far, and I can't wait for this 20 lap sprint. I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, I agree. 20 laps is going to be really, really action-packed for these guys. And in saying that, you're saying about the guys putting on a show, sometimes the second split guys have put on an even bigger show than the top split guys. I've seen a few races over the last 3 years where the second split guys have put on a massive performance and almost stolen the show, with Carter moving up to 6th position on that lap. Good lap from him.
Yeah, certainly. And
Ryan Borg
looking
coming out of the final corner.
And as we say that, I just noticed Nathan Connor flicked his way up to 12th place on a 2:04.011. Nathan Connor for All-Star Motorsports there. A lot of people making appearances in this field that I haven't seen in quite a while. People like Brett Loxton, Tim Foltz, Jonathan Ben, along with your regulars in Split 2 like Fusion Sim Racing's Will Dodd, Sean Thompson, Shelton, of course.
There's a few guys as well that, given the right conditions and the right track, we'll see them right up there in in top split as well. So there's some notable absentees who have gone on and made top split this week as well. Sandman being one who we quite regularly see in second split. He's made his way into top split for 2 rounds in a row. Emily Jones also in top split tonight. Mitch McLeod and Hayden Dodman both have actually done practice and made top split this week. So we should have a really, really good top split race later on tonight too, as we just see Jason Hyde go to the top of the timesheets with a 2:03.048.
All right, well, now it's up to Brian Borg to respond as he exits back section of the circuit and is now on his way to Le Mans curve and the back straight, really fighting the wheel through that double left-hand kink, breaking down into 3rd gear for Le Mans. And nice and tight on the left, going outside the white lines to get a nice wide entry. Hammer down the throttle, up into 3rd, 4th, 5th gear, down the back straight, and now he's only got Sunset Bend to go. The triple apex final turn at Sebring that is incredibly difficult in any car, no matter the speed. Braking all the way through the first kink, keeping it nice and tight through the second part. Big bump on the inside that unsettles the car, but you got to just get the throttle down nice and smooth on the exit, and now it's just up to the timesheets. Let's see what Brian Borg can do. A 2:03.1. He has not been able to respond enough to Jason Hyde to take back P1, but he has improved, Jay.
So Sean Thompson's just gone to P3 as well, moving up through the times, and he's only 4 1,000ths quicker than Daniel Ackland. Top 5 separated by under half a second.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's great stuff there. Sean Thompson, the manager of Pro Force Racing, they're doing very well to put his car up there in 3rd position. Oh, and he has a really, really big slide there. Fantastic stuff to see.
Well held.
But yeah, very fortunate. I guess he's fortunate that the track is as cool as it is. If it was in the 40s in terms of degrees, he might not have been able to hold that. But still, very interesting entry to the corner there from Mr. Thompson.
Only 5 minutes left in this session. We'll go to Martin Carroll, about to finish his lap. He's on a flying lap.
Yep, Martin Carroll for...
This looks quick.
Oh yeah, SDC Motorsports 2:03.168. That
P2.
puts him P2. Wow.
Lap.
Yeah, very good lap from Marty Carroll there. So the top 5 is really closed up now. It looks like it's only separated by about 3.5 tenths.
Matt Stratford, the next driver that's on a flying lap, will stick with him throughout the rest of this lap. Stratty, another
Now
driver
indeed.
that could make top split, but probably doesn't put in the effort that he could.
Really fighting that car is Stratford. Oh, nearly losing control of the car on exit there. That turn widens in the middle, and it can really throw you off. Counter steering just a little through the double left. Nice and tidy through Le Mans. Oh, really aggressive turn in there, fighting the car out across the exit curb. Alright, only 1 turn to go. 3 if you decide to split up Sunset Bend. Stratty is currently in 8th position. 5 tenths behind pole. Car looking just a little out of control through Sunset Bend. Runs it all the way out to the grass. Let's see what he can do on this lap. Is a 2:03.328. That puts him up to P4.
Fourth.
Good job, Stratty.
Trying and find someone else on a flying lap. There's only 3 minutes left in this session, not long at all.
I'm looking at Anthony Mancarella, Jay. I think he's just about to start a lap. Yep, Anthony Mancarella there for Evolution Racing Team. Haven't actually managed to catch many cars in the opening part of the lap. This turn 1 at Sebring, oh, it's very easy to mess up. But Mancarella just taking an interesting line through there, keeping the car nice and under control.
Yeah, turn
late
1.
Apex.
Turn 1's a really, really interesting turn because it starts out so wide and narrows up to only 2 lanes at the exit. So there'll be a lot of jostling and fighting cars on the grass at the exit of turn 1, coming up to that big approach of turn 2. But look at how committed he's going to be here under brakes. Nice and deep.
Passing a lap car. For a car that is not on a hot lap, that is indeed Tim Foltz. Then through the Fangio chicane, that right-left sweeper. It used to be much more of a chicane, but they straightened it out a bit in the 90s. Mancarella ran a little bit wide at that last turn. That'll hurt him a little bit. And if you're watching on YouTube, you on a desktop computer, you are able to check out alternative cameras. Just click the little icon in the bottom right of the screen that looks like a folder with 2 arrows pointing either side, and you'll be able to check out an onboard of Anthony Mancarella right now. So be sure to check that out. We'll have that active all night, and you'll be able to check out alternative views from most places in this race, riding on board with other drivers, and having alternative cameras in other parts of the circuit as Anthony Mancarella now goes through Sunset Bend, runs a little bit wide, but he is going to narrow up the exit nicely. On the throttle, sliding on exit. What can Mancarella do on this run?
He's going to improve here.
2:03.934.
No.
Unfortunately, that is not an improvement. He is going to remain 11th, but still pretty tidy lap from Anthony.
Brian Borg's just starting his final flying lap. We saw him in P1 for a lot of this session, but at the moment it's Hyde from Carroll who's moved to P2, and Borg, then Stratford.
Yes, indeed. So Brian Borg going through Big Bend, and now up towards the hairpin. Super heavy braking down into second gear, maybe even first, depending on the gearing that you've decided to use. And then something of a chicane on the exit. Moving left and then right and then right and then left again through Fangio. Very challenging part of the circuit, this that he's coming up to now. Oh no, that's going to be lap over for Brian Borg, I think. Yep. Just caught the grass on entry, and that's going to cost him valuable tenths. Very unfortunate for Brian Borg. Checkered flag is now out in this session.
Sean Evans is on a flying lap. He's still in the middle of his lap.
Yep, just a short distance behind Brian Borg on the track. Very challenging sector that Sean Evans is going through now. There's number 96, ERT Commodore. That was a nice clean exit there.
The alternate view will be on board for the rest of this lap with Sean Evans.
Takes a nice line through Le Mans there. He's just using enough of the curbs, not too much. Oh, just caught the dirt a little bit on the exit of that curb, but he's avoided the off-track. Pretty good lap from Sean Evans so far. So if he wants to get into the top 5, he'll have to make an improvement of 2 tenths on this lap. Hyde currently on pole, 5 tenths ahead of Evans. Oh, Evans running a little bit wide on the exit of Sunset. Still, that's a nice clean exit. Time is going to be 2:04.0. No improvement.
Hyde's just about to finish his lap.
Jason Hyde, our current pole sitter.
Yeah. He's done a great job. 2:03 flat, which is faster than these guys were doing in pre-qualifying.
On board with Hyde on the alternate cameras as he exits Sunset Bend. Oh,
Love
just
how close they're
catching the
getting to that grass.
yeah, that's fantastic. Hyde is going to go 2:03.8, so no improvement from him, but that doesn't matter. He secured pole for split 2 of V8 Scops at Sebring.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone left to do a lap by the looks of it. Anyone that's possibly still on the clock is Nathan Connor, I believe.
Indeed, Nathan Connor going through the Le Mans complex now, out onto the straight. Doesn't have very long to go before the session ticks over to race. The drivers will have to start gridding up.
It's painful going down this straight when you know that it's the end of the session. You've got no one to draft with as well.
Yeah, definitely. Drafting very important at Sebring for a good lap time. Yeah. Away goes Nathan Connor into the pits. And well, that is session over, Jay. So I think we'll just run through the top 10 while we get ready to flick over to the race session. Jason Hyde managed to take pole there with Martin Carroll in second place, Brian Borgen third, Matt Stratford in fourth, Sean Thompson in fifth, Daniel Ackland sixth, seventh Todd Parks, Sean Evans managed to qualify eighth, ninth is Darryl Carter, and finishing top 10 was Benjamin Smith.
I'll leave the rest of the grid up on the screen as we cycle through it as we get ready for the race to get underway. This is the second split. They'll have 20 laps of racing ahead and it will be action-packed from start to finish. I've got no doubt about that race.
Yeah, certainly. I'm really looking forward to this. 33 cars, it seems, filing into turn 1 at Sebring, and as you said in qualifying, Jay, it narrows up massively on the exit, so who knows, we might see a few people around. Hopefully not, because that would result in the mother of all pile-ups if it happens near the front. Just have to wait and see.
So 20 laps, time set and finish 50 minutes, depending on if we see safety cars, which with how turn 1 is, there is every chance of one of those as well around this awesome facility. I absolutely love this track. It's a very, very underrated track. Very, very hidden from a lot of the world racing. I don't think many people around the world know about this amazing circuit. So it's great to have it, and I'm really looking forward to this race.
Yeah, certainly. Sebring, a very historic track as well, operating basically continuously since 1950, one of the oldest race tracks currently operating in the United States. Of course, the site of the 12 Hours of Sebring every year, one of the marquee events on the World Motorsport calendar. But as you said, Jay, it does kind of pale in comparison to tracks like Spa, the Nürburgring, Bathurst. So you know, it does miss out on the spotlight a little.
Yeah, even in comparison to other American tracks, I feel like it's a bit left out when you compare it to the likes of Road Atlanta, Road America, Watkins Glen, and now Coda and the Laguna Seca. I think Sebring's just as important and is just as fantastic as those other tracks is about to get underway.
Yep, lights are going to go up and revs are going to rise. We're waiting for the green flag to fly, and the green flag does fly. Away we go for split 2 at Sebring. Oh, a very good start there from Matt Stratford there. He's coming up on the inside of Martin Carroll. They're going to go into turn 1. Carroll is going to try and hold the outside on board with Stratford on alternate cameras. Oh, Carroll gets very loose there on the exit, losing a lot of grip. It looks like most of them have got through. No, they haven't. They haven't got through turn 1 cleanly. It looks like a car around in the background there. Got a couple of cars going off the circuit. I'm not too sure what is going on there. Oh, we've got even more cars going slowly. A huge, huge incident. We've got Henry King involved in that, Mark Newton, Paul Jones, Brody Whitmore involved in that as well. Paul Preston, Ryan Shelton too. Wow, what an incident. And oh my goodness, Brody Whitmore and Mark Newton seem to have come together, teammates, Pro Force. So we're going to get a replay of that. Goodness me, what a huge incident to start.
There's Shelton actually into the back of his teammate into turn 1 under brakes, and then it narrows up and there's contact between the 24 And I'm not quite sure what other car that is there. And then up ahead we see a PRA car and a Proforce car, both facing the wrong direction and nowhere to go for a few drivers there. But we'll go back to live action with it nice and tight up the front. Stratford now taking the lead.
Yep, Stratford leading this race now. A great start from 4th place. And it looks like there's a pass being made in the background there. That's Sean Evans. Oh, Brian Borg, I think he got a slowdown. He's being passed left, right and centre. That's very unfortunate for the guy who started in 3rd place. He fell afoul of the track limits in that area of the circuit where there's an awful lot of concrete and just a curb and a couple of white lines to mark out where you got to go. Brian Borg is going to file back into around 12th position or so. 10th is where he ends up as we see cars in the pits.
Now change for the lead again. Hyde's now back ahead of Stratford and Carroll is in this too, and he's Carroll up the inside and move done on Stratford.
Yep, so Stratford from 4th to 1st, now back to 3rd again. We'll see how much pressure Daniel Ackland can put on Stratty. This lead battle is already looking really good. On board with Ackland on alternate cams meanwhile.
Stratford maybe has enough pace to back under brakes. No, won't be able to do it.
Oh, Ackland nearly running into the back of Stratty.
The gap this front four's already pulled from the rest of the field though.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Oh, Wayne Taylor, something's happened to Wayne Taylor at the
no.
hairpin.
Oh wow, that's bad. Let's rewind and have a look. He's managed to get back going again.
Yeah, stuck on the infield and he's allowed to let the whole field by. He's back to 32nd. He was right in the middle of the pack, around about the 14th, 15th region.
Yeah,
replay up on screen.
He got tagged by Nathan Connor in the middle of the hairpin and that sent him around. That's unfortunate.
Yep. Taylor just checked up for the car that had run a little bit wide and made sure he didn't want to run up the back, and he's been cleaned up trying to do the right thing.
That's very unfortunate, but he's managed to get going again, which is good to see.
Hyde, look at him weaving to try and break the draft. He's not going to be able to do it. They're too close.
Yeah, certainly not. Top 4 are spaced out quite a bit. Now they're going to slide back up like an accordion in Sunset Bend. Noticing Matt Stratford just able to gain slightly on Martin Carroll through Sunset Bend there. Gets back in the draft just before turn 1. All of them taking the widest line possible on the turn 1 entry. Just kissing the wall on the inside. Fighting the car on the exit. Turn 1 on Sebring. It doesn't look like much on paper, but once you go through there, it's definitely one of the most challenging corners with no elevation change I've ever seen.
Yeah, the braking mark just doesn't feel right for how tight the corner is. You keep on thinking you can go deeper and deeper and deeper, and before you know it, you're braking and you're already in the wall. It's an amazing corner.
On board with Stratford once again on the alternate cameras. You can check him out as he chases down Martin Carroll. Oh, looks like Daniel Ackland ran wide at the hairpin there. So he's lost a little bit of ground. Well, not a little bit, quite a bit actually.
Oh, thought about making him move up the inside, but not able to do it. But Ackland's dropped a fair bit at that hairpin, and now he's under attack from Sean Evans and Todd Parks.
Yeah, that'll be another battle to watch. Meanwhile, oh goodness me, Stratford really monstering the back of Carroll here.
And they've closed up on Hyde again as well.
This is an awesome little battle we're seeing at the moment. Oh, a little bit of a mistake from Jason Hyde there on the exit. Looks like one of the tyres just gripped up a bit too much and the car unsettled.
Stratford's got a pretty good run. Great exit. He went really wide on the entry into that corner, which you can go right out there with the concrete. And he thinks twice about making you move up the inside.
Or looking further back in the field, Jay, I think we might be seeing another battle forming between Kyle Janes and Braden Bateman. Bateman in the draft of Janes with Stephen Lattimore close behind. SDC versus Performance Motorsports, and Bateman just gets in the back of Janes a little bit. That forces him wide, and Bateman's able to take the position, so that promotes Bateman up to position 19. Oh, goodness me! Kyle Janes loses it in turn 1.
It was actually wheel-to-wheel contact coming down the front straight, where that little bit of wall moves across. Looks like James was actually thinking that the other car, which is Lattimore, was going to move across, and obviously he's held his line.
Oh, that's a shame. Real shame there.
Get a replay that up on the screen.
Got to replay that up on the screen, yeah.
That
wow.
was really, really interesting to see side by side here.
Yeah, I think James may have thought Lattimore was a bit further back than he was, or maybe he misestimated the amount of space that Lattimore was taking up. Either way, that's resulted in both cars with very heavy damage. Lattimore's been able to continue on, but it looks like James is...
Change of position for 16th and 17th. Jason Quire now ahead of Brenton O'Brien. They've been battling for a little while looking at the live timing, but hadn't been able to get away to actually watch them. But look at up the front. The front three now pulled a 2-second gap on the rest of the field. So you've got Wayne Taylor off the track again.
Yeah, that's not good.
And now he's having internet issues to go on top of that as well.
Not good at all for Wayne Taylor. Into the battle up the front once again.
Daniel Ackland's actually looking like he's starting to struggle already, and Sean Evans in P5, he is right there ready to take any opportunity he gets and pounce.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. I've just had the thought occur to me, Jay, with this top 3 battle. I don't know if anyone will
Brian Borg in the pits. We've got
Oh.
Benjamin Smith in the pits. So I think some guys may decide that they want to take a bit of a splash of fuel.
That would probably be a good idea, all things considered. But I was just thinking, Jay, about this lead battle. Not sure if the guys behind Jason Hyde would be wanting to put a move on him too soon, because, of course, they have the benefit of the draft, and, you know, they'll be able to save a bit of fuel, set some good lap times. I think it's only in the last couple of laps that we might see some real hero moves up the inside, so, yeah. I could be wrong, though. It looks like this is a slow rolling boil at the moment, this battle for the lead.
Yeah, definitely. Change of position amongst teammates. Gary Cooper ahead of Darryl Carter for 7th and 8th position. Jason Quire has now managed to get ahead of Simon Pitt, so he's moving up very, very quickly. He's moved up to P13. He was in about 17th or 18th earlier on.
With Jason Quire on alternative cameras.
Braden Bateman looking very, very aggressive on the back of Ryan Bodley. Bateman was actually a last second call up. He actually pre-qualified in 81st position, but drivers pulling out meant he's managed to get his entry in, and he's taking full advantage of it. He's currently P18.
Yeah, very good stuff there from Braden Bateman. Oh, Bodley running off track. Oh, and that slowed up Bateman. That's going to allow Shea Thompson to have a bit of a look at this as well, and car 095. They go down the straight, Bateman moving around. Shea Thompson's going to have the inside for Sunset Bend, but is Bateman going to let him through? Looks like, Braden Bateman once again getting into the back of a car in Sunset. That's leaving a position open on the inside, and it looks like Shea Thompson is going into the pits.
Yep. He's taking this opportunity to make that stop.
Tim Foltz in the pits as well, I'm seeing.
Yep. Henry King also in. Now Nathan Connor, now I've just noticed on the timing as well, Nathan Connor has done a drive through pit lane. So we saw that incident earlier with he and Wayne Taylor. I do believe he served a drive-through penalty for that. So that's...
Looks like Shea Thompson had a drive-through as well. I've just noticed him coming up on the server chat asking why he had a drive-through. On board with Brenton O'Brien on alternate cams at the moment, but I think we might be seeing a move by Braden Bateman on Ryan Bodley. Bateman really diving up the inside of the hairpin. Has he overcooked it? Yes, he has.
He's going to lose out as well. Jonathan Ben's going to manage to get past as well, and he's now got Ryan Shelton right on his tail.
Yeah, Ryan Shelton coming by through the right-hander and Fangio, completing the move through the left, and Bateman will have to yield there, so... Unfortunately, in his quest to gain an extra position, Braden Bateman's lost too.
Battle for 4th and 5th is now absolutely, it's not heating up, it's hot. Evans is under a load of pressure from Todd Parks. Parks looking
fantastic
really,
stuff
really
there.
quick, and he's got a great exit. And just ahead, Stratford also with a great run, but we'll stay with Parks. May be close enough to get this done. No.
Parks taking a very wide entry into Sunset, getting that exit down pat. I don't think it'll be enough on board with Parks on camera 2. Oh, Todd Parks way late on the brakes. But he's managed to keep it on the inside. Sean Evans just back in very early for turn 1. They managed to keep it nice and clean though. Todd Parks manages to get through.
Bit of driving,
playing
guys.
position 4. Yeah, very good driving there. But Sean Evans, just gaining a little bit on Parks there.
Now, Jason Quire's in the fence. The exit at the entry to turn 1. Not exactly sure what's happened. His car is absolutely destroyed. We'll see if we can get a replay and see what's happened. I have a feeling he may have popped it down a gear and blown it up. All by himself.
It's even worse. It's even worse. He got on the wall and it flipped the car over.
Yep. We've seen that wall. It's a really, really deceiving wall, and you feel like it's a lot further across than it actually is. And
wow,
that's
that
a massive
is a bizarre incident. Very bizarre incident. Just a little bit of a collision glitch there. The tyre just running up the wall.
Sorry,
yeah,
Reese.
back to live pictures. I'm sorry, I just had to keep replaying that incident because I've never seen anything like that before. Oh, look at Matt Stratford here. Very close in the back of Martin Carroll. On board with Stratty on cam 2.
Interesting to look at the lap times of these three guys last time by. Pretty much identical times, 2:04.0, 2:04.2, 2:04.1. These guys are by far the fastest 3 cars on the track. Only 2 other drivers doing 2:04s. These guys are absolutely smashing out these times at the moment. They are ultra quick.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, I'm looking at position 16 and 17. That's Ryan Bodley and Ryan Shelton. Shelton looking very pacey after his earlier incident. Like Shelton's managed to make his way back up to near or thereabouts where he started after his incident on the opening lap. Now he's really pressuring Ryan Bodley for that position. Braden Bateman looking very racy with Jonathan Ben now. We might see a move up the inside from Bateman. He goes for the move. Going to keep it tight on the inside. But, Ben tries to gain a little bit in the mid-corner, but Bateman just has that exit and he is able to take that position. But Ben's going to try and come back. But unfortunately, you can't really fit 2 cars in that part of the track, and Jonathan Ben has to yield.
No grip out there at all. We see Evans, Parks and Ackland now right in this too. So this is another 3-car battle. With 3-car battles going on everywhere. It's great to see.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here. 2 Performance Motorsports cars and 1 SDC Motorsports car in the top 3. And then 4th, 5th and 6th is 1 ERT car and 2 Synergy Sim Racing cars. So
and then you got 2 performance cars trying to catch them up.
Yeah, this is fantastic to see.
Parks looks like he's got a lot of pace and he's just unable to find that spot to actually make a move.
Yeah, looking very racy there. I'm looking back, however, around position 16. Braden Bateman, having gotten past Jonathan Ben, is now trying his darndest to catch up to Ryan Shelton, who in turn is still pressuring Ryan Bodley. Really looking forward to seeing how this battle turns out as well. These guys are on lap 8.
So something's just happened to Shea Thompson. He's just disappeared. So
Oh dear.
see if we can find out what's happened, but he's pulled up the car and stopped and exited out. So not exactly sure what's happened. See if we can pick it up.
Looks like he's back now, so I'm not too sure what's going on there, unfortunately.
Oh, he's looped it around and he's actually decided just to pull it off the track. So whether he's had something go wrong. We've got Daryl Carter now on screen. He's hunting down his teammate Gary Cooper, who passed him a couple of laps earlier, riding on board with him on camera too.
Very good racing here between teammates.
They're trying really hard to catch those guys ahead. They're not trying to put too much pressure on each other. They can see them fighting up ahead. They know that if they stay there and work together, they'll be able to catch up, and they are. They were about 0.4 of a second quicker last time by.
Tell you what, this position 15 back battle is going to heat up even more now because these guys are catching up to Brenton O'Brien in P14. So this 4-car train is going to become a 5-car train indeed.
So O'Brien, Bodley, Shelton, Bateman, and Ben all separated by about 2 seconds at the moment. Great to see.
Been right on board with Shelton on cam 2 at the moment.
Bateman almost thought about making a lunge up the inside, thought better of it. I think if that wasn't his teammate, he might have done that.
Yeah, definitely. But of course, Shelton there obviously with a car that has some damage.
Here comes Parks now. He's right tucked up behind Sean Evans. Here he
He's
goes.
going to go for the move. Oh, but Evans covers him off. On board with Parks on cam 2. Evans is going to go for the pits. So that's an easy position gain for Mr. Parks.
I think Evans may have realised now's the time to do it if he's going to have to pit. You see a few others are cutting the race in half as well and in to get
Dawn Thompson and Gene Fitters are now in the pits as well.
Now I've noticed looking at the timing that Carroll and Stratford were really, really close through turn 1, and Hyde has now pulled 0.8 of a second over second and third.
Meanwhile, Bateman's gotten past Shelton for position 16. Might have been a strategic move there.
Yeah, we were talking before. Sorry, Reese, I was just going to say, we were talking before about Parks and Ackland wanting to try and get past Evans because Cooper and Card were chasing them down. Have a look how close they were. But they're right there now. Cooper's right behind Ackland.
Yeah, wow, that's wow. I'm not quite sure what to say. All I can say is this is really heating up, and I'm actually quite excited to see how this turns out.
Shelton's just let Ben go past as well, so now Stratford's right. Hey, Stratford's just made the move. Sorry, Stratford now ahead of Carroll.
There we
Just missed
go.
that.
Made the move into the Le Mans complex, it seems.
Let's see if I can
Actually,
pick up
no.
the replay.
He made it a couple of corners earlier. Wow. And Stratford, Carroll saw him coming and left the room there.
Replay on screen now.
And it looks like Carroll is pitting now, so that's a strategic play there, losing the minimum amount of time.
Yeah, good pass there from Stratford. That was a really good move. He actually set him up quite a lot there and worked really hard to make that move work.
Yep, riding on board with Ackland on camera too, meanwhile.
Yeah, Daryl Carter's pulled into the lane, so now I only see 3 cars in this little battle. It's actually, the pit stops have actually spread the field a little bit.
Yeah, so it seems. Bodley in the pit lane, meanwhile.
And Shelton
Seeing
in
an
as
awful
well.
lot of shuffling.
Wayne Taylor in as well. We saw Henry King limping around as well. He was pulling off to the side of the track to let drivers by. So it's Jason Hyde leading by 9/10 of a second over Matt Stratford, then Todd Parks, Daniel Ackland and Gary Cooper, the top 5 at the moment. But this will change depending on what pit strategy some of these guys are on.
It certainly will. All Gary Cooper, just saw a major slide from him coming out of the I can't quite remember what that turn is called, unfortunately, up at the back section of the lap.
The corner that we can't remember, we'll call it that.
Okay, cool. No
We'll go
worries.
with that all night.
Yep.
We've got
Brilliant stuff.
Brett O'Brien under pressure from Jonathan Ben. Whoa, Ben, all nice and sideways, trying to get the pedal down to try and make a move on O'Brien, and now he's got pressure. Martin Carroll, who's come out in the middle of traffic.
Oh, this is going to
really
really
gonna
hurt him. Yep. Probably be watching that podium slowly slip away. And Jason Hyde goes into the pits. That's your race leader in the pits. Matt Stratford is going to assume the race lead once again. So, keep an eye on Jason Hyde to see where he comes out. Is that in the pits behind him? Ackland has come in as well.
We'll keep an eye on the pit stop time comparison between Hyde and Carroll as Carroll up the inside of Ben. 11-second stop for Carroll. We'll see how long Hyde stays stopped.
Oh, Ackland overshot his pit bay. He had to reverse back into it.
Shane Rayner's had a big moment. We'll try and get a replay of that. He's had a big moment coming into the pits.
Oh yeah, in the middle of Sunset Bend, just got loose majorly on the inside over those bumps.
Big gain for Jason Hyde over Martin Carroll, around about 3.5 seconds. Actually, looks like there was contact there between Rayner and the 0.29 of Paul Preston. Did a good job to save that. Not end up in the fence.
He certainly did.
Got Paul Preston off in the grass now as well, so not sure exactly what's happened there. We might jump on board with someone for a lap. We'll go on board for a lap with Martin Carroll. We'll go quiet and we'll jump on board on both cameras, and we'll have a look as he tries to hunt down the field. He's currently in P6. We've got Braden Bateman ahead, who is yet to pit, and Jason Hyde about 3-4 seconds up the road. So we'll jump on board for the rest of this lap and we'll do a lap. Seeing safety cars being called. Yellow flag is out. Safety car has been called. Can't quite work out as to why or what's happened, but we do have the safety car out. So this really does hurt Stratford, Parks, Cooper and Bateman and Brett O'Brien. We'll see if we can find out exactly what's going on and what's happened in regards to why we have a safety car. So We'll see if we can work out exactly what's going on, but this hurts the front 3 guys who have not pitted as of yet, so they'll be trying to fuel save and conserve as much as they can to try and limit the amount of loss that they will have under this safety car. So Stratford from Parks, Cooper and Hyde, Bateman, Carroll, Evans, O'Brien, Carter and Ackland, the top 10 at the moment. Now remember, if you are wanting to keep a track on everything that's going on throughout this race, we do have live timing available up on our website at www.v8sonline.com/live-timing. Keep a track on everything that's going on out on the track, because we do sometimes miss some things that are going on. So we do have a car on its roof at turn 1. We're also seeing Brett Loxton facing the wrong direction, which is unusual to see when we're under caution, so not sure exactly what's happened with him. Car on its roof will definitely bring out the caution. Not 100% sure. Not sure who's caused that, but this has really hurt Stratford, Parks and Cooper. These guys will be really wishing they'd pitted a little bit earlier. You can hear Stratford off. Engine's shut off by the sounds of it. Clutch is in. Just trying to roll around. Just being joined by Fonty while Reese ducks out for a couple of seconds. Fonty, how are you, mate?
I'm good, thanks, mate. Yeah, good race. I tell you what, this is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons here. Having a safety car such late in the race, it's going to be a great little battle to the end, I reckon. What are your thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting now to see how Stratford and Parks come through the field, because they both showed really good pace, but they're going to be really hurt by this safety car. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to pit. I don't think the strategy would have been.
You can see Parks there just rolling down the straight.
Parks going to stay out.
He is. Well, I saw him clutching it the whole way down that front straight there. So he's really trying to save fuel. I'm not sure if he can get a draft from the safety car or how that works.
I don't think it works that way, does it, mate?
Oh, I don't know, mate. Don't know the iRacing physics on that side of things, mate.
I've got no idea. But this will really hurt Stratford, because of NASCAR rules in regards to the pit procedure. So he's going to have to wait for the field to go past before he can exit the pit lane as well. So he'll end up coming back out in about 22nd position, 10.3 second stop. So 2 drivers have continued on without stopping. So we've got Todd Parks, who has not pitted, and also Brett O'Brien, who has not pitted. So 1st and 5th did not pit. So the fastest stop we've had, Jason Hyde and Brett Loxton, P2 and P9. But yeah, 1st and 5th yet to make a stop. I don't know if this strategy will work or not, but it'll be interesting to see how it goes. We saw the pace that Hyde had before he made his stop. He was really quick, and Evans was quick as well on the early stint when his tyres were fresh. He fell away a little bit by the end of his stint, so it'll be interesting to see if any of those top 4 guys, what can happen now.
Yeah, certainly right, mate. I love the split 2 battle always. It always turns it up. Sometimes better, as you guys were saying earlier on, better than Watson does, and yeah, certainly the Sebring racetrack is an awesome racetrack. We saw such a good battle last year between Down, Phil Sell and Rogers. I'm pretty sure we'll see the same again. And also talking quickly about Split 1, Dane Warren, God, he was our featured driver of this week, and I tell you what, he has certainly turned it up for pace, hasn't he?
He's done himself, he's made us look good, I think, hasn't he?
He has.
Our first ever featured driver, and he's all of a sudden, first day of pre-quals, ended up 1st and finished on 2nd. He's done a great job. So I know that the guys in a few other teams were saying that they hadn't started day 1 with their full setups, but there are other guys that were saying, I hope that Warren's running his full setup because I've got nothing else left and I'm nowhere near him. So
Yeah. No, it's great, mate. It's absolutely great. So yeah, hopefully we wish him all the best in the split one race later today. But we're gonna see the safety car come in into this lap, I'm guessing.
yeah, safety car should come in. Interesting, there's a lap car between Parks and Hyde. So you got Henry King in the 00. He's in between those guys. I'm pretty sure he'll pull out of the way really, really quick. But yeah, really, really interesting as we've got Reese back. He's back. Had to go and do a couple of things, but he's back. Good to see you, Reese. You haven't missed anything.
Hey.
We had a safety car.
Ah, okay.
I
cool.
think they heard you were
That's
leaving
very
the booth
convenient.
and they threw a safety car just to make sure you're okay.
Ah, that's very thoughtful of them.
Unfortunately, Sean Thompson, I'm pretty sure it was, that's ended up on his lid at turn 1, so had a safety car for that. But interesting, 2 cars have not pitted. Todd Parks, Brent O'Brien. Everyone else in the field has made their pit stop. So no compulsory stop for this event. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Parks and O'Brien can make it. As the pace car pulls in, we are back underway. Green flag is flying. And look at the jump that Hyde's got. And look at Evans.
Evans, goodness me.
4 wide.
Oh, on the outside. Here we
no.
go. Here we go.
Oh,
This
no.
is, oh no. Here we go. Oh.
Oh, there we
Oh
go.
dear.
We got Hyde around. We
See
got
that happening.
Oh
Parks.
dear.
Oh, Parks has ended up
Parks.
trying to correct it, and he's ended up in the
Oh,
fence
yeah,
as
no,
well. We'll get
Parks
a
has got
replay.
damage. Parks has got damage.
Parks with damage. Oh, major damage. They're going 3 wide into turn 3 back in the field.
Just getting a
Where
replay
Jason
up at the
Hyde
restart.
has managed to... Oh, goodness me. Well, this is something to come back to.
Actually had contact before the restart between teammates of...
Yeah.
sorry, not teammates. Who was it?
I
between?
saw Hyde
Evans.
and Carroll.
Evans and Carroll made contact, and then Hyde and Carroll made contact. And Parks just trying to assume the race lead. And
Hyde and King made contact as well, and that just created an accordion effect, which
Go back
carried
live.
through. Yeah, going back live. So Jason Hyde really down on his luck as we see Will Dodd making a move on Henry King. Henry King very wide in the hairpin in the 00 car. Oh, he gets onto the grass.
yeah, Henry King's lap down, so he's trying to stay out of the way. He had to restart in 2nd position, and he's trying his best to get out everyone's way, but it's actually harder to get out of the way than you think.
Yeah, certainly. Well, in all of that, your pole sitter, Jason Hyde, really, really in the wars at the moment, way down in the field.
Yeah, Hyde's dropped back to 12th, but he's got a bit of a run here on 2 cars ahead of him, Bodley and Dodd. We're actually seeing a change of position just ahead. Mancarella ahead of Faults, and Fiddy's right there as well.
Biddy's trying to make a move on Faults. He goes really wide in Sunset Bend. Not quite able to get the power down. Oh, goodness me. Well, this race has just gone off at the moment, hasn't it?
All you need is a safety car.
Yeah.
5 to go.
Oh, Faults right to the inside. Nearly hits the wall. That's messed up his exit. That's going to allow Fittis through on the inside.
No, it's not.
Oh, not quite. Faults really taking an aggressive line into the corners. Super aggressive. It's messing up his exits a little bit, but he's managing to stay ahead of the people behind him.
You got Borg and Ackland as well, just up ahead. Move up the inside from Daniel Ackland. No, pulls out of it at the last second. We've got Faults all locked up. Just pulls it up.
Oh, that's going to mess up
as
his
well.
exit. Fittis is going to be allowed through, or is he? No, Fittis messed up his exit as well.
Here comes
So this
Dodd.
battle. Oh, Will Dodd looking to profit majorly from this. We'll see if Fittis fights him in the braking zone. Dodd going to notice him. Yes, he is. They're going to go side by side. Dodd's going to have the inside here, but Fittis has the
Here
traction.
comes Hyde.
Oh, look out.
This is messy.
Yeah, this is, and I'm clutching at the moment because Will Dodd's one of my drivers.
You got your team boss hat on right now, haven't you?
Oh, it's hovering above my head as we speak.
Keep an eye on where Stratford ends up coming back through the field as well. He's up to 14th. He was restarted in 22nd after leading when the safety car was thrown. But it's Evans with a 0.6 of a second gap back to Carroll. Then it's Carter, Borg, Ackland. We've got Ben and Stratford. Stratford up the inside down the back straight.
Or Stratty gliding just a little bit in the first phase of Sunset Bend. Gets the power down though with a little bit of a power slide. Stratford in position 13. Looks like Gary Cooper has managed to make a move on Ryan Bodley. Is that a slow car on the front stretch?
Yeah, it is. Braden Bateman. It's actually spun on the front straight.
Even Lattimore a bit slow as well.
Not quite sure, but oh, Bateman's got massive damage. You can't keep it straight down the front straight.
Oh dear.
So not exactly sure what's happened. We'll see if we can pick up a replay. But something's happened at that final corner. Just seeing on the timing, Will Dodds now ahead of Gene Fiddies.
Oh yeah, I see what happened to Bateman. He got a bit too wide on the exit of Sunset Bend, slid, overcorrected into the grass, and then he hit a wall. Okay, so that's what happened. Lattimore T-boned him.
Yeah, he didn't realise Lattimore wouldn't have known that he was there. He's just come across the track straight in front of him and bang.
Yeah, and Bateman managed to collect the inside wall on the front straight, so it's a very unfortunate incident.
Something's happened to Will Dodd. Will Dodd's dropped back to P20.
Oh, goodness me. He's fighting hard though. Let's have a look at what happened to him.
He was side by side with Gene Fiddies. Fiddies has also dropped back.
Fiddies got into the rear quarter of Dodd and spun him out of the hairpin. Just not enough space there for two cars, unfortunately. Dodd just a little too far over to the left-hand side. Make that work.
Battle for the lead is on. It's down to under 1/10 of a second between Evans and Carroll.
Oh, this is
down the back
juicy.
straight. The draft is playing key. A little bit of damage to Evans' car. Carroll looking really, really pacey at the late point of this race.
Yeah, starting lap 18, 3 to go. Carroll just riding the brakes a little bit, anticipating Evans' braking.
Last lap by 0.5 of a second quicker. Carroll.
Carroll getting into the dirt. He's going to go for the move. Oh, Evans is going to try and cover him, but Carroll just squeezes through.
Change of the lead.
What a move.
Great bit of driving. Evans back up.
Oh. Took a much more aggressive line into the corner than Carroll did.
Change of position
Carroll's
back in the field as well with Ackland now ahead of Loxton as well, with Mancarella looking to make a move too. It's on everywhere. I love second spin.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here. Oh, I'm just keeping an eye on Mancarella. He might try and go for a move up the inside. No, he won't. Looks like Loxton, meanwhile, is taking a very aggressive line into the hairpin. Just tagging Ackland. Slowed up. He loses his boot lid to Anthony Mancarella. And now these guys are side by side. Tim Foltz is going to try and put a move on Anthony Mancarella as well.
Hard to do it around the outside
Mancarella going to just pull it up. Only just. Oh, Foltz almost getting into the back of them. What amazing racing in this final stage of the race.
Change of position. We've got an issue for Martin Carroll. He's slowing. He's got damage.
Oh no, what happened there? Some rear end damage.
Get a replay. He's hit the wall quite hard.
Oh no, that's a shame. Oh, looks like Evans rear-ended him under braking for the corner we can't remember.
Oh, big contact, and that's just absolutely destroyed Martin Carroll's car. That's very, very, very unlucky.
Yeah, real shame there for Marty.
He was doing a great job there, had really good pace, so that's really unfortunate, but it's still on for the lead now. Evans under attack from Daryl Carter. It looks like everyone's having a go at battling for the lead in this race. Yeah,
Sean Evans really fighting tooth and nail to try and keep this lead. Would be interesting to see if he can hold on to it under pressure from Daryl Carter. This is incredible. Like the guys that we're seeing battling for the lead started 8th and 9th.
Another change of position. We've got Ackland and Loxton side-by-side wheel-to-wheel contact.
Oh,
And contact again.
there we
Mancarella's
go.
made contact too.
Loxton around, and it looks like Foltz has been involved in that, as well as Mancarella.
And
That's
Stratford
caused yet
now.
another shuffle of positions.
Stratford's moved up to 6th.
Wow. This is incredible. I'm looking at Mancarella versus Stratford. Oh, Stratford just trying to... He has to go for the outside line into the hairpin. Can he pull it up? Mancarella's trying to defend on the inside. Oh, spinning over the curb almost. Big slide. Big contact too. Mancarella's going to really lose out here. Oh, no. Oh, that was very close. Shelton had to brake to try and avoid Jason Hyde there. Jason Hyde now on the outside of Mancarella. They come up to the back half of the circuit. Shelton looking to make gains here as well.
I know the stewards will be watching over this after this race completes because this has been highly aggressive but highly entertaining.
Yeah, certainly. And looking back on that incident between Martin Carroll and Sean Evans, I noticed Carroll was sort of tapping the brakes before the braking zone. Not sure if he was trying to throw Evans off or not. Yeah, fortunate that had to end that way.
Fiddies and Ben side by side. This is for 10th position. Gary Cooper looking to get involved too, but look at all these cars weaving down this straight. Stratford
Oh my
in the
Lord.
draft, towing along behind Daniel Ackland. And we've got Fultz up the inside. Is he going to be able to pull it up the inside? He is.
Yeah, he definitely is. Wow.
Move
Jason
done.
Hyde.
Saying that
Jason
Hyde will get a
Hyde's
great
stuck on the
run.
outside.
Oh!
Just catching the grass,
Ackland.
almost in the tyre wall.
Ackland almost
And,
in the wall on the inside. Move done.
Foltz lacking straight line speed due to that damage, and Hyde is going to come right back and take the position back coming into turn 1. And
Stratford's
now,
into 4th.
oh no, Jason Hyde ran a bit wide there in the second part of turn 1, so he's lost the position back to Tim Foltz, unfortunately. Ackland at the head of this this fight here, with Stratty just ahead. Well, the leaders are on their final lap. It's Daryl Carter versus Sean Evans up at the front, and it looks like Evans for now has the edge over Carter. They've got round about 2.5 kilometers to go.
Side by side again. Hyde locks up the rears under brakes.
Counter steering.
Here comes Mancarella. Back up the inside, move done again.
Mancarella's got the traction, and it looks like Shelton might have a little bit of a sniff here at Hyde. Waiting to see how this turns out. Shelton nice and easy on the brakes. Oh, Hyde almost rear-ending Mancarella, and we're seeing, I think that's Fitters running wide there in the background.
In the background,
And that's
He's
going
under
to
attack
leave
from
the
Cooper.
Yeah, leaving the door open for Gary Cooper.
Something happened. Hyde's off the track.
Oh, what happened to him? Let's have a look.
Quickly get a replay and then we'll go to the front of the field because this race is almost done and we both need to catch our breath.
He got tagged by Shelton. That's really unfortunate
teammate.
happening between teammates. Oh, wow. That is not what you want to see happen.
Actually looked like Hyde was moving across to let Shelton through and Shelton didn't realise and just followed him through.
Still, that's really unfortunate. But looking up the top here, it looks like Sean Evans has been able to keep that edge over Daryl Carter, and he will cross the line to take the win in Split 2. Daryl Carter finishing a very strong P2. What a finish there from those guys. Brian Borg is going to come across the line 3rd. Matt Stratford will come across the line in 4th over Daniel Ackland. And yeah, it looks like...
it's on.
Right at the end.
Fiddies, Cooper, Shelton.
Oh,
It looks
goodness
like
me.
right at the finish line there, Brent O'Brien's ended up a lap down. He's run out of fuel right at the start-finish line, so he's 1 lap short on fuel.
Meanwhile, Ryan Bodley is going to lose a position to Paul Preston, finishing in position 20. So, wow, what a race. That was awesome.
That was absolutely fantastic. I absolutely loved that. If our top split's half as good as that, we're going to be in for a great night.
Yeah, we certainly are. Looking at the broadcast chat, Stratford from 24th to 4th in that race after his incident earlier on. Fantastic stuff from him, but My goodness, I'm really hyped now. We got the EMR Super Cup to go before Split 1, but I think, Jay, now would be a good time to run through the results for Split 2.
Yeah, we'll run through the results. So Sean Evans picking up the win for Evolution Racing Team. Great drive. Daryl Carter, P2 for Performance Motorsport. Then Brian Borg in third. Matt Stratford, as you said, great drive coming back through the field. The safety car really hurt him in strategy. Daniel Ackland in 5th position. Tim Fultz in 6th. Anthony Mancarella in 7th. Ryan Shelton in 8th. And Gene Fitties in 9th. Gary Cooper rounding out the top 10.
KRF Motorsports' Jonathan Ben is going to come home in 11th place, with Wayne Taylor making a charge from 22nd to 12th for Performance Motorsports. Starting 19th and finishing 13th, Simon Pitt for SDC. Brett Loxton, another KRF car, in 14th place. Jason Hyde, your pole sitter, finishing a very sorry 15th. Very unfortunate for him. Will Dodd finished 16th after a few unfortunate incidents, but still an improvement from his starting position of 21st. 17th is Matthew Belton. Mark Newton coming home 18th. Paul Preston 19th. Rounding out your top 20, Ryan Bodley.
Yeah, Stephen Latmore next in 21st. Shane Rayner in 22nd. Benjamin Smith in 23rd. Brent O'Brien did finish a lap down. He rolled across the line just after the leader to make sure he finished the race. So 24th for him. Martin Carroll 25th. Unfortunate way to end the race while he was in the race lead. And I'm sure race control will be having a look at that later on. Braden Bateman next, then Paul Jones, Henry King, Todd Parks, Sean Thompson, Nathan Connor, Shay Thompson, Jason Quire, Kyle James, and Brody Whitmore, the 35 drivers. And just hearing Brett O'Brien didn't run out of fuel, he actually would have made it. He just had a meatball, so he slowed down to not have to worry about doing the extra lap, which sometimes is the best way to do it. You don't want to drive around with a meatball.
Yeah, I suppose that's the logical thing to do.
Good win though for Sean Evans. Good way to end that race, though. That was fantastic. You got your breath back?
I think I have, but we're going to have an extra break between now and the EMR Super Cup to really get our breath back. So that was Split 2 in the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series here at Sebring International Raceway for the Sunshine 250, sponsored by Multi23 Cards and Collectibles. Sean Evans winning that race, Daryl Carter second, Brian Borg in third. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back very soon for the EMR Super Cup in the Porsche Carrera GT3 Cup cars. We'll see you very soon on V8sonline, the best race here. Catch you in a bit. In the center of Florida, just outside the town of Sebring, a piece of motor racing history sits proud. Constantly evolving and yet maintaining its aged character, this airfield-based venue remains a challenge for driver and machine alike. This is Sebring International Raceway. Layout-wise, Sebring is shorter and much twistier than it once was, with sharp turns and abrasive curbs, but cars still reach high speeds. Much of the racing surface is left on purpose to preserve the track's bumpy nature that dates back to its original form as a US Air Force base. A patchwork mixture of concrete and asphalt, the former runways and access roads that are now racetrack represent a major workout for vehicle suspension, and it's not unusual to see steering wheels jostling around as drivers make their way around the long lap. Sebring began life as US Army Airfield Hendricks, where during World War II, pilots were trained in flying the B-17 Flying Fortress. After the end of the war, Hendricks fell out of use and was turned over to the town. Racing drivers Sam Collier and Bob Gagan were the first to see the potential for racing at this location as they flew overhead in 1949 and approached the airfield to raise the possibility of holding a race on the runways. Unfortunately, Collier was killed at Watkins Glen in 1950, and the idea almost fell through. Alec Ullman, an aeronautical engineer and fellow racer, was the one to bring Collier and Gagan's dream to reality. He initially looked at the airfield as a site for restoring military aircraft for civilian use, but his plans quickly changed when he saw potential for a Le Mans-style circuit and race. By the end of 1950, Ullman had everything in order, and Sebring's first race, the Sam Collier Memorial 6 Hour, was held on New Year's Eve. This is the layout that was used. Very different from the Sebring we know, to say the least. By 1952, the first 12 hours of Sebring was run on a course that would become the classic Sebring layout. The race and the track's stature would grow to an international level in years to come. In 1959, the track gained the honour of being the first venue to host the Formula One United States Grand Prix. Jack Brabham won his first title here, literally pushing his car across the finish line to do so. The track's next layout change was a result of many fatalities during the 1966 event. A driver and 4 spectators, including a 9-year-old boy, were killed, and others injured in 2 separate incidents during the race. After almost losing the 12-hour to fellow Florida track Palm Beach, the back straight at Sebring was rerouted to bypass the old airfield buildings. Despite these safety upgrades and more, Sebring was still a primitive circuit. There are many stories from the early years of drivers getting disoriented in the night and having to retire simply because they got lost on the runways and access roads and couldn't find their way back to the track. The airport Sebring originates from has remained operational all this time, and starting in the 1980s, an effort was made to separate the track from the airport to accommodate growing air traffic. Eventually, the track was removed from the main runways entirely in 1987, becoming a permanent circuit and starting to resemble the track as it is today for the first time. Finally, during the 1990s, new sections were progressively added, making the track twistier. Sebring's last major modification to date was moving the hairpin back and turning it into something of a chicane. With that, the track is now as we recognize it today. Sebring is one of the oldest continuously operating racetracks in the United States and is a very popular road racing venue. The scene of many incredible races in the V8 Supercars on iRacing, it shows no signs of slowing down, be it real or sim racing. Buckle up.
Introducing a whole new form of racing to the best online racing simulation in the world. This is Dirt Racing on iRacing.com. Race online at some of America's most legendary dirt tracks, including Eldora and Williams Grove. iRacing is the premier online racing game featuring NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, and now World of Outlaws, the leading sanctioning body for dirt racing. iRacing is easy to use and features a centralized ranking system to make sure you have the best experience at any skill level. With a massive inventory of high-precision laser scan tracks and cars with an unmatched dedication to quality and detail, iRacing gives you the most authentic online racing experience available. Thanks to iRacing's dynamic track system, developed specifically for dirt racing, tracks change over the course of a race, just like your favorite dirt track on a Friday or Saturday night. From a slick racing groove all the way up to the cushion, iRacing's dirt tracks deliver non-stop racing action. Partnered with the World of Outlaws, iRacing is your source for the most authentic dirt racing experience available, featuring 4 brand new tracks and 11 new cars, including street stocks, Legends cars, late models, NASCAR trucks, winged and non-winged sprint cars, with much more on the way. Join the Dirt Revolution on iRacing.com and start slinging mud today.
Here at the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series, we're really excited to see the amount of exposure and interest this championship has attained. We've recently been getting a lot of messages and comments asking questions about the series and how to get involved with it. So to make things a little easier for everyone, we've decided to create this video to talk about the basic facts of our championship and how you can get in on the action. V8 Scops uses the racing simulation service iRacing. iRacing is different from other racing games in that it is not a one-off product that you purchase. It is instead an online-only subscription service. One pays a subscription fee to use the service and base content, and then purchases more individual cars and tracks on top of that. Available for purchase are both the Holden VF Commodore and Ford FG Falcon V8 Supercars from 2014, plus 3 Australian tracks, Phillip Island, Oran Park, and Mount Panorama. This is in addition to a large amount of cars and tracks from all over the world, and from many disciplines of motor racing. Full pricing information can be found on the website, www.iracing.com. If you're interested in trying out iRacing for a low price, we have our own discount code that you can use. Purchase a 3-month subscription, then at checkout, enter the code PR-V8SCOPS 2017. You'll get the 3 months for only $5 US. The platform is desktop computer. iRacing is not available on consoles, but that's no reason to be discouraged. iRacing's engine runs well on basic hardware, so chances are high that you can run it. Windows, Mac OS, and Linux are all supported, though the majority of racers run Windows. Detailed system requirements can, again, be found on iRacing's website. In terms of controls, there is support for many control types, but it is strongly recommended that a force feedback wheel be used for the best and safest experience. So, how do you get involved in the series itself? Well, iRacing's main draw is its official series and events, which are sanctioned both by iRacing and many real-life racing organizations. Cars and series are organized into license levels, determined by your safety rating, which is a measure of how safe your driving is. V8 Scops, for the most part, is run outside this. It is a hosted series, independently run and managed by the community for the community. The series is open to anyone who can make the cut, as long as you've managed to get your iRacing license level to C or above and have paid our own $5 registration fee. To find us, jump on the member forums via the main website and scroll down to the Ford and Holden V8 Supercars subforum. In there, you will find relevant threads for the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series, where you can sign up, read briefings, and keep up with happenings in the championship, in addition to a wealth of discussions on the cars themselves and how to get the best out of them. We wish you the best of luck in your sim racing career, and thank you very much for checking out the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. Welcome back, one and all of our friends on iRacing Live, Facebook Live, Twitch and YouTube for V8sonline's live coverage of the V8 Supercar Online Premiere Series. Here at the Sunshine 250, presented by Multi23 Cards and Collectibles at Sebring International Raceway, we've got our support series starting very, very soon at the EMR Industries Super Cup. Again, my name is Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box, Scott Fontaine. Fonty, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Race, mate, good to be here. We certainly saw a great race in the split 2 there, so MR Super Cup, pretty sure it'll be turn on there. Josh Muggleton going fast to set the stage. We've just seen him pop up there. Corey Slade not too far behind him, and Scott Goodman sitting back there, and Michael Healy sitting back in third.
Yeah, in the middle of qualifying at the moment. Seeing Josh Muggleton have a little bit of a spin there out of turn 1 in that Harrop Engineering Trans-Tasman racing car. Pretty times don't seem to be as close as they were in the V8s, but nonetheless, as we've seen in the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia broadcasts, these cars really throw up an exciting event, and around a track like Sebring, I definitely cannot wait to see these guys go at it for however many laps they're doing in this race. I've forgotten, unfortunately. 20 laps, same as Split 2. So we've got quite an amount of time for juicy action to commence. Got just under 2 minutes to go in the qualifying session.
Yeah, well, we saw last weekend, we had round 1 of the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia Series at Phillip Island, and a great little battle between Josh Muggleton and his teammate Jared Philsell. So I reckon Muggo will be a good choice to take this one out. But Corey Slade's no slouch in this thing, so yep, it'll be on.
Yeah, certainly Corey Slade, real big fan of this car, a former teammate of mine, known him for a very long time. He enjoys his Porsches and definitely enjoys this car. He is a recent signing to All Star Motorsports as well, so making a fresh start in that respect, and doing very well for himself up there in second place, 2/10 gap over Michael Healy.
Just jumped on board with them on the alternate cams. So, as he pulls over to the side of the track, he's going to exit the vehicle. Of course it was going to happen.
Muggo about to start a flyer though, so will be interesting to see how he goes on this one. Big slide there in Sunset. Oh, that's unfortunate. He might.
He might still get a decent run though.
Whoa!
Oh, no, he's pulling in the
into
pit lane.
pits.
Vale Ritchie's just looks like he started a lap, so maybe we'll check him out. I'm on board with him on the alternate camera.
Yep. I'm on screen at the moment, watching him go around. Checkered flag has flown.
One name I must mention who's having a pretty good run out there is our one of our V8sonline commentators, Thomas Hinds. He's sitting back there in 8th position. You will hear his voice commentating in the Split 1 race after this event. So yeah, should be good to see him out there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Hinsey, of course, still comparatively new to iRacing. Know him very well from European and non-iRacing sim racing communities, and he's certainly doing very well for himself in the top 10 there. And in a field like this, it's quite the competitive field we're seeing, as Margot looks to have. Has he improved on that last lap?
Yes, I think he has.
Yeah, he a 2:02.1 from Josh Muggleton there in the few minutes past.
Well, one name who's out there who we haven't seen a huge amount of time this year in the V8 Supercar is Kane Kruger-Meyer. He's sitting back there in P20, which last year he obviously teamed up with Jared Philsell in the Enduro Cup, and we haven't seen him too much this year in the V8 Supercar, but I reckon he'll be one to keep an eye on for sure. And also Simon Black looks to be out there having a run as well. So Simon Black, obviously head of Oceanic Sim Racing, he makes this event happen and does all the admin side of stuff for V8 Scops and for the EMR Super Cup. So good to see Simon having a crack.
Yeah, certainly. Out on track, it seems Scott Larnack is currently the Sunset Bend, sitting in 7th place. I don't know if this is a flyer or he's coming into the pits. Looks like he is coming into the pits in... Yes, he is. Very difficult to tell what line they're going to take out the exit of that corner. We're hearing that there will be a pit stop in this race as well, because there is a fuel tank restriction on these Porsche Carrera Cup cars. Only 40% of the maximum fuel load, so that'll be interesting to see. 45%, sorry, we've just been corrected by Jay, the director. And as qualifying comes to an official end, just over 10 seconds, we'll then begin the staging period where the drivers grid up. Grid is on screen at the moment. Josh Muggleton is your pole man. Corey Slade lining up beside him in second place. Michael Healy third. Bo Albert fourth. Vale Ritchie's in fifth place. Michael Schreier sixth. Scott Larnack in seventh. Thomas Hinz eighth. Jimmy Ball running ninth. And Greg Stewart rounding out your top 10. And we've now ticked over to the race session. Now we wait an extra 2 minutes for the drivers to get onto that starting grid. And then the revs are going to rise and we're going to go racing at Sebring. So this very tense period as the drivers line up. Very difficult to start one of these Porsche Carrera Cup cars. They're very easy on the throttle, but you got to be very particular with how you release the clutch in these things, because if you don't release it just right, then the car's just going to bog down. It doesn't like to spin the wheels very easily in well, it does, which is why you have to be very careful with your clutch application off the starting grid. But of course, there's always a possibility that it'll bog down in second gear and completely ruin your second phase of the start. So I'm interested to see who is going to win and lose coming into turn 1 in this race. So just over 30 seconds to go. Josh Muggleton has taken to the grid. Person left to take the grid. We'll see how this goes. Drivers wishing each other good luck in the server chat. Very soon the lights are going to come up. The revs are going to rise. 20 laps around Sebring is go.
And green.
Looks like a fairly even start. Corey Slade right to the inside there, straight off the start. Braking early. Round the outside goes Michael Healy. Can he get that traction down? Yes, he can. So Corey Slade back to third. Now facing pressure from Scott Larnack. Looks like most of the drivers have got through turn 1 cleanly.
Yeah,
Corey Slade really flashing his lights there.
Good at this stage.
Yeah, pretty clean, I have to say. Whoa, no, we got a spinner, and we've got a crash up the back. That was Jason Hyde. Simon Mazzomo involved in that, Ryan Bodley as well. So Jason Hyde not having a very good night at all after his race in Split 2. His bad luck just continues. Spinning. Well, we've got a replay on screen at the moment. Wow, that's really unfortunate. He lost that on his own. That's really bad luck for him. Fortunately, it's quite easy to lock the brakes in these Carrera Cup cars. So now he'll be facing a fight. While Kugamiya and Brock Cadday.
Oh, we've got a car around.
That's
two
Brock
cars
Cadday.
around.
Oh,
we've got a
goodness
car on its
me.
roof.
Carl, that's
No.
roof.
It's over. Okay, there won't be a safety car because of that. He ended up back on his wheels, so
Wow.
not 100% sure on who that was.
Yeah, I'm going to have a
I think it
look
was
at that.
Brock Cady?
Yep. Brock Cadday, and then Simon Black locked brakes and almost T-boned Cadday there. So, wow, we're seeing... we didn't quite have a dramatic turn 1. We're hearing those two crashes.
Steve Carmichael.
Oh, Guy Leach on his lid, we're hearing. So... Guy Leach looking in a very sorry state in that car. Very, very slow as well, so I'm not too sure whether he's going to get back to pits. He's going to try and get back to the pits. Meanwhile, Corey Slade and Bo Albert.
Also another little battle back here. Two teammates, Hank Kugamiya, Mitchell Selak, 14th, 15th. Just going to ride on board with Kugamiya here on the alternate guns.
Yeah, Kugamiya chasing down Selak there. Both new signings to Team TTL for this year. Meanwhile, on main cam, we're on board with Vale Riches as he chases down Bo Albert.
Jumping on board with Val Ritchie's.
Just watching these guys fight the cars under brakes is so entertaining. I don't envy them though.
Yeah, I must say that the my personal opinion is I actually need to improve the brake on this Porsche GT3 car. Not quite as realistic as what it should be, but still a great little car.
Yeah, fantastic car that really suits fantastic racing, as we're seeing. Oh, Dave Oliver, it looks running wide with damage, and he's losing quite a few positions back there in the field. He is going to be put dead last there. While Simon Black, we're hearing, making moves. Right in the thick of things, down the back straight here.
Muggleton, fastest lap.
Wow. Good stuff there.
Not bad pace, really,
Simon
for a
Black.
slap.
Simon Black around the outside of Steve Carmichael at Sunset Bend. He isn't able to keep that grip up. Carmichael almost in the grass. Goodness me. Well, 5th and 6th, Vale Ritchie's Michael Schreier. Looks like Schreier's got quite a bit of pace there, Fonty.
Yeah, Schreier certainly no slouch in these cars. Really nice guy too, so yeah, hopefully we see him finish well tonight.
Yeah, he's Schreier's starting to face a bit of pressure from Scott Larnack there. They come into the back section of the circuit. One part of the track where making mistakes is quite easy. Space out quite a bit. We're not seeing a huge amount of side-by-side racing here because these Porsches, they've demonstrated that side-by-side contact is not very healthy. These cars are very sensitive to collisions, as we've seen. Jimmy Ball, meanwhile, facing pressure from Thomas Hinz. Hinz having lost that position from Ball and is now fighting to try and get it back. Now it looks like the battle up the front is really spaced out, but this Vale Ritchie's Michael Schreier Scott Larnack battle seems to be one of the closest battles we've got on the track at the moment. Currently on lap 4 of 20. Going to stay with these guys for a bit, see how things turn out. Vale Ritchie's, of course, one of the veterans of Australian sim racing. He was around and established when I first joined iRacing in 2011. Very long time ago. Schreier really closing up under brakes there. But in these Porsches, it is a lot better to brake early in these things. If you brake a bit too late, you might be able to gain something on your opponent, but of course you run the risk of locking the brakes, and these cars like it if you just roll it through the corner and get on the throttle nice and early. Make use of that amount of rear grip you have with those wide rear tyres and the engine over the rear axle. Schreier, a little bit of understeer there on the exit. That's messed up his run down this straight. Of course, Riches seems to be closing up to Larnack a little bit here, I'm noticing. Looking forward to seeing how this turns out. Not much else happening on track at the moment, Fonty, but of course we'll be waiting for guys to come in for their pit stops at some point in this race. I don't know, when do you think they'll come in, Fonty?
Oh, it's going to be hard to know, mate. I reckon it's going to be maybe around, what, lap 13? What are your thoughts?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I haven't raced this car in quite a bit, so my knowledge of how it works is somewhat limited, but I thought the racing will spice up a bit more once these guys start taking their pit stops. At the moment, we're looking all fairly evenly spaced, but Muggleton, of course, has really extended his lead out now over Michael Healy. When last they crossed the line, it was 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, our closest battle on track at this stage is Ashley Lear and Benjamin Smith in P19, P20. Currently focused on Benjamin Smith on the onboard camera.
Oh yeah, he's got a run on Ashley Lear.
He's just making a move.
Oh, Ashley Lear breaking really early, or is Benjamin Smith breaking late?
Yeah, he has managed to pull it up, so good move. Oh, he gets a bit tail happy there on the exit.
Yeah. That probably would have provided Lear with a bit of a run, but I don't know. In my experience, it's very hard to get a run on other cars on throttle in this thing. It's you don't really have much room to experiment with your throttle application in this thing.
Yeah, another close little battle on track.
Connor McCluskey, young off, sorry.
Oh.
Car 999, Progression Racing Australia. He's had a little bit of an off. Let's see how that happened. That was he just caught a bit too much of the curb on the inside. That unsettled the car. Fortunately, he's managed to keep it out of the wall, so I suppose that's some consolation. Fortunately, that's lost him quite a few positions. Bo Albert and Val Riches, meanwhile.
I was going to say that.
But the pass has been made.
0.2 separating between those guys, so they're looking pretty racy at this stage in the races. They come into turn 1 there.
Yeah,
such an awesome turn 1.
Oh yeah.
You can, you know, it's really like you jump on the gas too early and the car gets so unsettled on the exit.
Yeah, certainly. Bo Albert taking a nice wide entry into that left-hander. A little bit of a run on Riches. While this top 3 battle has broken away a little.
His lead out to 1.6 seconds. So
wow.
Nobody's really you know, going to be catching him at this stage, but hey, you never know. We could have a safety car and it could be on.
Oh yeah, certainly. Muggleton, of course. Muggleton, of course, he did in GT Academy and did quite well in that, and he has some real-life racing experience, so he'll be enjoying this. But we're currently focused on Michael Hammond, battle behind him. That's Martin Zilvassi. Along with Mitchell Sielak and Kane Kugamiya behind them. It looks like Kugamiya has fallen behind slightly from Sielak. Oh, Silvassi ran a little bit wide.
I'm bored with Sielak now.
Yeah, trying to pass Martin Zilvassi in car 010. Michael Hammond. Oh, Michael Hammond, bit of a slide here. That's going to slow him up.
Oh, he's making the move
over the curve.
Oh.
And Mitchell Sielak making that move there.
That was a nice move, actually. Well done, Sielak.
Very nice, and that's left the door open for Kane Kugamiya to try and have a crack at Silvassi.
I'm
flashing his lights in the
now.
mirrors.
He's going to make the move. He's going to have a run. Oh, as we come into the last turn, yes, he's going to stay there. But oh no, he gives him plenty of room.
Yep, Silvassi.
He's going to run out of grip on the outside there.
Or is he?
Or is he?
He's going to try and hold it. He's going to hold
it's
it.
going to be contact here. Oh!
That was very close to
That was
catastrophic.
close. Great racing between those guys. I tell you what, man, that is awesome stuff. Door-to-door action. He's going to have the line into turn 1, and we're going to have it. Oh, he's going to stay on the outside. Well done there by Kane Cougar, man. He's going to get the move done. Just
Beautiful
shows
traction.
how much grip that these GT3 cars have, even on the outside of the circuit.
Yeah, beautiful traction there from Kane Kugamir as we saw Michael Hammond going for his pit stop there. So Silvassi has lost positions. But both TTL Porsches there have gotten past him, so they'll be well chuffed.
Yeah, closest battle on track now that we have is Schreier and Riches. Half a second separating those two guys.
Oh, both of them running off the track there on the exit.
On board with Schreier now.
Yep, that's on
Thomas
camera
Hims
too.
back there, sitting in E9. So our resident commentator doing a decent job there. Might see him finish in the top 10. So
Yeah, that'll be something he's happy with. Yeah, certainly. Waiting to see when the field cycles through. Looks like Jimmy Bull's been able to gain quite a bit on Hinsey in the last few laps. Josh Muggleton now crosses the line to start lap 8 of 20.
Yeah, Muggleton, he's 0.1 seconds ahead of Healy now.
Well, it
And
looks
another
like...
further 1 second back from Healy to Slade. Sorry there, Reese, mate.
Well, I was just going to say, Riches is closing up on the back of Bo Albert here.
Yeah,
Very
0.3
close.
got down to just there. Might stay on board with Riches here for a while.
Yep, that's on camera 2. So, reminder, if you're watching on desktop on YouTube, you can choose from multiple camera views. So, be sure to check out the bottom right of your player and select the little camera icon with the double-ended arrow. You can check out alternative camera views.
Yeah, not a huge amount of action happening out there on track at this stage. No close battles. Michael Kirkman, Ashley Lear, 0.2 of a second separating those guys. He looks like he's going to make a move. Ooh. No, he's just showing his nose there. Intimidation is key.
Yeah, certainly is. Ashley Lear having made up quite a bit of ground, up from 25th place start, now in 17th. I think Kirkham might have pitted. No, he hasn't. So, lost quite a few positions as Cielak and Tucker have pitted as well. Oh, Cielak and Tucker have touched tyres there. Well, looking at Kugamir and Cielak. Oh, very close here, side by side. Careful, guys. Cielak sliding. Kugamir responding. Very interesting racing here between teammates, Fonty.
Yeah, it's great, mate. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, fantastic stuff here. Guess it's good to know that team orders don't necessarily mean much in these support categories.
No, exactly, and it's always good to see two teammates going at it, door-to-door action, and still having a good, clean race.
It requires a lot of situational awareness to be able to race one of these cars. Ooh.
Lear and Kirkman going at it.
Goodness me.
Lear is one of the teammates of our Director Kennedy. Talking there, I believe. Is that correct?
Certainly is. It looks like at some point Kirkham got past Lear in the last lap, so...
Yeah, they were side by side, I think, going into turn 1 there, actually. One of the other people who to mention who's come up through the field after getting tangled up there in that early in the race is Simon Black, our head of Oceanic Sim Racing. He's up to 17 now, which I think he dropped back to about 24th position. So great work from Simon there. Might jump on board with him on the alternate cameras on camera 2 there.
Meanwhile, Kukamir and Siolak still going at it, side by side once again.
Kugamir got a bit of a damage. Oh, there we go. Silex. Oh, he's got it sideways, hasn't he?
So
Just
that's a
saying
position
that,
for Kugamir.
Kugamir has got a bit of damage on that right front of the bonnet from what I can see on my camera here.
Yeah. Siolak flashing his lights at Kugamir. I'm not too sure what that means. Probably just having a little bit of fun, a little bit of a poke, try to distract him. Doesn't look like it's working too much because Kugamir's just keeping it nice and clean there. Or is he? Barely keeping that car under control. Siolak continuing to spam that headlight flash button. Down at the back straight, Kugamir. Oh, Simon Black in the lane. I'm still watching Kugamir and Siolak. Siolak closing up a little bit.
On board with Siolak now.
Wide.
It's pretty taily there, exiting the last turn.
Kugamir almost whacked the tyre barriers on the exit of Sunset Bend there. Now as they come into turn 1, Siolak's gaining just slightly in the mid-corner. Kugamir sliding that thing off on the exit.
Corner exit push. He's going to make a move. That's a very ambitious move on his teammate there.
Yeah. Hold it. They're going to go side by side through this entire sequence of turns. Kugamir, however, is going to have the traction. We'll see if Siolak wants to try and get back by at the hairpin as they go through Big Bend. He's flashing his lights once again. I am going for this, Kane. Kane tries to cover.
That was a big blocking move there by Kane. Is he going to give him a little tap? I think he is. No, he's not.
Kane power sliding on the exit of that hairpin. I love watching cars go through there. Fantastic stuff. Now they come up to the back half of the circuit.
Here we go. He's got
Siolak
the run
went off
on him
last
here.
lap.
Oh no, we've got a car locking up at the front there. Who's in front of them? That's Steve Carmichael. Right front.
Kugamir.
It's Kugamir. Big sideways moment. That's where that's the lap earlier. That's where Siolak actually lost it. So as Siolak's going to chuck a move. Oh, he's giving him
side by side. Very good stuff. Kugamir sliding on the exit there.
Great little battle.
Okay, the next portion of the track remove is Le Mans. Siolak is setting up the move now on the outside. Kugamir stays in the middle of the track. Just a little bit of a blocking maneuver there. Oh, Siolak sliding once again. You don't want to do that too much, Mitchell.
He's throwing it up there.
Oh, here we go. Now it's going to be a drag race.
Wearing these tyres out on these cars, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's a drag race and Kugamir's already won it. However, they have got the draft to contend with. We'll see if Siolak tries to squeeze it up the inside of Sunset. Yeah, he's flashing his lights saying, yeah, I'm going to go for this, Kane. Thank you very much.
He's going to overshoot it, though.
Oh, careful.
No, I don't think he's going to get the over-under.
Oh, Kugamir sliding. He's so on edge on the exit of Sunset Bend. Brilliant stuff. I'm seeing a car.
I think we're going to see this on to the end, actually.
Connor McCluskey Young in the pits. Meanwhile, the battle between Corey Slade and Bo Albert has really closed up here. Albert monstering the back of Slade.
On board with Albert.
Le Mans. On board with Albert on cam 2, Fonty. This is really enjoyable. Once these drivers get into a rhythm, it's good to see the kind of racing that eventuates. Or Slade sliding on the exit. Will Bo Albert have enough of a draft to try and move? Bo flashes his lights at Corey.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's going to give it a shot.
Yep, he's got that draft. He's got that run.
Just showing his nose there, but he's going to run wide, actually. But all to set him up
to try and tighten up the
turn
exit.
1. I think he's going to get the run here.
No, not going to pit, so Corey's got that run.
Big shout out to all our viewers on Facebook Live. If you're watching on Facebook Live, please share it to your friends, do all of that. We've just hit 2,500 views.
Brilliant
and we've
stuff.
reached 35,000 people, so
Awesome. Top stuff. Thank you very much to everyone tuning in across the world. Really appreciate your viewership. This battle between Bo Albert and Corey Slade is really heating up now. I'm just going to check back in the Siolak Kugamiya battle.
yeah, still
Siolak
looks like
flashing his
they're on.
lights, Kugamiya flashing his lights.
There we go,
So-
because he's right on the back of Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael for All Star Motorsports. Look at how much they're closing up into Sunset Bend. I think I saw a lock up there
Yeah.
from Siolak. Is Siolak blinking for you, Fonty?
Yes, he is, mate. He is blinking for me. There we go. He's going to get a
Goes by
run on
Carmichael.
Carmichael. And is Kugamiya going to get in on it too? This is great little battle here.
Yeah, looks
On
like
board with
Carmichael
Kugamiya.
just
Let him
lifts.
go.
Yep, he's let them go.
Possible. Maybe he was planning to run into the pits on that lap. Yeah, maybe he was planning
that's
to
a
go into the
possibility.
pits, and because of the battle, he didn't want to cause a collision. So it is possible.
Yep. Oh, look
here
out.
we go. Up the inside.
Kugamiya up the inside of Siolak. Sorry,
Big
Mr.
power
Director.
slide.
Focused on a different part of the track. But
Yeah.
Jimmy Ball and Thomas Hens, meanwhile, has really closed up once again. Hinsey seems
On
to have
board
closed
with
back up.
Hinsey.
Yep. Awesome stuff here at the moment. Wondering when Muggo's going to come in for his stop. The gap over Michael Healy is now out to 3.5 seconds, or thereabouts.
Yeah, 3.7 I've got up on my screen.
Wow.
Nice little bit of Bo Albert there. Here we go. Bo Albert's made a
Yeah,
move.
oh,
He's made a
contact.
move on Corey.
Oh, and Corey Slade is around. Oh, that's a shame. That's not how you
Oh.
want to see that battle end.
No, that's not how you want to see it, and I'm sure that our race admin will have something to say about that.
Replay on screen for that. So let's have another look at that. So Bo Albert tries to get up the inside of Corey Slade in the middle of Sunset Bend. Corey just gets a bit of extra front grip and tries to go for the tight line, but Albert is there.
No, I
Albert
don't think so.
almost
Oh, here we go.
clipped
Hey,
the inside.
Selak's around.
Whoa. Oh, hold on a minute.
On board with Gamera at that time. If you didn't see that, jump over to the camera too there, and you'll see Selak turn it around on the exit there and coming into the last turn.
Oh, that's a shame. He did that completely on his own.
Yeah, he did. So now he's got the bill of, sorry there. Selak's all over the back of Tucker now, so that'll be a battle to watch.
Yeah, Benjamin Smith in the pits meanwhile. He's just completed his pit stop. Larnack and Shreya
Carmichael.
heating up.
Carmichael in the
Carmichael.
pit lane, so
Yep.
I reckon that he was planning to pit that last lap, and it didn't work out because he was in a battle.
Yep.
As we focus now on Thomas Hins on camera 2, a little battle between himself, Ball, and Slade there.
Yep. Corey Slade, of course, knocked back after the incident he had with Bo Albert. Looks like he did have a little bit of damage on that car after that spin, but I think he's just gone straight into the pits and maybe done a fast repair on that thing. So he's right back out there and lapping on the regular.
So, just having a look at the front here, Muggleton's opened that gap up to nearly 5 seconds. It was only a lap ago he was 3.5 seconds, so maybe something's happened to, as Muggleton now jumps into the lane.
So Michael Healy is going to assume the lead of this race. Riches, Albert, Shreya, they're all in. Scott Goodman, Greg Stewart as well for TTL.
So
Mark
Selak's
Dean
actually
entering
got
the pits
past
as well.
Tucker.
Yeah, Brant Tucker there. As I look at him, he seems to be having some internet issues.
Okay,
Bo
so
Albert.
he did get a drive through. I did say that there'd be something to happen with that with race admin. So
Yeah, Bo Albert with a
probably
drive-through.
deserved that, to be honest.
Yeah, it was a bit of an optimistic move on Corey Slade, but, you know, that's racing. It happens. Just keep going, see how it ends.
So it's going to be interesting. Margot's Mountain P6 now. Obviously, he is the leader, but you know something could happen here with Bo Albert just behind him.
Yeah, certainly. Wow, this race is really heated up in this middle stage. We're currently on lap 14. Still focusing on the Slade Ball Hins battle. Ball and Hins very, very close now. Both of them just waiting for the other to make a pit stop. Who will blink first? Because I'm not sure how much you stand to gain from an undercut here, especially with the possibility of traffic. Jimmy Ball pitting in, so he's very conveniently announced that on the server chat for us, so we'll see if Thomas Hins follows him in. It looks like he is going to.
Yep. Oh, all three of them.
Wow.
All three cars in pit lane.
Healy and Larnack in as well, so here we go. This is going to decide the race lead. Albert in as well.
So, Muggleton resumes his lead of the race.
Leah has been passed by Stewart. Wow. Okay, so that's quite the jump that Josh Muggleton has got. 5.2 seconds. That's incredible. So he gained quite a bit with that pit stop.
Muggleton, obviously, he has been around the sim racing community for a very long time. I know that when I started sim racing back in 2011, he was the man to beat in the V8 Supercar Monday night series that we used to run, and we still continue to broadcast here on V8sonline. So yeah, I think he's going to run away with this one, unless he obviously makes a mistake. But Muggo don't really make too many mistakes, so
yeah. Consummate professional. Meanwhile, Jimmy Ball got a massive jump on Hinsey in that pit stop. I did notice
1.3 seconds, yeah.
I did notice that Hinsey was a bit more hesitant on the brakes into the pits than Ball was, so that might have contributed to it. Meanwhile, Bo Albert and Mitchell Ciolak getting involved here. Oh, Bo Albert right off the track.
Albert running wide.
Some smoke in front of Mitchell Ciolak. I'm not too sure what that was. I think that might have been Ash Lear.
Yeah, that is Ash Lear that's in front of him. Oh, we've got a car run wide there, actually. Who was that? That was Cougar.
Oh, goodness me.
Cougar completely lost his braking zone there, and he's going to get past here.
Yeah, he would have gotten a slowdown from that, possibly.
Yeah, possibly. So he's going to have Ciolak closing up on him. Here we go. We've got not too many laps left, and it's going to be a battle of the teammates again. Yeah,
certainly. This is really juicy here at the moment with Albert here. Oh, has a look up the inside.
And he's made Ciolak run wide.
He's got to run.
He's shown his nose, and Ciolak's kind of hesitated there, and he's lost some ground, but he's on the outside coming through here.
Oh, Albert just ran out of grip there.
Yeah, he did. He completely ran out of grip.
That's the thing with the Porsche.
Cougar Mears off the track again.
Oh no.
Is he going to get a slowdown because of that as well?
I don't know what's going on with Cougar Mears. He's pulling over slightly. I think that might be a slowdown.
Oh, yeah, I reckon he's got a slowdown.
Whoa!
Oh, he shunted him.
Are you serious? What went on there?
Just...
What? What on earth? I think
that was a big
been...
shunt, mate. I just was on the onboard view from Bo Albert there, and you just see the rear wheels get lifted off the ground.
Oh god, I think there might have been a miscommunication there amongst the TTL teammates. Maybe Ciolak was expecting Cougar to move out of the way? I don't know. But of course, the front end of a Porsche 911 is very ramp-like, and so
Yes.
that hasn't really worked in Kane Kugami's
And he's
favour.
got a drive through for it too, I think.
Oh.
Unless he's got damage.
Man, oh,
Unless
man.
Sedok's got damage.
Oh dear. What were you doing, guys?
Yeah, no, he's pulled into pit lane. I think maybe he's going to stop the race. Is he going to get out of the car? Yes, he's out of the car.
Well, that's that little fun battle over.
Okay, so, yeah, I was just going to say that there is Thomas Hins there. Said that he was going to possibly finish top 10, so he's on the battle here, 9th and 10th, closing in. Closest battle on track after them is Simon Black and Benjamin Smith, actually. Half a second between those guys, so Simon Black, he's moved his way up to 16th position. Considering he was there back in 24th, 25th, he's come up alright now.
Yeah, doing very well indeed. Well, goodness me, what lap are we on? Looks like Muggo is on lap 17, so we got 4 laps to go on this race. Fonty, I think this race has had a lot of things so far happen that have that we can look back on and think, my goodness.
Yeah, this has been an interesting race. It's been a good little race to watch, and yeah, I was just gonna say that our director pointed out there that Val Ritchie's and Scott Larnack are close on track. They're currently 0.6 of a second separating those guys, so pretty sure Ritchie's will be wanting to get on that podium. We've got a lapped car in front of them, I believe, as they let him go. So
Dave Oliver there that just let them by. Well, Josh Muggleton and Michael Healy have absolutely nothing to worry about as they circulate in position 1 and 2, but Larnack is facing quite a bit of pressure from Ritchie's now, as Michael Schreier is looming in the background as well. But of course, we have got Corey Slade behind them. We'll see how much ground he can make up in these last few laps.
that is Michael Schreier behind them. Corey Slade's a little bit further down the road.
Yep.
So yeah, Schreier could certainly be in this mix. We've got basically 3 laps to go here, so yeah, anything can happen. Schreier's a pretty good driver, not only in the Porsche V8 Supercar as well. So he's been around the sim racing community for a few years now.
Yep.
Thomas Hins.
And Michael Schreier, also the driving standards observer in top split V8s. So good that we have our very own Jason Barguana up in that
Used to be
steward's
Jason
box.
Barguana, mate. He don't do that anymore. I think he got
really?
sacked, didn't he?
Who does it now? Craig Baird.
Yeah, Beardo. Must be Kiwi. Yeah, he'll be alright, eh?
What,
He's
after
a
that
Kiwi, so
stunt
he'll
he
be
pulled
fine.
at the 12-hour? Goodness me. I was there for that.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I'm over the other side of the world, so I can't be there. But I will be back, and I will join all these boys there.
Oh, here comes Vale.
Yep. He's
Closing
on.
up,
Gonna show his
closing up
nose.
on Larnack. Very close. I think we might see a move in these last few laps. Really looking forward to seeing how this turns out. Further back in the field, looking to see if any of these battles have conclusions. Looks like Tim Ballinger has just passed Benjamin Smith coming down the front stretch. I'm not too sure what happened there. Smith was going very slowly. Might have been a ruined run out of Sunset. But Tim Ballinger there for Laser Racing gains a position, while Steve Carmichael and Simon Mazzumo are getting rather close and comfy.
Yeah, this battle between 9th and 10th, Thomas Hins and Jared Chairman, they're still going at it. Hinsey there opened up the gap to about 1.1 seconds.
Meanwhile, Bo Albert in the
Albert
pits
in
we're
pit
hearing.
lane.
He's doing his pit stop there, so... No, he hasn't. He's quit. He's quit out of the race. So that's Bo Albert out after starting in 4th. Meanwhile, this battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th is still raging on, just as it always
right
has.
on it too.
Yeah.
There's only 0.4 or 0.6 of a second covering all
Vale.
these 3 guys, so I reckon Shreya's going to be on for P3 here.
Vale getting really unsettled over those bumps in turn 1. Now they're right up close to Larnack. It's a 3-car battle here for the last place on the podium. Evolution Racing Team, TTL and Synergy Sim Racing all involved in this. Oh, Scott taking it nice and easy into the hairpin, or as easy as he can take it.
Shreya here. So seeing this 3-car battle here from Shreya's view. On the rev limiter.
Yeah, line astern as they come through the back half of the circuit. They're on the penultimate lap at the moment, so next lap is going to be the last chance that any of these guys have to consolidate a position.
Oh, who was that? That was Scott Larnack, locked that right front there. Yeah.
Take care. Well, Larnack suffering a tiny bit of understeer through that double kink. That's the thing with these Porsche Carrera Cup cars. The engine being over the rear axle, there's no weight keeping the front tires on the ground when you're under acceleration. So you've really got to be careful with how you place the car and how you turn the steering wheel when you're going into a flat-out turn, because you might need to lift, tap the brakes maybe to get some front grip up, and if you're not careful, you can just plow right off. But Josh Muggleton has started his final lap. Michael Healy is crossing the line as we speak.
Yeah, God, we haven't even given Muggo any airtime, and he's been leading the race. He's been too far out in front. Eight and a half seconds between first and second. Slow down, Muggo, would you, mate?
Fantastic drive from Josh Muggleton. Just hasn't put a foot wrong all race. Fantastic stuff from him. And of course from Michael Healy as well. But this battle for 3rd, I think we're going to stay with basically until the end. Very close between Scott Larnack, Vale Ritchies and Michael Shreya for the last spot on the podium.
Gonna jump on board with Vale Ritchies for the rest of this race here. Sitting in P4. Can he make a move for P3 and get on the podium?
Oh, he's having a little look up the inside. Shreya really
looks like
closing
Scott was
up.
about to brake a bit too late there too.
They're all fighting tooth and nail to keep this position. Now we've got the slow, twisty section of track coming up. What Jay and I dubbed the corner we can't remember in the last race. Oh, just staying in the middle of the road. Nice line through here. Back on the brakes once again. Down into second. Larnack might have this. I don't know. "20 laps of EMR Industries Super Cup racing is about to come to an end. We're going to go to the leader now. Josh Muggleton just coming through Sunset Bend for the final time, flashing his lights in celebration. An absolutely consummate professional drive from Josh Muggleton here for Trans-Tasman Racing. He wins the EMR Industries Super Cup at Sebring. Fantastic job from Muggleton. Michael Healy's going to come through to finish second, but who's going to finish third? It looks like Scott Larnack has the edge, and he is going to take that Evolution Racing Team Porsche Carrera Cup car home in 3rd place, with Vale Ritchies and Michael Shreya finishing in that order
What a
behind
great
him.
drive by those guys.
Yeah,
Tell
fantastic
you what, Reece,
stuff.
that was such a great race, man. Been driving apart from the incident between Cougar and Selak, which is just, well...
Just bizarre.
Yeah, bizarre, really, and I look forward to hearing about what happened there, so I'm sure as everyone in the sim community will know pretty soon what happened in that situation, and hopefully we find out by the end of the broadcast, maybe a communication error or whatever between all those guys, but yeah, certainly great racing there, mate.
Yeah, definitely. Seeing guys crossing the line behind them. It looks like Thomas Hinz was able to maintain that position in the top 10. Fantastic stuff from him. Simon Black up from 22nd to 14th. Great stuff there. Ash Lear, though, 25th to 13th. What a drive from all of those guys. Fantastic stuff. Well, who do we have yet to cross the line? Ballinger, Carmichael, Mizomo, Tucker, McCluskey-Young. Looks like Connor McCluskey-Young is going to be the last driver to finish this race for Progression Racing Australia. Still chasing down Brant Tucker for that final place in the race. Brant Tucker's really profited from all those retirements and incidents, up from 27th to 20th in this race. Well, losing a little bit of ground. Oh, goodness me. McCluskey-Young hit the wall on the inside of Sunset Bend. He's going to end the race by hitting the wall on the exit of that turn. But he's going to make it across the line and make it 20 laps here at Sebring International Raceway. So, with that, I think it's a good idea to run through the race results for the EMR Industries Super Cup here at Sebring. Josh Muggleton is your race winner, with Michael Healy coming home in second. A Trans-Tasman Racing 1-2. Scott Larnack for Evolution Racing Team completes the podium. Vale Ritchies for TTL in fourth place. Michael Schreier brings his Synergy Sim Racing car home in fifth place. Meanwhile, Corey Errol Slade in sixth place for All-Star Motorsports. Jimmy Ball in seventh. Greg Stewart in eighth. Thomas Hinz ninth. Jared Tyerman completes your top 10. Mark Peter Dean in 11th, Martin Silvassi in 12th, Ashley coming home in 13th place with a huge position gain there. Simon Black in 14th, 15th was Benjamin J. Smith, 16th Brock Cadday, Tim Ballinger in 17th for Laser Racing. Steve Carmichael for All-Star Motorsports has come home in 18th place, with Simon Mizomo coming home in 19th. Brant Tucker rounding out your top 20, with Connor McCluskey-Young your final race finisher, and the retirements were Bo Albert, Mitchell Sealak, Kane Kugamiya, Michael Hammond, Dave Oliver, Michael Kirkham, Scott Goodman, Ryan Bodley, Guy Leach, and Jason Hyde. Well, Fonty, that was an absolutely fantastic event, and with that done, I cannot wait for this Split 1 race coming up soon.
Yeah, I tell you what, mate. What a great circuit to certainly turn on some great racing, and we saw some good battles there in the Split 2 of the V8 Supercar, and certainly after the safety car, it certainly turned it on a bit more, and the EMR Super Cup. Well, that was some great battles. Well done there to Josh Muggleton. Absolutely blitzed the rest of the field. And everyone else out there who I hope everyone had a lot of fun out there who raced tonight, and we look forward to the Split 1 race very soon.
Yes, we do, for certain. Well, as we prepare for Split 1, we're going to give you a little bit of a history lesson with the fact file for Sebring, little video that I put together to present a bit of history on this racetrack, but we will be getting ready for Split 1 very soon. You're watching the Sunshine 250 presented by Multi23 Cards and Collectibles, round 4 of the 2017 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, here on V8sonline, the best race here. We'll see you in a short time. In the center of Florida, just outside the town of Sebring, a piece of motor racing history sits proud. Constantly evolving and yet maintaining its aged character, this airfield-based venue remains a challenge for driver and machine alike. This is Sebring International Raceway. Layout-wise, Sebring is shorter and much twistier than it once was, with sharp turns and abrasive curbs, but cars still reach high speeds. Much of the racing surface is left on purpose to preserve the track's bumpy nature that dates back to its original form as a US Air Force base. A patchwork mixture of concrete and asphalt, the former runways and access roads that are now racetrack represent a major workout for vehicle suspension, and it's not unusual to see steering wheels jostling around as drivers make their way around the long lap. Sebring began life as US Army Airfield Hendricks, where during World War II, pilots were trained in flying the B-17 Flying Fortress. After the end of the war, Hendricks fell out of use and was turned over to the town. Racing drivers Sam Collier and Bob Gagan were the first to see the potential for racing at this location as they flew overhead in 1949 and approached the airfield to raise the possibility of holding a race on the runways. Unfortunately, Collier was killed at Watkins Glen in 1950, and the idea almost fell through. Alec Ullman, an aeronautical engineer and fellow racer, was the one to bring Collier and Gagan's dream to reality. He initially looked at the airfield as a site for restoring military aircraft for civilian use, but his plans quickly changed when he saw potential for a Le Mans-style circuit and race. By the end of 1950, Ullman had everything in order, and Sebring's first race, the Sam Collier Memorial 6 Hour, was held on New Year's Eve. This is the layout that was used. Very different from the Sebring we know, to say the least. By 1952, the first 12 hours of Sebring was run on a course that would become the classic Sebring layout. The race and the track's stature would grow to an international level in years to come. In 1959, the track gained the honour of being the first venue to host the Formula One United States Grand Prix. Jack Brabham won his first title here, literally pushing his car across the finish line to do so. The track's next layout change was a result of many fatalities during the 1966 event. A driver and 4 spectators, including a 9-year-old boy, were killed, and others injured in 2 separate incidents during the race. After almost losing the 12-hour to fellow Florida track Palm Beach, the back straight at Sebring was rerouted to bypass the old airfield buildings. Despite these safety upgrades and more, Sebring was still a primitive circuit. There are many stories from the early years of drivers getting disoriented in the night and having to retire simply because they got lost on the runways and access roads and couldn't find their way back to the track. The airport Sebring originates from has remained operational all this time, and starting in the 1980s, an effort was made to separate the track from the airport to accommodate growing air traffic. Eventually, the track was removed from the main runways entirely in 1987, becoming a permanent circuit and starting to resemble the track as it is today for the first time. Finally, during the 1990s, new sections were progressively added, making the track twistier. Sebring's last major modification to date was moving the hairpin back and turning it into something of a chicane. With that, the track is now as we recognize it today. Sebring is one of the oldest continuously operating racetracks in the United States and is a very popular road racing venue. The scene of many incredible races in the V8 Supercars on iRacing, it shows no signs of slowing down, be it real or sim racing. Buckle up. Welcome back, one and all, to V8sonline's live broadcast of the 2017 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series season. Once again, you are watching the Sunshine 250 at Sebring International Raceway, presented by Multi23 Cards and Collectibles. We're gearing up for Split 1 at the moment, and we're bringing you a fantastic night of racing in just half an hour or so's time. My name is Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box is Thomas Hins. Hinsey, congratulations on your top 10 finish in the EMR Super Cup, and you're looking forward to Split 1?
Yeah, thank you, Reese. No, it was good fun. The old, as I mentioned when I booked into you guys, always love the Porsches. Always good fun to race them, despite how tank-esque they may be. As I've said, it seems to be tanks I seem to like driving, so go figure. But yeah, no, tonight's racing should be fantastic here at Sebring. V8s, of course, always make for a good time, pretty much anywhere, even at Spa when I raced them around. They're actually pretty good. They're a track I wouldn't have thought they would have worked at. So here at Sebring, obviously more designed for sports cars in mind. So it should suit them very well, and yeah, I'm sure we're going to be in for a fantastic night of racing here in the main race. Still qualifying, obviously very close, really close, throughout the whole field, at both splits as well. So it should be a pretty damn intense night ahead of us here.
Yeah, certainly should, and it'll be interesting to see how it affects the championship as well. We're going to take a look at the Drivers' Championship standings at the moment after 3 rounds. Of course, after round 1 at Montreal, round 2 at Imola, round 3 at Oran Park, Jared Filsell currently leading the championship on 872 points. He's quite dominated this season so far. As in the background we see everyone filing out of the pits to start their qualifying, has got quite the edge over Madison Down, has Jared, and I guess the question is, in this early season, can anyone stop him?
Apology. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, buddy. Mike had a bit of an issue there. Sorry.
No worries,
yes. This is why you don't use your mic, because it can screw over. But yeah, no, it should be interesting to see how this all affects it, because obviously Filsell's been solid as rock, really. He's been so solid all season long so far. You know, he's always been at the front, always been banging in those results. It's going to be interesting to see if Sebring is going to bring up any other contenders here for this round, and possibly throw in some other people in the mix, maybe even guys we're not used to seeing up there, or that kind of thing, or people who maybe sort of jumping in a bit later in the season. That's always something that I find interesting, is those guys who, you know, aren't really there in the fight, if they start having a bit of impact, you know, throughout the race in the title fight, because that's always quite interesting. Because to them, of course, it doesn't really matter if they're not the title fight; they're just there to win races. So it's interesting little thing we're going to see tonight, and the battle will be very nice. Should be some good overtaking as well. So Sebring, plenty of straights to good old slipstream, the V8s, and very bumpy, of course, as well, as I'm sure the fact file as Team Championship up now. Let's go through that real quick before we go on. So full Autotech speaking English sometimes. Fuel Autotech TTR1 leading at the moment. That is Madison Down and Jake Burton in that team, leading on 1,358 points. TTL Hyper Simulator 37 is currently second. That's Maloney and Latham who are there. Then you've got TTL Hyper Simulator 92. That's Hampstead and Rogers. Interesting to see Rogers in the second TTL team in third, and that's probably more thanks to maybe Hampstead not quite matching Rogers' pace and being as consistent as.
Rogers has been away go-karting for a few weeks.
There you go. Yep, there you go. Yeah, so that's a big factor there as to why they aren't probably where they should be, which is ahead of their fellow TTL team. ERT, Evolution Racing Team 117 is P4, that's Greg Gould. As we've got live pictures coming through, that's Greg Gould and Cracknell on 1,126 points. I'll go to top 10 if I can real quick. Harrop, HRS TTR, that's Filsell and Stiles, 5th on 1,064. Right behind them is Evolution Racing Team 15, that's Blackhall and Ian Ford, 1,040 points. And you've got another ERT team, this time number 5. Is Harvey O'Sullivan, they're on 921. Apex Replicas TTR Rising Stars, Stenberg and Blacklock, 846. Good stuff from them to be in the top 10 there, obviously, as the name suggests. A bit of a younger sort of pairing there in terms of experience and so on. TTL Simspec 888, Sutton and Koliak on 764, they're P9. Rounding at top 10 is the first of 4 SSR teams in a row. So consistency, there you go. That's the SSR Newland 1 car, Postlethwaite and Keeley, running out to top 10 of the teams on 711 points.
Yeah, and we're seeing packets in the championship here. Very sort of defined groupings of cars, but we've got some interesting driver pairings there that will certainly get things spiced up, especially as we go through to the mid part of the season. But the drivers are now on their hot laps, and we're waiting for the first times to come through. I'm not sure who the first person to set a time is going to be. It looks like it will be Lee Ellis in the Fuel Autotech Momo number 18. Trans-Tasman racing car coming down the back straight towards Sunset Bend. Weather very different from the Split 2 race. The Split 2 race was overcast and a 27-degree track. This track is partly cloudy, 40 degrees, so these guys are sliding all over the place. Lee Ellis is going to have to be extremely careful on the throttle out of Sunset as he comes round to set his first lap time of the session. That's a 2:04.916. We'll see what other drivers can do as they go behind him. Sam Blacklock is going to go to P1, then Ethan Grigg-Galt. Then looks like Cooper Murray slots in with a 2:05.3. Jake Maloney comes second, then Jake Burton on a 2:04.5. So time's filing in at the moment, and these opening campaigns from drivers, these will likely be their best lap times of the session, because the track is only going to get hotter as more cars drive on it.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, with the way that this is, the way that the heat is going to be, and obviously having driven these before in such heat, and knowing from experience in this kind of heat, the tyres just fall off completely after a lap or two. I mean, they'll still go, but they won't have that peak performance that they had when you first took them out on that first hot lap. So basically, they'll probably all be going out doing one lap, coming back in, because there's just no point when it's so hot to try and keep going, because the tyres just fall off that quickly. And as you said, especially in these conditions as well, yes, the track's rubbering up throughout the session, but it will be getting dirtier. And as you say, a lot of the time in these kind of scenarios, it's those first laps to the fastest. So these first ones may well be the key ones for these guys throughout the session.
Yeah, certainly. And we've got 3/4 of the session left to go, as we're just coming up on 6 minutes of time passed. At the moment, it's looking like Dane Warren on provisional pole position. Now, Dane Warren has really come out of nowhere in the last couple of days, posting some very strong pre-qualifying times. All-Star Motorsports has a very good asset there in Dane Warren. Extremely quick, especially for a guy that we haven't really seen much of in V8 Scops before. I don't know, he might be in proper contention for a win here. Sam Sutton also setting a really good time to start out with a 2:04.197. Ethan Grigg-Galt 2/10 behind him, 2:04.349. Looks like Grigg-Galt is coming back into the pits. Cooper Murray following behind him for ANZ Motorsports.
Yeah, indeed, and yeah, just as you say with Warren, he's definitely has been a bit of a flash out of nowhere. I know that recently I hadn't never really seen him around, and then recently he's popped up in the old V8 race that I've seen, and even other categories, and even in them he's always been very quick from what I've seen ever since whenever I see him pop in. So yeah, a bit of a sort of out of nowhere sort of talent. Everyone's just looking around going, and it's multiple other people I've talked to have kind of gone, oh, where's this guy come from? But yeah, as you say, great find from All Stars. They're certainly not complaining, as they've got a guy who could very well legitimately challenge for wins, and at the very least top fives, I would have thought, regularly as downside lap.
Yep, Madison Down hasn't set a lap yet. We're going on board with him on the alternate camera, camera 2. Reminder, if you've just joined us, we are running a multiple camera setup here in this broadcast, so if you are watching on YouTube on desktop, just hover over your player and you will see an icon in the bottom right. It looks like a camera with a double-ended arrow on it. Click on that and you'll be able to choose from extra cameras, and Scott Fontaine is manning the alternate cameras, riding on board with Madison Down on this first flying lap of his. Madison Down, the reigning series champion at the moment, having very narrowly beat out Jared Filsell for the 2016 title. And Fonty's saying he's got about 400 titles in the V8 Supercar, hasn't he? Well, not quite, but it's still a fair amount. I think Madison Down has won the official iRacing V8 Supercar Championship 8 or 9 times. Just an incredible record that Madison Down has. And yeah, he's quite the professional in this car, in this field, in this community. But he's coming through this latter half of the circuit now to Le Mans Curve. Interestingly, Jared Filsell not very far up on his first run. He's only in 7th place. I mean, I say only, but it's not characteristic of Filsell. We usually see him a bit closer to the front than that. So it'll be interesting to see where down places.
Yeah, definitely. No, as you say, Phil usually up near the top, down in P7 at the moment. He's actually only just ahead of Alnabi, another one who we know on his day can be right up there. If he stays out of instance, he can be right up near the top along with Phil Sell and likes of those guys. See down the back straight there, plenty of cars coming down to do some laps. John Leith make sure further down as well, same with O'Sullivan. So if you...
Down on a 204.3.
Yep. Just beats... Oh, wow, look at that. 0.01 of a second quicker than Greg Gould. That's pretty
insane. Close. Very good stuff there from Madison down. So that's a good opening campaign from him. We'll see if he's able to improve on that. Hearing that Hayden Dodman is about to start a lap, we'll go on board with him on camera too. Hayden Dodman, one of the drivers for Torque Inc.
Yep, and
the Nicky Hayden tribute livery that we're seeing there, Thomas.
Yeah, I saw the pictures for that during the week. Very, very good little gest there. Of course, Nicky Hayden, unfortunately, passing away after his injuries from a bicycle crash in Italy, unfortunately. So, obviously, commiserations to the family. His family, just in motorsport in general, obviously another big figure in motorsport lost, especially in MotoGP. So, yeah, big loss there, but great to see the support there in the livery for him. It's really good to see, and always good to show the support for the heroes we have in motorsport. So, yeah, really big fan of that. And yeah, it definitely looks fantastic as well. Just adds to it. So, always good to see. But looking through the field, looking pretty close. Got to say, top 15. Actually, well, you can go down to top 17. Actually, top 18, pretty much covered within a second. That's just crazy, especially at that from about sort of 8th down to 16th or so. It's about 4/10. Actually, yeah, 10th to 15th, about 2/10 in it, if that. It is so close to the back end of the 10. That's the likes of O'Sullivan, Ellis, Latham, Jordan Ross, and Okabe. Another one to watch, actually. Just as we kind of already know this from just how consistent he is, but I've always liked Jordan Ross's style. There's just something about his style I've always very much liked. He's maybe not the quickest out there, but he's just so consistent. I've noticed he's so consistent. He may not set the world on fire. He may not set Madison Down-esque pace, for example, but he's just so solid that whenever anyone else has any instance, I've always noticed 9 times out of 10, he's the one who benefits along with others. So if there's any sort of shenanigans happening in this race, and obviously 40 cars around Sebring, always a possibility, I'd be watching him to be one to take advantage, because he's just that solid that mistakes are pretty rare, I've noticed from him.
Yeah, certainly. Very solid stuff there. But Hayden Dodman does a 2:05.4, and that puts him down in 21st position. Certainly, only 1.3 seconds. It doesn't seem like much. It's basically like that between those two clicks. It's that amount of time, but that can be the difference between the top of the grid and down in the midfield.
Yeah, indeed. As watching Jared now, I think he's P8. On board with him as well on alternative cameras if you want to see some onboard action with Jared Filsell, currently heading down towards the hairpin at the back sort of midpoint, or heading towards the midpoint of the lap. He's currently seeing P8 on a 2:04.739. As I said, he's only just ahead of Forbes and Alnabi. I don't know if this one will actually be quick on it. There you go, gets out of the way of the car ahead of him. So good stuff there. Obviously not on a lap. Very congested, of course, right now. I've got 40 cars trying to go around setting laps, so it's a very congested track. At the moment, Filsell going along, looking pretty good so far. But getting some handy little bits of tow here and there as well from the cars he's passing, which is only going to help. Not sure if we're quicker. We'll see if it's either on out lap or he's on one. But again, car here gets out of the way. He's getting very lucky here. All the guys he's coming up on seem to be on out laps, so that's good to see for him. Looking pretty clean so far. We'll see if this is a lap. We'll see if it's any chance of improving.
Yeah, certainly. Jared Filsell has a knack for pulling out those really quick lap times. Of course, with people like Dane Warren, who remains on P1 in this event, we might see a little bit of a shake-up. Who knows? But Jared Filsell gets onto the back straight. Lovely clean exit there. Now he's going to be getting a draft from those cars in front of him, a double draft even. Looking really good here for Jared Filsell. Top speed of about 262 kilometers an hour as he goes into Sunset Bend. 263.1 we're hearing from our director, exactly, and a nice clean exit from Sunset Bend it is, almost getting in the grass, but he keeps it together. Jared Filsell crossing the line to set a 2:04.384. That puts him up to P5.
Oh, there you go. So good lap from Jared there, but still only enough for P5. 2/10 clear of Burton, so already seeing a bit of a pattern here in the top 5. They're just a little bit of a step above the rest of the field, which is saying a lot, of course, because you're talking about the likes of El Nabi, Ian Ford, Jake Burton, Maloney. They're all the guys who are a couple of tenths off this top 5. So there's some quality drivers who aren't quite up the pace of the top 5 so far, but there is still obviously I say there's still a lot of time. Not really. There's just over 5 minutes to go in this session, so everyone will be starting to line up for probably their last run of the session, no doubt. See if they can improve as we head towards the end of the session. 37 guys, or 37 drivers have set a lap so far. As I said, a lot of the guys probably now will be on out laps to start their final run, I would say. I think I actually just saw Postlewaite, I think, just improved as well, actually to a 4.888 in P11, so good stuff from him.
And of course, we can't forget Emily Jones, the only female competitor in V8 Scops, has gotten into top split once again in position at number 21, sitting a 2:05.3, not too shabby at all. And I've just noticed, Thomas, between positions 3, 4, and 5, it's only about half a tenth separating them. I thought that was interesting.
It's Down, Gould, and Filsell, and we know Down, and well, pretty much all three of them, we know they're all very solid. As Dane Warren is on a lap at the moment. What is that behind him getting a cheeky tow? Jordan Murphy, he'll be loving this, getting a lovely tow from Dane Warren. Might try and tag along and get a bit of a better lap going. Where is he? Murphy's 18th at the moment, so he would I'm sure very much like to get a tow from the current pole man. So
he only needs a couple of hundredths to leap Kurt Stenberg for position 17. Dane Warren ran a bit wide in that section of the Fangio chicane. Lapped cars letting them by. Who is that? That's Forzan El Nabi there, and that Ford behind them, and Dane Warren has abandoned that run.
Yep, and if he's 4 minutes here, should have time to get back and do one more run.
Yeah, we'll say with Jordan Murphy, though.
Murphy, keep running. There we go, he's got El Nabi obviously behind, but he's not on a lap, so he's got a lot of clear air actually. Who is the next one? Next one's Daniel Williams ahead, and he's a long way up the road, so plenty of room for Murphy here. We'll see if he can go quick. You would think he may have a chance, because he would have got some good tow off Warren there in the first part of the lap, and would have probably mimicked his lines, although he's gone very wide.
Way wide.
On the back straight, and that would have been a cut track, I'm sure, as well, so I wouldn't think he'd go quicker. It looks like he may even be still going, but I don't think he'll go any faster, so a bit of a shame for Jordan, but still time to do one more run before the session runs out.
Yep, got Forzan after that as well that we'll be taking a look at very shortly. Just looking back through the field, seeing some guys that we haven't really focused on so far. One of our other commentators, Stephen Sandman Clark, running in 33rd at the moment on a 2:06.2. Very nice from Sandman there. Simon Feigl for Evolution Racing Team in 27th on a 2:05.7. Pretty cool. Leon Tander in 26th. Riley Blythe 25th. Hayden Dobman 24th. Just ahead of him, though, Ross Rizzo for Proforce Racing in 23rd position. These times, once again, they're just incredibly close. And, one little mistake or one little thing done right on a lap can basically make the difference between, 5 or 6 grid positions. It's insane.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, every single tenth or two you can find is just super critical in this field when it's so close, especially in the teens. There's a lot of very, very close times. I'm actually just watching Ross. I think he's just starting his last lap, so interesting to see where he ends up on that one. But yeah, it looks like all the drivers pretty much should be starting their last laps. Yep, as with Forzan. Yeah, in P9, he's got a lot of clear air as well. And we're on board with him in the alternate cameras, so you get to see Forzan on what should be probably his second last lap. Depends if he goes again. I don't know if the tyres would actually be at as he gets very squirrely there on the exit from the left hand. I'm not sure if the tyres would hold on. Yeah, not long left, 1 minute and a half. He's 1 minute 30. Sorry, wow, I'm speaking English here, but yeah, Forzan.
That's still 1.5 minutes, Thomas.
Yeah.
Six of one, half a dozen of the other.
I thought I said something else. Don't worry.
Well, we should mention just before we tick over to the race session, we do have live timing available on the V8sonline website. Just checking our YouTube subscription. There's a link down there to live timing. You'll be able to see in detail what is happening on the track, and also check out some of the other stuff we got on the V8sonline website as well. As El Nabi runs very wide in Sunset Bend, possibly getting in another run. He's put the hammer down, so this will be his last opportunity for a lap. Just going to make it with 44 seconds to go. But on V8sonline.com, we keep up with happenings in the AusNZ community on iRacing, so be sure to check us out. We are going with Ethan Griggault now for this last run. Now he's on a second lap. We're staying on board with Forzan on camera too, though, just to see how he goes. Oh dear. Okay,
Yeah,
so that's that lap
had a
done.
drift tool moment. Yeah,
Yep.
I think he must have had some initial D pop up in the background. He just thought possibly, not sure, but I think, had some initial D pop up and thought he better do some drifting, possibly. So, as Dodman, I think, has just done a lap. Where is he? P21. Jacob Flag's out, so not sure if Dane, I think he just got it. He is still going, so wow, he may have timed that just on. We'll see. Yeah.
Oh, how is this? Dane Warren with provisional pole as Ross Rizzo improves to P20 on a 205.242. Sam Mann has improved as well. He is now sitting in position 26, 205.6, but I think eyes will be on Dane Warren because, oh my goodness, where has he come from?
Games on a Mac. There you go. Well, that's
Really?
it. That's
Wow.
that's triple credit then. The fact that he games on Mac to me anyway. That sounds terrible, but the fact that and Ethan's still on apparently, but the fact that he games on Mac as well and just where he's come from is unbelievable. He's beating down Sutton and Philsell, for goodness sake, and Burton and everyone. And there's so many guys in here who've been doing this for so long. It's unbelievable, really. But it looks like Maloney, I just noticed, has come back in, so he's done. Obviously, Alnabi as well.
Ethan Griggault in.
Yep, there you go. Griggault's called it quits as well. Sutton isn't on a lap, but Down is. So keep an eye down here because he is on a lap.
Yeah, he's one of the only guys who can really challenge Dane Warren for this pole position. Down might not be on a lap. I honestly don't know, but we'll wait and see.
It's okay. We'll have a look. Let's have a look.
No, he's going in. He's going in.
Yeah.
Well, I think that settled it. Shock pole position for Dane Warren from All Star Motorsports. Absolutely incredible stuff.
There you go.
First time. That's the first pole in V8 Scops history for All Star Motorsports. Fantastic job, guys.
Definitely. No, that was as grid's on the screen now. So yeah, All Star Motorsports, as we said, really pulled a talent out of nowhere. It seems really, really fantastic to see for them. I guess we should go through the grid. Why not? So as I'm pretty sure, pretty much everyone now is done. So obviously on pole, as we said, shock pole. Potentially of the year, let's be honest here. The man who's popped up out of nowhere, Dane Warren, takes pole here at the Sebring 250. You got Sam Sutton in P2. Good result from him. He'll be happy with that one. It's Madison Down in P3. Ethan Griggault for ERT gets P4 from Philsell down in P5. Might be a slight bit disappointed with that one. Jake Burton ends up P6 with Ian Ford in P7. 8th is going to be Jake Maloney. 9th will be Forzan Al-Nabi, and rounding your top 10 is going to be Sam D. Blacklock.
Glenn Postlethwaite for Synergy Sim Racing is going to finish out this session in 11th place. Ryan O'Sullivan in 12th. Lee Ellis in 13th. John Latham 14th. Jordan Ross in 15th place with Luke Harvey in 16th. Trans-Tasman Racing Rising star Kurt Stenberg, Blacklock's teammate, in 17th place with Jordan Murphy in 18th. Cooper Murray 19th. Rounding out your top 20 is Proforce Racing's Ross Rizzo.
Indeed, and in 21st it's going to be Mitchell McLeod in front of his teammate, almost with identical times, 0.002 between them, so showing how in sync the Torque teammates are. Hayden Dobman is right behind him there in P22. P23 is going to be Emily Jones. Good result for her with Corey Preston in P24. Riley Blythe is P25 with Stephen Sandman Clark in P26. Good result there for Sandman. Leon Tander is 27th with Simon Feigl in 28th. David A. Moore is 29th. And rounding out your top 30 is Tyson Williams.
Nick Cummings in 31st position with Bruce Kiley in 32nd. Chris Coxhead in 33rd place. Ben Twydale in 34th with Daniel Williams in 35th. Michael Taliancic in 36th. And rounding out your grid in P37 is Greg Sharp in car number 747. Well, everyone's gridding up at the moment, Thomas, and we're getting ready to go racing for 250 kilometres at Sebring. Now, there's a fuel tank restriction for this, so there's going to be 2 pit stops required in this race. It's going to be 2 long stints and 1 short stint, or thereabouts, give or take a lap or 3. The question is, which stint is going to be the short one? We've seen some good variants of strategies in V8 Scops over the years with this race format, so I can't wait to see how it turns out. Of course, all the pressure is going to be on Dane Warren as he starts on pole.
Yeah, indeed, as we said, can he convert this qualifying result into a potential win? If he can do that, this is probably going to be the performance of the year and just the most sort of unexpected result of the year. But judging from his qualifying, I think he has every chance to. But looks like most of the drivers are gridded up. We're about to go green here for the Sebring 250. Should be a great one.
Yep. The lights are going to go up, and we're getting ready now for green flag here at the Sunshine 250 at Sebring. Static camera from grid from camera 2. Green, 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 and we are away at Sebring. Very good jump from Dane Warren down at the back of the grid. I'm seeing a really good jump from Daniel Williams, but now as they file into turn 1 for the first time, who is going to come out unscathed? Let's have a look. We're going to come sideways.
Big crash.
Oh, big crash. The track is blocked. Huge crash. Goodness me.
I think that is...
Wow.
Surely that's...
They got to have a safety car for that. They have to.
Oh, there's more.
Yep,
more,
there we go.
more.
Caution flag.
Further up. And there it is.
Oh, wow. Goodness me.
Wow, and there's more from that. Wow,
that deserves at least 1 replay. Oh, Daniel
there's
Williams.
more.
They're not slowing down under safety car. What are you doing, guys?
Wow, yeah, Williams just got absolutely launched there. And
Wow.
every start he's got, that is unbelievable.
That's not on. Like,
wow.
if the yellow flag comes out, the first thing you do is slow down, and these people didn't slow down.
Yeah.
Well, that sort of makes sense. Having a look in the mirror there. Goodness me, what on earth was that? Greg Sharp there getting into the back of car number 014. Oh, man.
There you go. So it's Postlethwaite and Blacklock, apparently, who were the sort of instigators there of that one, and what started that whole shebang. Yeah, racing incident, I'm sure, but just the worst spot to have it, isn't it? Right in the middle of that turn 1, would have been blind for most of the field at that point. Yeah, it was just worst time to have happen, and yeah, as you can see, everyone piles in. And
the cloud involved in the second one as well.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw him, yeah. Don't know what happened to him exactly, but let's have a look. Oh, we had contact with, that may have been Blacklock, actually, and he goes round. I think he rejoins in, and Stenberg, there you go, Stenberg. He had contact with Stenberg, round he went. And he rejoined a bit interestingly too, kind of just flicked in front of a few cars, and that may have been partly at least what caused a bit of shenaniganry back there as well. Then you just look in the background, Williams just gets absolutely wow.
Yeah, absolutely hammered. So, Tyson Williams, Sam Blacklock, Postlethwaite, Feigl, Jones as well, Ross Rizzo, Riley Blythe, Leon Tander. So many cars involved in that incident. What a way to start the Sunshine 250.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Incredible stuff. So that's shuffled things around a fair bit, but Dane Warren has managed to keep the... No, he hasn't. Or has he? Dane Warren is still leading. Yes, he is. Yes, sorry. Yeah. Messed up my my buttons there, but Dane Warren has managed to keep the race lead. That's all he really needs to do at the moment. Wow. What a lap 1.
Yeah.
So... hope he's got his pit stop strategy all sorted. They'll be hoping to high heavens at All Star Motorsports that they'll be able to keep this lead in this race. As the first lap is completed under safety car, Dane Warren clutching already under safety car to save fuel.
There you go, yeah, so already the strategies we were saying with the shorter fuel is coming in already, and we haven't even done a full lap of racing really, so that just shows how key that is, that short fuel, and minimising, and could be a one-stopper. There you go, that's true. With the safety car, if you can save the fuel under caution, you could possibly do a one-stop. And to be honest, one of the ones, if there is a chance of it, and I only say this because I've seen him do it in other series, that's Jay took the words out of my mouth. Ian Ford is the one I was about to say. I've seen him in other series where he does this, where there's a chance that he can shorten a fuel stop, he'll actually do it. Even if it means he's a bit slower on, an average lap as he's saving, he will still do it. So if there's any chance of it, watch Ian Ford to be the one to try and do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I will be keeping an eye on Ian Ford as I see Mitch McLeod jumping into the pits there to get some repairs done to his car. Visible virtual pit crew banging out those panels. But they're continuing to circulate under safety car as we speak. And, I guess let's have a look at how the positions have shuffled. Well, the top three is the same. Jared Filsell managed to gain a position. Jake Burton gained a position too. Ethan Griggolt was one of the major losers in the top 10, going from 4th to 6th. Jake Maloney managed to gain a position on Ian Ford. Forzan El Nabi stays 9th. Meanwhile, Ryan O'Sullivan's found himself in the top 10 after starting 12th. So further back down the field is where you will see some of the major alterations in placings.
Yeah, and I was going to say a couple of the two probably to me that stand out the most, and actually didn't gain as much as I thought he did, but still a good game as Mr. Sandman. He may not have a boot, but he did get into the top 20 thanks to that, so good stuff for him. But the main one that I can see who gained from that was actually Bruce Keeley right behind him, went from 32nd on the grid to 20th now from avoiding that incident. I don't know how he managed to avoid it because he would have been right in the centre of it, but by the looks of it, he's got a little bit of panel damage on the front right, but other than that, he's managed to get through. Well, not as bad as some others have, let's say. He's not as bad, as worse off as some of the others behind him. So, good stuff for Bruce. It's going to be interesting to see, though, if he needs to pit, because he may need to if that damage is quite severe. But pretty much from what I can see, him all the way back, so from about 20th, most of the way back to the back of the field has some form of damage, some very heavy. So, that just shows how big that was.
Even Sandman Clark up to 19th, we're just saying. But I've got a bit of news from the broadcast chat, Hinsey. Apparently, Greg Sharp had actually dropped out of the server when he had made that really heavy contact after the caution came out that had all those cars involved in about the turn 4 to 5 area. I know that my base reaction was outrage at that, but now that I've heard that, server issues. I mean, what can you really do about that? That's not on him. So it's just a really unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah, and I was going to say the way that Daniel's car basically got launched into the stratosphere from that kind of told me that there may have been more to it than that. But yeah, it's good to get
went through a couple of cars as well.
Yeah. So it's good to get some confirmation that was server related. So unfortunate there, but just one of the things that can happen with our hobby of sim racing. But while we've got a bit of a lull here over the caution period, give a little bit of a shout out to.
Saw some people coming into the pits, Thomas. Glenn Postlethwaite,
wow.
Emily Jones, Riley Blythe, Simon Feigl, Ross Rizzo, Blacklock, Cummings, Coxhead, Taliancic. Oh, so many people in the pits.
Yeah, and that's just
Mitch
some
McLeod's
of the ones.
finally got going again.
Yeah, and
No, he's still there. I made a mistake. Sorry.
All good, and that's just some of them that have damage. There's a few others there at the back end, likes of David Amor, who still have very broken-looking cars, but they must be thinking they're going to try and eke it out and just keep plugging away. So it's interesting to see that we made a few wounded cars trying to get around, especially with a lot of the guys behind having pitted. So we could have a bit of a interesting little scenario going on there. There's a bit of, I see in the chat there, the spectators chat, there's a bit of a chat going on, I think, with Warren's connection being a bit dodgy for a moment. But while we're under caution, just to sort of a little shout out, I guess, if any series is out there, anyone's got a series they're running, a league series on iRacing, they want to broadcast it, then do get in touch with V8sonline on their website or on email at info@v8sonline.com. We have the most competitive pricing in the industry and provide the best coverage and promotion through social media. And if these V8 races aren't any evidence of that, I don't know what is. So yeah, definitely go on that. If you're looking for a broadcast and you want to sort of get the exposure of your league out there, then do get in touch with us.
Yeah, certainly. We've reached 60,000 people on this broadcast, and we've had 4,000 total views so far on YouTube. So that's absolutely fantastic numbers on Facebook. Sorry, not YouTube. Apparently, Ross Rizzo's missed his pit box in all of that. That's unfortunate, but yeah, we do take pride in our broadcasting here at V8sonline, and we love bringing you some fantastic action from all avenues of sim racing, especially in the Australia-New Zealand sphere. So yeah, be sure to get in contact with us, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, it looked like Ross did manage to repair some of that. It's not as broken as it was, that car, but it is still a bit beaten up. But again, obviously I think most of the cars involved in that are going to be like that. We're going to have a lot of broken cars throughout this race already, and we haven't even done a full lap of green flag racing. But yeah, it's been a pretty action-packed start, to say the least. As I think, are we green this time by? I assume we
green
are.
this time by, yeah. The lights on the safety car are indeed out, so yeah, we are going to be going green. Looks like a couple of drivers going on the opposite side of the back straight. That's Ian Ford and Forzan El Nabi there, out of line a little. But they're going to come into the final turn now. Dane Warren, of course, still leading from Sam Sutton, from Madison Down, from Jared Filsell. The safety car comes through Sunset Bend, and now it will be up to Dane Warren as to when he wants to go. The safety car is going to pull into the pits now, and we will be getting going right now. Dane Warren there. Sutton's got a jump.
Yeah, bad jump. I think Warren a little bit hesitant there. He didn't quite pick when the green was going to be called. With this Sutton up the inside, he's probably going to have him into turn one as they spread out.
Warren's almost holding it, but no, he's run out of grip. So Dane Warren's lost a couple of positions. Down's going to get him too. That's Jared Filsell behind Dane Warren there. Oh, Filsell might send one up the inside too. So close there. Of course, not as much risk of a huge hit as in the Porsches. A little bit of a slide there from Filsell. Oh, contact there. Dane Warren's lost a front quarter panel. He's going to lose even more positions there.
Wow, this Warren's just been absolutely slaughtered off the line. Got jumped off the restart. Now everyone is just swarming all over him. This just shows how critical restarts are. You get it wrong, it just can go downhill so quickly. So he drops all the way down to, I believe that is P6 now for Warren. P6 here for him now from the lead. So Warren's got some work to do, but he has the pace. But does he have the racecraft, I guess, to get back through here and maybe challenge for the lead later on?
Yeah, certainly. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, Dane Warren very, very close there under brakes from Ethan Grigg-Gault. But now Sam Sutton is going to be the one leading this race, but of course he's got Madison Down behind him. The question will be when or if will Madison Down get by Sutton. He's really monstering the back, just having a little look. Here we go. He's going to send one up the inside Le Mans curve. Oh, contact there. A little bit of rear panel contact. We're seeing a car off there in the background. Who is that? That is Ethan Grigg-Gault there that's gone off track. He's going to lose a couple of positions. Simon Feigel's going to go by him. Ryan O'Sullivan's going to go by him. He is going to get monstered by John Latham as well, possibly even Cooper Murray. But Madison Down is officially in the lead now, having taken that position from Sam Sutton. Sutton losing even more positions now, and he's going to be challenged by Filsell and Burton. Don't go three wide in Sunset Bend, boys. Not very smart, but wow, goodness me. Burton is now going to try and get Sutton here, but Sutton's got the inside line for turn one. Filsell's gotten by him. Jake Burton may have to yield to Sutton. He does. He tucks in behind, but is he going to get more traction on the exit? No, he's not. Not going to get by Sam Sutton this time by. So Ian Ford and Forzan El Nabi as well. Oh, side by side.
Yeah, P7. El Nabi, I think, trying to pass Ian Ford. I noticed Ryan O'Sullivan's in the pits, by the way. I wonder if that's a tactic to try and get out of the traffic. is my thinking now. I'm not sure, but he is in the pits on the Z Ford again. This is again the same sort of thing happening to Warren. He's just getting swamped the moment that he gets taken off the line, and that just shows how treacherous this track is. If you're not on the line, it's so dirty and so
John
hot. You
Latham
just
and
lose
Cooper
so much
Murray
time.
behind him, going 3 wide into the hairpin. Take care, guys. Be careful. Oh, a little bit of contact there.
Yeah.
Who was that? That was Lee Ellis there. And now he's going to lose positions as well. He's losing it. He's losing it. He's losing it. He's losing it. He can't hold it. He's fishtailing. Careful, Lee. Oh my goodness. Please.
That was
Be still, my beating heart. Goodness.
It's got to be the biggest fishtail I've ever seen. It's going. It wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
It's just
How did he manage to
unbelievable.
hold that? That is crazy.
Oh.
Well, Lee Ellis has lost quite a few positions from that, but thankfully he's managed to keep going, and we haven't seen an absolutely crazy smash.
Yeah,
Oh
again.
dear.
Yeah, now I think he's dropped down to something like P10, probably just about P8 at the moment. And I think he's just about to lose that to Greg Gould as he ran outside. Oh, that looked close, but gets through. Ian Ford,
Close.
sorry, yeah. Yeah, that's it. So he's down to P8, I believe, now as Warren. Possibly more, actually. Yeah, 9. There you go. So, yeah, it's all going a bit wrong for Warren here in the race. Just having these mistakes is really costing him. Although he's looking pretty keen to try and get back on Ian Ford. Hopefully, for his sake, he can find a bit of a groove because he just seems well out of it. We've got a car off to the right there, down. I thought we had a car down to the right on the straight, but never mind. But look at this Warren, looking pretty keen. So hopefully for All Stars, he can just get a bit of a groove back because he looks a bit rattled right now.
Yeah, he definitely does. Cooper Murray, meanwhile, taking a very wide line into Sunset Bend. John Latham, his exit is probably compromised a tiny bit. He's managed to keep it, though, over Cooper Murray. Hayden Dodman behind him as they pass all the cars currently in the pits from that major smash at the start of lap 1. Well, now, where to look? Looks like Madison Down has gotten a bit of a gap. Meanwhile, we're looking at Corey Preston. Made a bit of a move on Hayden Dodman there. So that moves Preston up into position number 12. Come through Big Bend. Well, Dodman might have a run here, though.
Yeah.
He might try and send it back. Have to wait. It's only lap 6 of 40, guys. Careful. Hayden Dodman breaks early. Pulled out of that move. Probably wise from Hayden Dodman. Oh, Preston goes a bit wide,
goes
though.
wide, yeah.
Here we go. Dodman's going to have the traction. Or is he? Gets on the grass a little bit. They're going to go side by side through Fangio. Be careful. Look out for Luke Harvey behind them as well. Hayden Dodman versus Corey Preston now. Side by side. Is Preston going to turn in? He's going to leave a bit of room for Dodman. Dodman goes through, but now Preston just has to yield a little bit through that kink. It's very hard to go too wide through there, and I suppose both drivers are experienced enough to know this, but Luke Harvey on the back of Corey Preston now. Take care, guys.
Yeah, we still have a long way to go, as we said, running lap 6 of 40, so plenty of time still to run as we're on board with Harvey now as he tries to chase down Preston. Preston, another one of the drivers to gain, by the way, from that incident at the first lap. He started 24th, up inside the top 15 as Madison Downs sets the fastest lap. Not surprising that he's out in the lead. But yes, Preston, another one to gain from the first corner instance, so I'd be surprised if he does maybe slowly drop back now. So I don't know if his pace is quite good enough to be in the top 15 in terms of just raw pace. So we'll see as he goes back. As we've got Latham and Cooper,
yeah. Very interesting battle going on here. Murray's just got that inside line there on the exit of Sunset. He's got a tiny little bit of a run down the front straight. He moves to the inside. Just letting John Latham know, hey, I'm here. Watch out for me. I'm going to try and move on you very soon. They go through turn 1. Latham very smooth, just correcting the car over those bumps. Ian Ford, meanwhile, thought about going up the inside there of
Dane Warren.
Dane Warren.
Yeah. And it's interesting, so Dane, he's sort of held station, hasn't he? He hasn't really gained back too much just yet, obviously early stages. So he's started to gap Ian Ford now, that was a good exit from him. Next up for him, yeah, he has, Phil Sell, 0.8 now. So that was, I think, 1.3-ish seconds before that lap. It's down to 0.8. So Phil Sell is putting on the blowtorch a little bit for Down. We'll see how that develops. At the moment, Down's holding it. It's half second last lap, so that is the reasoning for that closing up there. But still keeping an eye on this El Nabi, Greg Gould, Maloney battle. It's an interesting little one. That's for P5, and obviously, as I said, you've got a recovering Dane Warren just behind that as well as another whole bunch of cars behind Ian Ford. So all pretty close to the back end of the 10, and that was the guy I was mentioning before A lot of those guys really, really close on pace, so you'd think that should be very nice battling going on there. Though Maloney's just holding for the moment on El Nabi, but I'll tell you what, Rick Gould's not looking too bad. And as we said, he's another one who lost out on the first lap. Remember, he qualified in the top 5 down in P7 at the moment. You'd think he has the pace just over El Nabi, but obviously as Luke Harvey, Jordan Murphy were looking at them. Oh yeah, look at this, a lovely little train behind Luke Harvey here. Bit of a trolley train going on here in P14.
Yep.
Just interesting to see for Luke Harvey.
On board with Murphy at the moment on camera 2, watching this this battle here.
Indeed, and actually, again, just one of the cars, a lot of the cars are already very beaten up, but the car in that battle right behind Murphy is one of the ones I was mentioning, Jordan Ross, and I noticed his car is pretty much spotless from what I can see, and I'm not terribly surprised to be honest, but again, anything happens further up the field, he'll be there to gain. He's just going to sit there holding station P16, obviously started in P15, so he's pretty much held position more or less throughout the race. Here goes Murphy on Harvey into turn 1. That's a clean move, done and dusted. Harvey didn't really actually fight that too much. He just sort of let Murphy have it. Maybe thinks Murphy's got a bit more pace, can kind of tow them along to catch Preston. But yeah, a bit of a submissive one there. And actually just in behind them, just inside the top 20, P17 is Sandman himself. So good stuff.
Meanwhile, we've got a battle for the lead. Battle for the lead happening now. Madison Down versus Jared Filsell at the moment. We're on board on camera 2 with Jared Filsell. Now, this is important for the championship because Filsell leads. So he'll be wanting to get past Madison Down here to consolidate his championship lead, because any points that Down gains from this race, if he finishes in front of Filsell, will be a gap that Filsell doesn't want in this early stage of the season. So we'll be watching this this battle here with bated breath. Both of these guys very experienced racing around each other in separate teams in past seasons of V8 Scops. They are now technically teammates in the Trans-Tasman Racing organisation, of course driving different coloured cars, but that means very little in the grand scheme of things. Still getting very close in that section. It looks to have a little bit of an edge on Down on corner entry in that section of the circuit. Oh, careful, guys. Oh, Filsell just catches the grass, nearly loses it. While Cooper Murray on John Latham, he's got a bit of a run here. We're going to be waiting to see how this goes into Sunset Bend. These guys are battling for the last position in the top 10. Cooper Murray with the draft. He's going to move out, perhaps. No. Gives John a little bit of a bump. Not quite close enough. We'll see how this goes mid-corner, though. He's got a bit of a run there in the mid-corner for sure. Look at that. But John Latham is just able to get that power down nicely. Also on the outside of Down, meanwhile, at turn 1. Oh, goodness me. Nearly loses it over the curb, does Jared Filsell. Now breaking down into turn 3. Late apex, this.
Yeah, very close, isn't it? The battle for lead definitely heating up. Of course, Sutton and Burton, they're not far behind this, so these guys get really into each other. There's another 2 behind that are willing to gain from that. Look like Filsell's right on the edge there on the exit. He's got a lovely run out onto the little back straight here towards the hairpin. Half looking. I don't think he'll have a dive there. No, he's just going to hold station for now. But I'll tell you what, he's definitely looking a little bit quicker at the moment than Madison Down. It was 3/10 faster last lap by, but obviously a bit of slipstream would have helped that. But he actually genuinely looks noticeably quicker. Yeah, again.
He's got to run. He might down guarding the inside though. Oh dear.
Wow, that's good defending though from Down.
Yeah, very good stuff. You can't really go for an over-under in that part of the circuit because then it bears left like this. Dane Warren, meanwhile, has just passed Ian Ford on his recovery drive, but he's made a mistake.
It's going to hold, though, and I think, keeping in mind, Ian was, Cooper Murray.
Cooper Murray. Oh, dear.
Gee, that was close. Wow, that's a bit of a... Yeah, and I think Ian's... I get a hunch, because Ian's coming down the field and he's doing, and that's why I've noticed he does that when he's saving fuel, so I reckon he's already trying that one stop, because he's dropping down quite substantially, so yeah, I reckon we could see Ian Ford maybe do a one stop. I'm not sure if it'll work. It's sort of been a bit up and down when I've seen him try it before, but we'll see. But yeah, look at this, Cooper Murray is looking really keen on the back of John Latham. This is inside the top 10. And look at this, Cooper Murray very much, I think Jordan Ross there in the background having a bit of a moment out of on the back straight. Here comes Murray.
Here we go, he's on the inside. Latham leaves him room. They make contact. Cooper Murray sliding. Oh, and John
no.
Latham.
Oh, no.
Push me in the car.
Oh.
No, there we go. That's done it.
Oh, that's
That's the
bad. He's in
end
the
of it.
middle.
Latham on the track. Careful.
This is really bad.
Careful.
Oh,
more cars. That's another ANZ car. Cars are having to avoid
gotta
John
go,
Latham
gotta-
stuck right in the middle of Sunset Bend. That was
Ish.
Tyson Williams that hit him there. Okay, so John
There we
Latham
go.
promptly escapes back to the pits. We've got a replay on screen at the moment. That should have been a safety car, but it seems like they haven't done that. Oh man, that is really unfortunate. Dogman
and-
just drilled him there.
Yeah, and not much he could do. I mean, Latham was still moving, and he just sort of had to guess where he was going to go, and in the end, he stopped at the exact wrong moment. And then again, I mean, no, really, at that point, with all the pack coming, there's not much Latham could do. He did sort of sit there after the pack had passed. I know he was in the process of escaping, but I would have thought if before you escape, get out off the road, so you're not going to have someone drill you. So I know you got timing, you can see that, but just interesting to see that. As Dane Warren and Cooper Murray still going at it, that's Dane still continuing his charge, and that little moments.
Cooper's
Yeah.
probably got a bit of damage from that incident with Latham. It was a fair whack that they made. Probably injured the front suspension a bit. Meanwhile, Forzan, Jake, and Ethan up here having a very interesting battle.
Yeah, Maloney's been at the front of that pack for a while, but he hasn't really been holding it too well as... there we go, yep. He's been at the front of that pack for a while, but you can see he's dropping back from the rest of the top 5, and Tom for the lead. Here we go.
Lead. Oh, here we go. Phil Sell just pulling out of a move, it seems. They're staying tight behind Madison, but he's gaining in the mid-corner. It looks like Latham's screen
no.
went blank. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a report there from the TTL camp. John Latham's screen went blank. One of the dangers of sim racing, but looking at this lead battle, Phil Sell, he's having a look, but he's just staying behind down. I think he's putting the pressure on, or he's just waiting for that move to be made. Alternatively, he could be saving fuel in the draft.
I was about to say, I think it was a synergy car in the background going as Burton and Sutton have been into it. For the last few laps, actually, was on board with Burton. He's just trying to chase down Sutton. He's on the back of him for a while, and I wonder if he's doing the same thing. Because I do think that Phil Sell, here he goes again, as Greg Gold's going to have Maloney, but I'm looking at this battle for the lead because Phil Sell, again, close. We'll see. This will be the telling sign. Is he going to go for it? I don't think he will, no. No, I think I reckon definitely saving fuel because as he comes forward as well.
Meanwhile, up the inside of... Oh, goodness me, up the inside of Maloney there. Very good move there from Forzan. Both cars sliding a little bit through the hairpin. Fantastic stuff here.
Yeah, and great battles in the back end of the 10 as they're on board with Maloney now, as he is now not at the front of that pack anymore. He's now been overtaken from P5 down to P7. Dane Warren just behind him, and again, he's not really gaining, not showing that pace of qualifying that we saw. I know he's got a damaged car, but even so, not quite showing the pace in race trim that he had in qualifying. But just to, again, as you can see with Phil, so I think he's definitely faster to my eye than Madison, but I think he's thinking long term, thinking, you know what, I'll save fuel now, and then that short fill I do later on will be even shorter. And I can
Forzan El Nabi's made a mistake, sorry. He's gone off at Le Mans. Big slide there, went wide. That's a slowdown for sure. So that's probably going to give the position back to Jake Maloney. Just while we've got time, we've got a report from the stewards. Drive-throughs for Kurt Stenberg and Ryan O'Sullivan for first lap contact. Both observed them. There's 15-point penalties to Mitchell McLeod and Riley Blythe for dangerous re-entry, and a 15-point penalty for Dane Warren for contact on lap 4 with Ethan Griggold. So that's your stewards update so far in this race.
As I see, who's that? Is that Burton? Burton, yeah, Burton in the pits. I thought I saw one of the Trans-Tasman's cars in the pits, and it is Jake Burton, so he's coming in potentially for that shorter film now. We'll see where he pops out. It's going to... As both torque cars out. Oh. There you go. Wow, that's a real shame for them. No, Mitch disconnected, and Dobman obviously is in the pits. There you go, and he's had an incident, I'm guessing.
We just hit 3,500 likes on the V8 Scops Facebook page, guys. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much for your viewership at the moment, guys. It's fantastic to see. I'm seeing 133 people watching now on YouTube. Brilliant stuff. We really hope that you're enjoying the broadcast and this fantastic online racing.
Yeah, indeed. And 4,500 views on Facebook too. So again, it's great stuff from everyone. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'm hoping that you're all enjoying this as much as we are. We're actually almost we're over a quarter of distance now. It doesn't feel like we've been 12 laps. It feels like we've been about 8 by my eye. But yeah, hope you're all enjoying the racing. I know we both are. It's been action-packed enough already. We're still not even into the sort of meat of this race. But just noticing where Burton came out, I was keeping an eye on it. He came out behind Postlewaite. Of course, I think Postlewaite's recovering at the moment, lap down or 2, so let him through. So he's got some good clean air. His next car ahead, Stenberg, and he's got a good, I'd say, 4 or 5 seconds or more, probably like 6 or 7 seconds. Yeah, 6 seconds there you go up to Stenberg. So he's got a good gap here.
Meanwhile, Taliancic and Blythe. Okay, so that's a bit of a switch there.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff there. Riley Blythe just went right through there on Taliancic. We're on board with him. Taliancic very slow, it seems. I'm taking a look here. Yeah. Wow, I'm not quite sure.
Unless he's saving fuel as well. Yeah, unless he's doing what Ian Ford's doing and he's trying to do one stop, because, yeah, right, he does seem to be very, Oh,
Madison and Phil Sell both in the lane, meanwhile. This is going to be interesting. On board with Phil Sell in the lane on camera 2. We'll see who gets the jump. Now, Madison Down has... He's earned a bit of a reputation for himself for short fueling his car in at least one stop in this race. We'll see if he can use this to try and get a jump on Phil Sell. Oh, here we go. It's getting very tense in the pits at the moment. Waiting.
It's still on board with Jared at the moment. Let's have a look, see where they come out. Is Madison Down going to gain anything? As I see a few others, Salmon in as well. There's a few others further back I can see they've come in.
Phil Sell. Phil Sell got the jump. Phil Sell's got the lead.
Wow.
Well, the effective lead. Effective lead. I should correct myself there.
Oh, but look who's right there. The pit entry at turn 1. Jake Burton is behind.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, he's
that
just
undercut.
Not quite. Nearly. That was very close. And we're
on board with him
Burton
on camera too. Sorry for talking over you there, Thomas.
Oh, good. Yeah, there you go. That was almost a very sneaky little trick from Burton there. He just tucked in. Yeah, just
3 TTR cars, 1, 2, 3 effective. So, depending on where Sam Sutton ends up, though. So, we'll be waiting with bated breath to see if Sutton comes in at the end of this lap and see where he ends up. It looks like Jake Burton has been able to, well, not so much get a jump on Madison Down, but he is a little bit closer, or, you know, he's probably gained a tiny little bit. He just missed a gear, though, coming out of the hairpin, so that's really hurt him. We'll be waiting to see where this ends up.
Yeah, indeed. And going back on board with Madison, I'm just watching. As I mentioned, Ian Ford is dropping. Yeah, well, that's because Ian Ford. Watch this. Ross will go past like no tomorrow, I bet you. Because Ian Ford has been dropping gradually down the field the last few laps, and he's doing exactly what I thought he would do, which I think is saving fuel. I reckon he'll let Ross through. We'll have a look here. I don't think he'll fight it because he's right now racing to a number. He's not racing for position. He's racing to a fuel number. And look at this. Yeah, so he's
on the clutch super early there.
Yeah, this is as we said. I mean, if anyone was going to try and do a one-stop, it'd be Ford, and that's what he's doing now. So again, I'm not sure if it'll pay off. We'll see. As Ross in front pits anyway. There you go. Yeah, and I think Warren further up.
Maloney in, Dane Warren, Sam Sutton stayed out. So, Sutton has elected not to pit. So he's I don't know. He might make his. He's either going for that one stopper, or he's going to try and make his short stint the middle one, or the latter. I am making absolutely no sense at the moment. My brain's going a million miles an hour. We're going to still wait for Sutton to pit. Oh goodness, I don't even know what's going on anymore, man. This race has been crazy so far.
And it looks like, wow, he's taken on a full tank, because look how much further back he's dropped from the top 3. So I reckon he's taken his full fuel stop now, whereas the others may have taken a shorter stop in this first one. Because look at how much further back he is. So that's for Maloney, sorry. But and I know he wasn't quite with them, but I don't think he was that far back. But anyway, we'll see. But as Latham is back out. Well, it's in half a Falcon, 4 laps down in pretty much what is half a Falcon. In
the Ford Focus.
Focus V8, yeah.
Yes. Hey, who knew iRacing had one of those Mark V8 Focuses?
Yep.
Simon Fiegel's already pitted, and he's ahead of Phil Sellen down. That's interesting. He must have had a super short fill. Only a 20-second stop. Same length as Burton. So, what on earth's going on with Simon Fiegel there? Interesting stuff. May have pitted at the start, taken a bit of fuel. Maybe he pitted during the safety car.
Yeah. He may have actually put himself in this race. That's really interesting. So, and ERT, we know ERT can be very savvy with their strategies. So that could be a very good call if that is legitimate. He is quite a ways ahead of what we thought were effective top 3. Again, it's going to be what'll be the key is where he ends up later on. Is there just come up on Taliancic, have Phil Sell and Medicine down.
And Greg Gold in the lane meanwhile.
Yep. Preston as well. Here we go. Yeah, look at this whole bunch of them in. Yep. The field comes in. So, also... Sorry, you go, Reese.
I had nothing to say. You go. 8 cars left to pit.
And I was just going to mention, no bicycle. And you guys know what's coming, but just a little quick shout to Ross Rizzo. I've got to say, he's been coming back through the field, been sort of keeping a wry eye on where he's been going. He's just been slowly chipping away, coming back through. Obviously, he had to pit with the damage, so it was basically right at the back of the field after the safety car, and he's obviously not done his pit stop, so out of sync at the moment. But been doing quite well, and he's been just chipping away. So good to see he's kept at it. Same with a lot of the guys around him who were involved in that first lap incident. They just keep plugging away, trying to keep it on track, and at least they're on the lead lap still. Is the main thing, which is more that can be said for a few others further back who are a good few laps down already.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Luke Harvey has come out ahead of Jordan Murphy, it seems. Good stop from him.
Indeed, as Ian Ford just letting Feigl through as well. He continues his fuel saving, just to show how much fuel he is saving. He's doing regularly 209s at the moment.
Wow.
He is very much cruising, and again, 206.6 is his best one, I believe. Oh, for Sutton, sorry. Yeah, Sutton, sorry. Wrong one there. Yeah, so that was Sutton's last lap. But yeah, that's just a comparison right there. He's a good nearly 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds off the pace leaders. And we saw Ian in qualifying, he's not that slow. So it just shows how much fuel he's saving. But as I said, if anyone was going to do it, it was going to be Ian. So that, again, that'll be another one to watch where he ends up. I have my doubts. I think he end up losing a little bit too much time, especially when he's saving as much as he is. But we'll see. It'll all come to a head later on, especially if there's a caution. As Sutton continues on, he's going very deep. Yeah, very deep into this race.
Yeah, super deep into that first stint. Forzan, meanwhile, keeps going as well. So it's on track. Cooper Murray keeps going as well. Goodness me. So that's going to promote Cooper Murray up to 3rd place. So your top 3 on track at the moment are Sam Sutton, Forzan El Nabi, and Cooper Murray. Your effective leaders are still Jared Philsell and Madison down in P13 and P14. So maybe.
We still don't know with 5.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The calculator's got smoke coming out of it, Jay Kennedy has said in our ears. So, well, meanwhile,
you already had, so, yep. So Phil Sell, it's okay, Jay. It's with the calculator blowing up, long day, and with the calculator blowing up in front of you, I can understand. So, and Murphy and Harvey still going in, so that's a good little scrap they're having. Further up, or further down, if they've done their stop, as I'll have a look where they are. Yeah, they're just coming down the main straight now. 19th, 20th, Harvey still going along. I think Jordan Ross has actually jumped them in the pit stop phase. So, as I said, I always find it interesting. He just quietly goes about his business, Jordan Ross. He's probably one of the most quiet achievers I've seen in V8 so far. He just very quietly plods along, avoids incidents, and at the end of the day, hey, there's a top 15 or top 10 all of a sudden. So, one of those kind of drivers, which is always very interesting to watch. But, he's got Corey Preston just ahead of him in P17, and that's actually Nick Cummings just ahead of Preston. I don't think he stops. As Sandman once again, as I was just it's a good spot just ahead of them. P15 is Mr. Steven Sandman. great result for him so far. Again, still a wingless Holden Commodore. I'm sure the straight line speed is pretty beastly on that thing without a rear wing to slow it down. But yeah, very good effort for him so far to be this far up and have avoided that first lap incident, because I think that on itself, without any major damage, is shout out worthy.
Yeah, certainly. Good to see Sandman still putting those laps down in the midfield. Sam Sutton stays out once again, super deep in the first stint. El Nabi does the same. Cooper Murray, meanwhile, comes into the pits.
Yeah, there you go, and it's from P3, so we'll see where he ends up. We'll see how far back he is. Feigl, Feigl pits as well.
Feigl pits, yeah. So
that's interesting.
That's that. David Moore staying out, though. David Moore and Ian Ford staying out. Ford max fuel saving as Moore goes up the inside, and Ian Ford does not fight him at all. Ian Ford is basically in his own little world at the moment with his fuel saving strategy, so he won't be paying any mind to the drivers around him. He'll just be keeping an eye on that fuel gauge and waiting to see how things turn out. But he's got Chris Coxhead behind him, as well as Ross Rizzo, who are now up to position 6 and 7, I think, or 5 and 6 on track at the moment.
Yeah, there you go, 5-6 for them, and again, they've yet to hit those. Look, this Coxhead will probably has a look, but Ian's not going to completely give to him. Oh, bit of a... Oh, there you go, so Coxhead and Rizzo did pin on that safe car. Actually, Rizzo almost had a look at Coxhead there. He's been battling him for quite some time. He's been stuck behind Coxhead for a while, so I think he'd like to get by. His Ford is going to let them go. He's fighting, he's sort of just holding station, but he's decided he's going to let go those guys. Again, max fuel saving. Keep in mind, so what should be, assuming Feigl's strategy is, or has been balked, is right behind him now. So that's the effective lead right behind him. So I don't know if it's working. Yeah, keeps coming out right behind Dane Warren. So that's interesting to see. Where is he? There he is. He's...
Dane Warren had a very long pit stop, it seems. 39 seconds. That's quite the stop there from Dane Warren. Perhaps he got a speeding in pit lane penalty, or maybe he had damage. Not quite sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. He's
Sutton
in the
pits.
pit. There you go, yeah. So, and yeah, it was just with Wayne. Oh, with Warren, yeah. He did have a few obviously knocks there in that first stint, so perhaps had some steering damage, and maybe why he thought he would just get a little bit of repair as Forzan continues as well. He now takes the lead for the moment. We'll see where Sutton comes out. You'd think he should be a fair way back because of obviously on worn tyres. You'd think, yeah, around the same ball as Burton, who is just behind what should be the effective lead, is it?
Meanwhile, David Moore in the lane as well.
Yeah, in the very broken car.
The Forzan and Ian are now the only cars that haven't pitted, as we are on board with Sutton on camera too. We're going to wait and see how long Sam Sutton's stop is. He's been at a stop for some time. 25 seconds. Okay, so he's taken a long fill on that stop, so he'll be getting a short final stint in. Final splash somewhere near the end of this race. Let's see where he comes out. Who is that behind him? That is Ethan Grid Gold. So Sutton's come out around position 10 or so. Position 9.
Position 9. There you go. So yeah, and I sort of expected he'd do that. I think he's thinking long game. He's definitely not doing short fills just yet. He's going to wait to the end of the race to do that. So Sam Sutton definitely thinking end game here, not thinking as sort of immediate future. So he loses time now, but he should gain back time with a very, very short stop towards the end of the race. And he has pitted as Phil Sell's ahead of Ford, and that's again not too surprising because Ian Ford is effectively a lapped car at this point. That's how slow he's going. So he's basically what he's doing. So he's just he's actually in between Phil Sell and Down. That's interesting. And I tell you what, he's not really making it as easy for Down. He's just not really letting him through completely. Here we go. He's going to get out of the way now, but yeah, that's cost Down a little bit of time. Although Phil Sell's right behind Ross Rizzo and Coxhead, and almost ran up the backside of Ross there. So this is a bit of an interesting one now. These guys going to have to pass them again. These two, this is for position. They are at a sync, but it is for position, so they won't get out of their way. And you've got the two what should be leaders right behind them. So this is a good little juicy battle we've got going on here.
Yeah, it has, and I got some confirmation from Brant Tucker, the team manager of All Star Motorsports, that long pit stop for Dane Warren was indeed a penalty. A little bit of a shout out to Joski Robinson in the broadcast chat. Good to hear that you're enjoying the show, and we look forward to you possibly joining at some point. Oh, Rizzo.
Yeah, Rizzo on Coxhead. Yeah, he went out. Look.
Oh, here comes Phil Sell. A little bit of a tap on Rizzo. in the middle of Sunset Bend. Meanwhile, oh, here we go. Phil Cell's got the run here. He's going to try and get the run at least. Will Rizzo try and fight it? I wouldn't fight this because I don't know. He probably will though. Look at this. Ross Rizzo is fighting Jared Philcell, and this is going to bring Madison down right back into the mix. Meanwhile, Philcell down up the inside. This is going to help Sam Sutton as well. Now Down is going to be staring at the rear bumper of Ross Rizzo, who once again has yet to pit in this race. So, this will be interesting. Is Down going to try and move at the hairpin?
I'd say so. I don't think Rossi's he's not jumping out of the way, but he's not defending like his life depends on it. So, had a bit of a he actually dabbed the brake there out of the right hander and nearly had to very quickly dodge to the right there. So it was almost a bit of an awkward moment there, but good spotting from Down to see that happening. They now finally misses those. As Forzan's still going. Wow, that's nearly. He's pretty much going to go right to halfway. So he actually maybe if he does fuel save enough and do it right in that last bit, he could very nearly go on one stop. That's going to be interesting to see if he can push it to the end on one stop.
Yeah, that would be incredibly interesting to see. But where's Ford? Okay, he's just coming up the back end of the circuit now. Meanwhile, Forzan is about a quarter of a lap ahead of Ford. There's a 22-second gap between Forzan and Ian Ford. So I don't know, man. Forzan, if Forzan hasn't been fuel saving here, he would have to fuel save really hard in the second stint if he wants any chance at completing this race, I think.
Yeah, and actually
he still stays out again. Going again.
Oh, there we go, yeah. So...
Ring around a rosy, a pocket full of Forzan.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm just looking back at a nice little battle. It's Fontaine and Jay are just absolutely loving that one from Reese, the good band here in the broadcast booth. But just looking back at the battle for...
Oh dear.
Reese, just dawning on what's happened there. But I'm just looking at a battle here further back between Murphy, Ross, and Harvey. That's for P16 or P15, I believe it is. I think Ross actually just got taken by Jordan Murphy. That's back in the midfield. I'll tell you what, Luke Harvey looking pretty keen to possibly get back at Jordan Ross here, and then just behind them is Simon Feigl, the man we thought was on a strategic masterclass, but it looks like he may well not be. Although again, I'm still going to be watching him because I don't know. I have just a hunch that maybe there's something there. We'll see. But good little battle here is Ross, quite clear from what I can see, holding up Luke Harvey a little bit here. So it'll be interesting to see if Luke sends it anytime soon.
Just getting some confirmation in the broadcast chat from Performance Motorsports. Forzan has been driving to a fuel number. He is the manager's dream. So Forzan has been fuel saving. Who knows? Could this be the strategy masterclass we want to see, Thomas?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because we know Forzan. He's a very aggressive sort of style driver. That's we've all got different styles, so there's nothing wrong with that. It's just sort of his way of driving. So it's interesting to see him fuel saving. I wouldn't really pick Dunleavy to be on to fuel save, but obviously he's probably seen the potential gain in this, and he thought, you know what, maybe it's worth going for it. And it's interesting that he's not doing the sort of insane fuel saving Ian Ford apparently has to do. Like he's still doing 7s, 8s, pretty much generally 7s, even 6s still when he's fuel saving. So either he's better at fuel saving or he doesn't use as much fuel in the first place as Ian Ford, because Ian Ford he's been having to go down to almost 9s when he's been fuel saving. Yeah. So it's very interesting. This could be key, and he's still got 20 seconds over Jared. So if he can actually make this one less stop, he is in a very nice position, has to be said.
Certainly is. Well, he's coming up to pit entry now. Is he going to go for the pit stop now? Looks like he is. So Forzan El Nabi coming into the pits on lap 20. That's at exactly half distance. So, no more ring around a rosy. A tissue. He goes into the pits. Oh dear. Who's that behind him? Glenn Postlethwaite getting there. Almost looped it into the pits. So now those are the leaders coming up there behind them. Jared Philcell, Madison Down, Leon Tander behind them, lapped car. So now we wait and see where Forzan comes out in the midst of all of this.
Yeah, and just on board with Forzan now, and just gonna again and this is not bias. This is more again noticing maybe he's doing it too. Ross Rizzo. I wonder if he's doing to a fuel number 2, because he's been doing 7s and 8s, and he's still out there in P4, and it's past halfway. So I wonder what he's thinking as well.
Yeah, Forzan a 32-second stop and counting. 34,
he's taking full tank, surely. Yeah,
so
surely
Yeah.
to the end.
Yeah, to the end. So, I guess now we let that balloon go and see where the wind blows.
Best way to predict it with this, isn't it?
How? Oh my goodness! I surprise myself sometimes. Wow. Forza El Nabi comes out of the pits. Jared Filsell is going to resume the race lead. And, well, this battle for the lead is going to be on between Jared Filsell and Madison Down once again.
Yeah, so back to the resumes of normal service, more or less. Although, again, as I said, Ross Rizzo, Ian Ford as well. There's a few in there that still, we'll see how they go. Again, I'm keeping an eye on Ross because I feel like he might be doing a similar thing to Ian's done. Maybe he was seeing Ian doing it and thought, you know what, maybe I can feel so as well. I know Ross can, if there is a chance for it, he does, he's not against trying to do that sort of thing. So this could be interesting to see where him and Ford end up. Oh,
on board with David Moore. A little bit of contact with Riley Blythe, we're hearing.
Oh, hairpin. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Riley Blythe's car is looking very sore.
Unfortunately,
replay coming up on screen.
Yeah, it's at the hairpin. I'd love to say what happened, but my replay isn't actually able to show it, unfortunately. It's a bit too laggy as I was.
Mine isn't either, unfortunately.
Yeah. Gotta love that. All right.
They will talk us through it. Looking like Burton and Ford are quite close. Ford pits. Looks like it was just a botched outbraking manoeuvre, unfortunately. Half of the course, I think, at the hairpin at Sebring, but Ian Ford is now in the pits. Who is that ahead of him? That is Ross Rizzo. So here we go. 2 fuel savers in the pits.
Ooh, so I think
where this goes. Taliancic, Murray, and Preston. Taliancic and Murray. We're hearing they just got the move done. Looks like Jake Burton narrowly avoided hitting the car 014. That was Ben Twydale for Synergy Sim Racing, just going off track on the exit of turn 1 to let Burton by. But that's resulted in no great incident. Replay that up on the screen.
Yeah, just looking, Ross Rizzo exits the pits now, and there goes Ian Ford. Oh, I think Ian will just actually jump Ross in the pits there, so good stuff from Ian there. So he effectively jumps Ross, and yeah, those two, again, there should be another 2 cars that are good to go to the end of the race. So another 2 we'll be watching to see where they end up later on. Where have they come out? They've come out just ahead of, as Taliancic and Preston we're hearing, it looks like a pretty close. Actually, there's a whole bunch of them right there. Yeah, Murphy, Preston, Murphy's in there, and then you've got also Jordan Ross isn't far behind, Luke Harvey. There's a bit of a bunch here.
Yeah. And El Nabi is right behind them. Been 19 laps since Taliancic last pitted, so he's on a fuel saver as well.
Yeah, so there's... You go, so you can pit and get home. So this is interesting. We've got a few, and this is obviously with these kind of races, you know, with the fuel tank limits, it really makes it for quite a fascinating race when you get all these different strategies playing out. You've got people who are fuel saving like mad, like Ian Ford. You've got some who are sort of in between, maybe like Borzan. You've got some who are just going full bore, like what is probably most of the field. But even so, there's a few that are fuel saving, really make it a very interesting race. And once the order sets, we'll be able to say where Ross and Ian have come out. Looks like Ian's already starting to gap away, so he's going to be plugging away at that quite nicely. Phil Sell still leads now though, back in the lead as we're just ticked over 50 minutes into this race. 0.7 of a second ahead of Down, so he's holding station in the lead at the moment. Burton's in third, a bit of a lonesome third at the moment, a bit further back, about 7 seconds off the lead. Sam Sutton.
Meanwhile, the lap comparison between Burton and Sutton last time by, let's have a look.
1.1
207
seconds.
Wow, all right.
In Sam Sutton's favour. So that's,
and I'm seeing Burton's got some damage. Meanwhile, Taliancic is in the pits, but I'm seeing some major damage on Jake Burton's front left quarter panel. I'm not too sure what that's from. I'm going to rewind and see what might have happened. I'm rewinding. It looks like he's got some roof damage as well. Oh, that's weird. I think it's lag contact or something like that, because on my replay it just appears once he goes over the curb at Le Mans. So that'll probably, it's already righted itself. Never mind me.
You gotta love that sometimes, the lovely latency things that can pop up. As Jordan Ross, Luke Harvey, and yeah, indeed, that's that little pack I was talking about in the early teens. So on board with Harvey, that's for, I believe, 11th to 12th at the moment. They're all, as you can see, all pretty close there. with El Nabi as well right behind, and he's obviously just pitted, so he'll be wanting to get through. We know El Nabi, if there's a place to overtake, he will generally go for it. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens here, although... Oh, here we go, yep, El Nabi, that's a bit of it's like he heard me. It's like he heard me say it. He was almost like, oh, what was that you were saying about I love passing? How about this? There we go. Yeah. Yeah. It was like he heard me, but yeah, there he goes on Luke Harvey. But as you know, if he wants to battle for the lead, he needs to make these moves stick. He cannot have time wasted trying to get held up by other cars on different strategies. So in this case, it's pretty much justified. He wants to try and win this race.
Yeah, certainly. Oh man, this race is probably going to go off in the final stint. I'm really looking forward to this. We're currently on lap 24. Leaders have just started lap 24, and Madison and Jared are still locked together. This is incredible.
Always long. Yeah, the whole race. There you go. Point forward, Sebring knows Leon Tander in the pits as well with the CNG crew, and Lee Ellis actually just exiting.
Ross Rizzo and Riley Blythe, yeah.
And Rizzo just came out behind Riley Blythe, so he'll be wanting...
And David A. Moore. David Moore is in this as well. But as I say that, he catches the grass on the exit of that turn. That's ruined his run down the straight a bit. At least he's got a bit of a draft here. Riley Blythe with damage. Ross Rizzo's got the run. He's going to go up the inside into Sunset Bend. Runs a bit wide, and Riley Blythe is going to come back on him. Wow.
Yeah, that was a great bit of switchback there from Blythe. Great awareness to see Ross going wide. But again, Ross has got another little bit of a run here. He'll need to get by Riley here because Riley's on a completely different strategy. He is.
Goes.
He's gonna. Yeah, I think Riley. He might. I think for his sake, he might want to let go.
He lets Moore go as well.
Yeah, he's on a different strategy, those guys. Yep. So I think for his sake, it's best to think long term.
Fonty asking Forzan for the win. I don't know. It's anything can happen at this stage. It's very tough to call. Meanwhile, the gap for the lead is down to 2/10. Look, Madison Down is right on the back of Jared. He takes a bit of a tighter line there. Gained 4/10 last lap. This is going to be great. These guys are fighting for the championship lead, remember. Here we go. Madison might go for the move on Phil Cell here. No, he pulls out of it.
Just a little bit of fuel. Yeah, I think just letting Phil Cell know that he is right behind him now, not just a little bit further back. Just saying, yeah, I am right behind you now, Phil Cell. Don't make sure you don't back off too much, or I will get you. So that's probably the message there from Down. But Phil Cell holding for the moment. Again, I reckon Down might be doing the exact same thing Phil Cell did to him. He might be trying to save some fuel here. Just sit in behind Phil Cell down the straights, lift off a bit early. Save fuel in the braking zones, and maybe go for a shorter.
Meanwhile, the fastest car on the track at the moment is Forzan El Nabi. Fonty's calling it. Do you want to lock it in? Cooper Murray, meanwhile, Sandman back up the inside. Sandman having substantially less bodywork on his car than Cooper. And Cooper's got a little bit of a run on Sandman. A little bit of insight from Fonty we're hearing. Total run down the lane. 45 seconds, including the stop. For Forzan, 38 seconds behind Phil Cell.
So on that numbers, Forzan should have it. Yeah, and catching with fresh tyres. Yeah. So.
Oh my God. Look at this mean.
It's called a strategic masterclass.
Who knows?
But again, the thing that for me is he's still got to get through traffic. That's the key. And again, here he comes up on. He's coming up on Jordan Murphy and Corey Preston, who are battling, by the way. As you can see, Murphy having a look at Corey Preston into the hairpin. And again, this is the thing that may end up being a factor. Murphy goes
Murphy, wide. He overcooked it into the hairpin, and Preston just goes right back by. Meanwhile, Forzan behind them is going to be liking this. Goodness me, Murphy fishtailing all the way out. Yeah. Well, there we go. Forzan blasts right on by. Murphy catching back up under brakes a little. And now Forzan has got Preston to deal with.
Yeah, the key's going to be how he... There we go. So Fonty Fonty calling Preston's going to pit the next couple laps. I'll hold you to that, Fonty. El Nabi, as I was saying before, the key for me is going to be how he deals with his traffic and how cooperative they are. Because some of these guys might not be as comfortable just letting him through as Murphy was. They might fight him. You never know. You never know. And if that happens, that could make it a bit interesting. But you'd think with the pace difference, he should be able to clear them pretty quickly. But here he goes on Preston.
Gap between Preston and Sutton now down to 2 seconds. Oh, Burton and Sutton, sorry. Misheard there. Forzan pulling out of the draft of Preston, just having a little look up the inside. On board with Sam Sutton on camera 2, if you want to check that out on desktop on YouTube. Meanwhile, Preston goes wide to let Forzan through.
Yeah, Preston, I thought he was going to cut across. I think he saw him coming and gave him the room, which is good to see. He's going to try and maybe hold it. Sandman in the lane. Yeah.
Wow, that's we were just saying that's very bizarre from Preston because usually Preston gives no quarter to people around him. So, yeah, I think he must know what Forzan's doing, running a different race and all that sort of thing. Meanwhile, Dane Warren and Simon Fiegel are speeding up as we see Corey Preston, and Jordan Murphy nearly getting together.
Preston basically had to completely back out of the corner there as Murphy just absolutely sent that into the left-hander, so good awareness again from Preston. But yeah, look at this Dane Warren and Feigl. Again, Warren, been in a bit of obscurity ever since the start, just fell back off the restart and has kind of been in amongst the sort of top 10 in the teens for much of the race. So we'll see where he ends up because we don't know where his strategy really has been. Feigel's defending it, which again is for position, down into the hairpin. So this is for position. So no surprise, Feigel's defending.
Feigel's he's gonna run wide a little on exit, but it's not going to quite be enough for Dane Warren to get the move done out of the hairpin. But who knows? He might be able to get a move done here at the end of this little section.
Oh, so close!
Feigl protecting the inside as Dane Warren tries to go for the move, but Feigl just outbrakes him. Can't do any sort of over-under here. I heard Feigl hitting the rev limiter there for a second.
Jeez, yeah, that's not going to help the engine too much. Just behind them, by the way, is Bruce Keeley, I believe. Yes, it is Bruce Keeley in behind them. So he's in P16 at the moment. This is the Bell for P14. We'll see where Warren can go. He should be quicker, theoretically, than Feigl, and he looks like he is, but obviously, especially if the car ahead's defending, it's not an easy task to actually get a pass done on these V8 supercars. They're certainly not the most friendly in that regard. I think Daniel Williams getting out of the way ahead of them, or did he run wide? He ran wide, okay, well could be.
Burton and Sutton are both in the lane now, so this is going to be their second stop. So Sutton should be a shorter stop, so he might jump Jake here.
And that'd be key for. Yeah, we saw Sutton's pace on the fresher rubber. He was looking like he was quicker than Burton. So we'll see what happens here. You'd think he would if he went for that longer stop earlier on. You would assume it'll be a short one here. And yeah, there you go. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Wow, he's jumped in.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
That's incredible. So Forzan's gone past them. So Forzan is in contention for a podium at the very least. This is incredible stuff.
The question what? There you go. Forzan is all good for fuel. There you go. Yeah.
This could be it. Wow. I cannot wait to see the finish of this race. All that is left now is to watch Jared Filsell and Madison Down at their final pit stop. Forzan's doing the same lap times as Filsell and Down at the moment, so Forzan El Nabi could win this.
Well,
that would be a first. That would be a first because not only would it be Performance Motorsport's first win in V8 Scops, it would also be the first win this year for a car outside of Trans-Tasman Racing, which would. Don't put the. I'm not putting the commentator's curse on. Touch wood. All right. I'm practically drilling a hole through my disc. Touch wood.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there we go. Right, down in. So now,
there we go. This is going to be key.
Sutton could jump down here. Going on board with Down on camera 2 now at the moment.
This is going to be very interesting to see. Again, though, they'll have fresher tyres than Forzan. Forzan's tyres will probably be pretty much screaming for mercy by the end, going half the race in this heat as Ethan did as well. Golden. Yeah, so let's see.
Madison, 22 seconds to get his pit stop done. Let's see where Forzan El Nabi is. He's coming into Sunset Bend now. 22 seconds to get to the pit bay. So El Nabi is now on the start-finish straight. Forzan's got him. There we go. Wow.
Wow.
Look at the gap there. That's incredible.
Yeah.
As Down exits the pits, Forzen El Nabi is exiting turn 1. And Forzen should be all good on fuel to the finish as well. So 4 seconds gain. Who knows? That may be all Forzen El Nabi needs. We have to wait though. 12 laps to go.
I hate to, I think this will be last 5 laps. These guys are going to be battling like you wouldn't believe. I don't think El Nabi's tyres, it's going to be on, because El Nabi's tyres already are probably not in the best of state. By the end, they are going to be absolutely gets a little bit slidey into the hairpin just then. I can see. So his tyres are going to be much older than Downs, but as we said, we know El Nabi, especially for a win, he's going to absolutely do everything and even more, I'm sure, to defend that lead. So we could have a very juicy battle for the lead in the last few laps.
Meanwhile, Jake Burton's just gotten past Dane Warren for position number 11.
And as we said, look at Sam Sutton.
Sorry.
Look at Sam Sutton's only about 4 or 5 seconds behind Downs. As we said, Sam Sutton pretty close to the lead as well, so that could be another interesting factor to watch. And actually just... Yeah, that's the fresh tyres for you, as I
Madison's
said.
gaining on Forzen, massively.
Yeah. But as I said, El Nabi's not going to... But the thing, I wonder, actually, where's... Speaking... Also, Phil Sell's in, there we go. I was about to say...
Sell,
Yeah, so let's see where he pops out. You'd think it'd be as... 40 seconds, but he went in. There we
40
go.
seconds, so it's about 44, 48 seconds. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see. Phil Sell comes to a stop in his pit bay. Now, this is what we should be focusing on. Forzen El Nabi and Madison Down are now coming into Sunset Bend. Looks like he might get them.
Have a look here at Phil Sell. Yeah. Have a look here. I think El Nabi. Is he going to get it? He is.
El Nabi's going to get Phil Sell.
Phil Sell's going to be behind now.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Look at that. Goodness me.
He's going to actually, will Sutton get him? Let's have a look. Sutton's going to be close. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
I reckon Sutton's going to get him. Oh.
Yeah, he might. Sutton's got that line advantage, but Phil Sell's got the traction. Phil Sell's got that extra bit on the throttle. Meanwhile, cold tyres in this section of the track. Sam Sutton rode on the back of Jared Phil Sell, but of course Phil Sell is probably going to do everything in his power to get a gap on Sutton. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead. It's going to be Forzen El Nabi versus Madison Down for the lead of this race, and let's just see how hard Forzen will defend.
Yeah, indeed, that's going to be... I was about to say, I think he's going to defend like you wouldn't believe, but look at Down, he's so much faster.
Me, what a run.
Yeah, I don't think there's much El Nabi can do here, and he may even know it this time. He may actually... Yeah, look, he's not even trying. Yeah, El Nabi knows. He knows. So that's... Yeah, I mean, look at how many laps to go. I think he's well aware that no matter how much he fought, there was nothing he could do. So yeah, just take the podium, exactly. So, but even then, I mean, you can see where Phil Sell and Sutton are. They're not that far behind, so we'll see.
So yeah, unfortunate for Forzen El Nabi, but you know, on tyres that old, it's sort of to be expected, but it's not over yet. We'll have to wait and see what goes on.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm just actually looking at where is? Oh, here it is. Yes. So as I was thinking, with Ross Rizzo, shout out again to Ross Rizzo. He's P11, and I'm pretty sure he's good to the end of the race. So P10 actually, because of Jordan Ross, I think, pitted there on that lap. So he's actually P10 in the top 10. Remembering he was involved in that crash on lap 1, so this has been a really good recovery from Ross. He does have Jake Maloney behind him, and Maloney I think pitted not too long ago, in fact the lap before, so expect him to pass very soon. So I don't think he might not keep a top 10, maybe a top 15, but from the back of the grid after that lap 1 incident, that is a very good recovery from him. Ian Ford as well, in P9 at the moment, having done that fuel saving, and he should be good to the end as well. So another couple of guys of the fuel savers to watch to see where they end up at the end. Let's give you a shout as well to Jordan Ross. He's P20 in the end, so it's reaped out. He's just behind as Dane Warren in the lane. There we go. So he's in the lane from what was 7th. So he's going to drop a long way back. Boy, this is what it could have been for Dane Warren. He really could have been right up there, but obviously had the bad restart, had a few incidents, started dropping down. Oh, Jake Maloney spun on the front straight. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, let me have a look here. I'll go back and have a look and see. I should be able to see that. Oh, he's got some bad damage too. Oh, it was Ross. Oh no, he didn't get turned. No, look, he went too deep. Went too deep into the out of the last corner. Got the back end out. I think he touched the wall. Yeah, no, he's just lost the rear end. Yeah, just lost the rear end of his own. Couldn't catch it. He's gone into the wall. So Ross, innocent bystander in that one. He just went too much on the throttle. I think Jake a bit too keen there, and round he went. So bit of a shame. Oh wow, that was a big tank slapper for Jake. I was going to say, yeah, well, he nearly did. He did hit the back. But good stuff to minimise the damage, to be fair, because that could have been a lot worse. So credit to Jake on that one. Bit of a shame though, because there you go, 2.2 seconds in the lead. I tell you what. Yeah, Alnabi, as I said, Alnabi on those worn tyres, they just don't have anything. Look at that. Look at Phil Cell, how much he's gained. This just shows the effect of worn tyres. He did get the track position, but a track like Sebring, when there's so many straights to use those fresh tyres, you just can't defend. And even, no matter how good you are, when the difference is that good. If it was a different circuit, I think, where maybe the ability to really use fresh rubber was a bit less, we could have seen a different story. But because of the fact of Sebring and the way the track is, it's just nothing Alnabi can do. And I don't think he'll.
Meanwhile, Taliancic, Coxhead and Warren on screen at the moment.
That is P19, I believe. P20, sorry. 18, there we go. P18. There you go. So yeah, 18th. So wow. Yeah, what a all-star might be ruining that. They on pole, a fantastic qualifying from Dane, but just hasn't been able to put it together in the race. And to be honest, I mean, even if he hadn't got the was Phil so fastest up at the race as he bears down. Has he passed him yet? He has, there we go. He just passed Alnabi into turn one. And as we said, Alnabi probably trying to get the podium, but even then, I don't actually think he'll even get the podium because Sutton is bearing down on him as well. So probably, and even, again, Jake Burton isn't that far behind either. So he may actually have to settle for a top 5 at best because he just has no pace with those tyres right now.
Leon Tander asking for an escape. He's blown his engine. That's unfortunate. But looking at Chris Coxhead versus Michael Taliancic, it looks like Coxhead's got a bit of a run on the back straight. We might see a move coming into Sunset Bend. On board with Coxhead, he pulls out. Slots back in. No, he's not going to go for it. Oh, is he? Here we go. Right up the inside. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Big lunge mid-corner. Taliancic just ran out of grip in the middle of the corner there, and that's it. Chris Coxhead going on by, and he is up to position number 19.
Yeah, actually, this will be 18.
Taliancic.
Luke Harvey just exits the pits. He's going to pop out just behind them on fresh rubber, so keep an eye on Luke Harvey. Oh, drive-through.
Luke Harvey just had a drive-through. That was for contact with Sandman on lap 28.
Ooh, ouch.
Just hearing from the stewards.
Wow, so he drops down to, I think that's P20, 22 or 21. 21, yeah, there you go. Wow, so it's a big hit there for Luke. And interestingly, the person behind him in terms of position, I don't stand back, don't disregard me, but yeah, interesting stuff going on. Down, leading quite comfortably now from Philso. But Philso is on a charge, but it is a bit of a gap to bring back. We'll see. As Alnabi Sutton, and you'd think Sutton should get through pretty soon. You wouldn't think Alnabi would fight too much. It is for a podium, but there is still, a good 9 laps to go, and I think that Alnabi knows that no matter how much he defends, there's not much he can do when they're on so much better rubber. So we'll see what happens, but I reckon he'll let Sutton go when he gets close enough. Keeping in mind, as I said, Burton's only just coming through the last corner now, so he's not that far behind, and Alnabi's tyres are only going to get worse as this keeps going on. So we'll see, but there we go. Last lap comparison for Alnabi Sutton, and you can see the difference. Sutton at 2:05.9, Alnabi at 8 flat, 2 seconds difference. So
wow.
It was good. It was, and credit to them for trying. It was definitely worth a shot trying this strategy, but unfortunately, with the heat of the track. I mean, if it was a cooler track, I reckon this could have been maybe a bit of a different story. But because it's just so hot, the tyres once they go, they just go.
Yeah, certainly, but I think Forzan should be extremely happy with this result wherever he finishes, because starting in 9th as Sutton goes for the move up the inside on the hairpin, huge lunge from Sam Sutton, but he manages to pull it up on those fresher tyres, and that's going to relegate Forzan Alnabi to 4th. Still, that would be a fantastic result after the race that he's had.
Yeah, exactly right. No, he'll be happy, I'm sure, to take a potential top 5, although again, Burton and even actually Greg Gould's not far behind him. Yeah, and as Fonty calling, another Fonty call there, reckons Alnabi, we should see him fighting for the championship one day, which I would agree with as well. I think he's definitely got the pace and the racecraft, I would say, to do it. So we'll see. He'll be one to watch for the future. But I was looking at, I think Cooper Murray actually passing Ian Ford. It looks like Ian may have to. He's having to save fuel again. It seems once more his laps. Yeah,
2 minutes 10.
Yeah, and he's been doing 8s and 9s pretty regularly. So once again, he's having to save more fuel. God, the amount of fuel saving. Pretty much Ian Ford's race has been a endurance fuel saving event for him. Like, he hasn't barely done any racing. He's just been cruising around saving fuel. So, yeah, there you go. But he's now down to P8, and he's got, I believe, Murphy and Rizzo not far behind. So, and again, Rizzo still holding on in the top 10, so shout out to him. He does have Maloney behind him, but thanks to Maloney's spin, I was going to say you'd think he's slow, but his last lap was 2:6:05, so maybe not. So that may not be over just yet.
Well, the gap for first and second is down to 2 seconds. So Jared Felsell's really put the hammer down here on Madison Down. 8/10 last lap. So he really wants this win, to say the least. Big understatement.
Understatement of the race, I'd say. But yeah, no, it's definitely not over. Definitely not over. That's for sure. We know how good Felsell is. So he's running out of time a little bit. Still 8 laps to go though. Still time. Just if he keeps taking that much time out down, then he's every chance of being right on his gearbox by those last few laps. So we could again have a very juicy little. Oh, there we go. So
unfortunately,
Facebook live stream unfortunately has run out of time, so apologies guys if anyone was watching that. Unfortunately, with the way of Facebook there, it just ran out of time, so that's coming to an end. But obviously, if you can always come to YouTube, watch it through there, having to watch the end of this race and potentially a fantastic fight here at the front for the win between Down and Felsell, which I think may all happen because Felsell, as we said, we know how good he is, and we can see he's taking his chunks out Down right now. So could have a very interesting. Ooh, with Sam and Jordan Ross on screen.
Yeah, 4/10 between them at the moment as a Sandman exits turn 1. He's got a rear wing again. Hooray!
Hey! It looks
no
like a
longer
Commodore
driving
again.
the Holden Cruise. Yes, it actually looks like a V8 supercar. Fantastic stuff. Whoa, Sandman really got some attitude on that car coming into that turn. I think it was sort of a mini tank slapper that he just managed to get under control. Looks like Ross has a little bit of an advantage over him. He's getting a bit of a run coming down this back stretch towards the hairpin.
Will he send it? I don't know if he will.
Yeah, will he send it? Oh, he's having a look. He's having a look. He's really closing up on Sandman here. Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah,
and they both run wide.
Yeah, and look behind Warren. Recovering Dane Warren is behind them, so he may well be on them. He did 2:65 last lap, so his pace was pretty good. So don't be surprised if Warren gets this very soon, especially if they start tussling. But Ross in behind. This is for P14. So again, shout out to Sandman for his race. He's had a really nice race here, just avoided as a roof cam for Ross as he tries to chase down and overtake Sandman. But again, good shout out to him again for this race. Avoided the lap 1 carnage mostly, except for obviously losing the boot of his Commodore. But he's just been plugging away in the midfield, and here he is in the top 15 from 26th on the grid. Very, very good result for him, I'm sure, if he can hold on around this position.
Yeah, certainly. But we'll have to wait and see. Once again, I know I keep saying that, good old broken record Gardner here, but that is what we got to do. We're on lap 33. Meanwhile, the gap for the lead 1.4 seconds.
Yeah,
so that's another half a second taken out of Madison Down's lead over Jared Felsell. And we've got 7 laps to go. Jordan Ross making a move. Meanwhile, on Sandman, let's see how that turns out.
Ooh, we're only outside at last corner. Wow.
Oh.
Trying to switch back possibly here. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think he's trying to get it switched back around here. Get the run into turn 1.
Oh, Sandman, a little bit of a slide. That's going to give Jordan Ross a bit of a sniff. Here we go.
Both on the grass. Damn.
Yeah. Oh, Jordan Ross having a look up the inside. Let's see what happens into turn 1. Jordan Ross is going to try and go for the move, firing it towards the inside, but Sandman's going to take it. He's going to run a little wide though, Jordan Ross, gaining a little bit of ground on the exit. He now has the inside line for this next turn here, up the inside into the braking zone. Sandman turning in onto the wheels.
Boy. Oh,
and
no.
Sandman into the wall.
Oh dear, hopefully that's just superficial damage though. He did hit it square on, but he's going to drop down probably to 18th, 19th. There goes Talianchi, it's in 18th. Replay on screen of that one.
God. Wow. Yeah, that was lag. That was lag contact for sure.
Yeah.
Like there was no actual contact there. Just internet dramas. I hate that, man.
Yeah, I know. And we had, and I was going to say, we had very similar things happening at Suzuka in one of the other V8 leagues, where at turn 1 people were getting lag contact on the exits. They just get onto 2 wheels and go absolutely flying into the wall. So yeah, real shame for Sandman. You've got to hate that, how that comes in to wreck the day for him. But we've got a gap at the front down to, I think that's 1 second, is it? 1.3. There we go. And that last lap was another 3/10 for Felsell. So the gap, he's not quite reeling in as quickly. Probably
Meanwhile, P17 and P18
Coxhead,
having
yeah.
a pretty good fight. That's Chris Coxhead and
Oh no, sorry, no, wrong
Dane
person.
Warren.
Taylor Ancient, sorry.
No, Talliancich with Bruce Kiley. Luke
Luke Harvey,
Harvey
isn't
and
it?
Kurt Stenberg behind them. So, looking forward to seeing how that turns out.
And obviously Harvey's recovering after that penalty, so you know he's got the pace here, so you'd think. As yeah, Sandman's, I was going to say Sandman's just behind this. He's just popped back out behind Keeley in this battle, so we'll see here. You'd think Harvey should have a good shot. He's got the pace, he's just recovering.
Meanwhile,
a
still
second.
selling down.
Feels like-
Less than a second separating them, Thomas. God, this is going to be great. How many
Yeah.
laps have we got to go? We're on lap 35. We got
6, I think.
5.5.
5.5.
5.5 to go. Let's get this on. Harvey. Oh.
And he's still there side by side.
Oh,
They're still
man.
going. They're still side by side down the straight.
Talliancich, like a straight line speed. What can Bruce Kiley do in the midst of all of
there's
this?
still. Oh, Harvey's gonna have
Talliancich
it.
inside, gaining a bit more. Kiley might cut back up the inside here, coming into turn 3. No, he's not quite there yet, but Luke Harvey will be well chuffed with that little position gain. As the battle of the lead's now down to 8 tenths as well. Luke Harvey,
interesting.
meanwhile, putting quite a few car lengths on Talliancich. Kylie, we were wanting to get by ASAP. Let's see what happens into the hairpin here. No, continues to stay inside. He did think about it though. Meanwhile, Sandman's watching all of this, waiting to see how it
Ruefully.
unfolds. Bruce Kiley messed up the exit. Ah, just broke traction. So Sandman's got the run there. He's got him. So now,
It's 19th for him too as well, so.
Jared and Madison.
Oh.
Here we go, half a second. Oh. On board with Jared on cam 2. Half a second last lap by. Oh, I can't wait for this finish. Looking back from Madison on camera 1 at the moment. This is the battle for the win you're watching right now, ladies and gentlefolk.
There we go. So let's have a look for see if Phil Sell can maybe challenge down. We think surely he's got it. There's still plenty of time. He has been slowly reeling him in over the last pretty much since the stops really, since he came out of the pit stops there for that last one. Yeah, look at this. Wow, down a bit wide as
Right
well.
up on the back.
Yeah,
Right
yeah,
up on the
you've
back.
got to say, yeah, Phil Sell's got to have a look here. You can see again, he's just clearly faster than down. Once again, but obviously in that dirty air is going to make it a bit more difficult to get a move done. They're coming up on some lap traffic as well, which may play a part. So yeah, this is going to be a nice little battle to finish off this one. Keeping in mind behind Sam Sutton, he's not far behind. Credit to him, he's only a good 8 seconds off the lead. So credit to Sam Sutton here, a very solid race for him. Nabi's still 4th, so credit to El Nabi hanging on to 4th, although Burton is coming at him. So we'll see if that holds at the end. But yeah, this is a nice battle for lead.
So yeah, it's probably a good time to mention that our sponsor for this event, Multi23 Cards and Collectibles, has contributed a prize for first place. So Madison Down and Jared Filsell aren't just fighting for bragging rights and championship points here; they're fighting for a prize as well. So we don't know what the prize is, unfortunately. So Tim Folt's keeping a couple of secrets there. So
The mystery of the prize is not the prize, I'd say.
I suppose so. Jared Filsell just getting a little bit of a run on Madison Down here. Little
we
bit of
go.
a tighter line into the last turn. They're just holding station. As they come round to start lap 37 of 40, it's going to be 4 to go this time by.
Tell you what, Phil Sell just looks noticeably quicker than me, and he was half a second yet again last lap as he closed in
man.
within overtaking range. So I think Phil Sell, he's got the advantage right now. He's definitely got the high ground in terms of pace. Again, there's that lap traffic ahead. They are closing as Phil Sell's a little bit of a look in the left hand, not quite going to go for the pass just yet. I think he's just biding his time. He knows he nearly pushes in through the corner. I reckon, yeah, he knows he's got the pace here. He's just going to wait for the right
Lee
moment, I
Ellis
reckon.
sliding in
Ooh.
front of them.
Yeah, and they're just about to lap him as well, so this could be interesting for these two.
Meanwhile, El Nabi and Burton, the gap between them is down to 1.5. Could Jake Burton get fours on El Nabi by the end of the race? We'll have to wait and see for that. Jared
I'd say
Filsell
so.
continues to stay behind Madison Down.
Indeed, it's
This
very
is
interesting
tense.
battlers. Yeah, it is. Just noticed Maloney just got Ross Rizzo, by the way, so finally has made that move stick for P9. Ross now down to P10, got a good gap over Corey Preston, I believe, next up behind him. As Ian Ford's still in 8th. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got the one stopper. So there you go.
$100 basketball jersey is the first prize. That's pretty cool.
As you do. Yeah. Fonzie with the appropriate "that's cool" reaction. I think. Yep, there we go. Falls down on the screen. As I said, he's. I don't think he'll hold because, as you can see, Burton. I mean, last lap was he a good 1.5 seconds quicker. So it depends how Narvi fights this. There's only a few laps to go, so he may not be as gentle here with Burton as he was with everybody else. But we'll see. We'll see again. He's.
Something's happened to Dane Warren.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's dropped a couple of positions. In the midst of all that, Sandman got back by Michael Taliancic, and looks like Jordan Murphy's had some issues as well, but the fight is indeed on for the lead. Phil Sell's got a draft. He's going to go to the outside, coming into Sunset Bend. Side by side, Madison just gets... Could he go for the over-under? Oh, I don't know. Madison's keeping it nice and tight on the exit. Phil Sell just... sliding the rear end out a little bit. 3 laps to go this time by. It's really heating up now. Madison's just going to leave a little bit less than a car length on the outside for Phil Sell. Phil Sell's just got that entry speed over Madison. Is he going to try and go for the move here at turn 3? He might. Nope, he's going to stay behind. He's going to set... Whoa, Madison nearly outbraking himself. Yeah. Take care.
And also just to... Yeah, I was about to say I've noticed, and there he goes, yep. So Dane Warren just drops from the top 15, so it goes from bad to worse for Dane. Yeah,
what a shame.
Really is a huge shame for
What a
Dane's.
shame. Yeah. Convert to PC, Dane. Join the dark side. Get rid of the dark side, the old Macintosh. Going back to the lead battle though, yeah. we do have a race on. Yeah. We're not here to trash Apple products. Oh, wow. Jared Philsell, monstering the back of Madison down here, just taking a little bit extra curb. You can tell he's got that little bit extra grip in the tyres, all he needs in order to take this race victory. But you know what? I think he'll stay behind Madison down until the last lap. And that's when he'll go for his move. Because Madison down will draft him back if he gets by. So it'd be useless going for the move now.
Yeah, exactly right. And also just pointing out, Burton has passed El Nabi. So that is now El Nabi down to 5th, Burton up to 4th. Next up for them would be Greg Gould. I think he's a fair way back though. So possibly, 5 seconds. So I'd say El Nabi, unless the tyres completely fall off, which is not out of the realms of possibility, he should hold on for a top 5, which is still an amazing result in and of itself, so great stuff for him. But yeah, it's Velva lead, very close down holding, but as we said, I reckon Phil Sell might just wait for the last lap just to minimise the chance of down coming back at him. Although to be honest, I just have this feeling Phil Sell has the pace anyway, so I almost feel like it doesn't really matter. I think he's just got the upper hand on down. He pretty much has most of the race, but we've got, I believe, 2 laps to go now in this race, so it's on for and all now.
Yep, it certainly is. Oh, Madison blinking a little bit. Oh,
that's never good.
Madison having internet issues once again, and you could almost see Phil Sell getting into the back of him there, just getting a little bit distracted. So this could change things slightly. The top 2 are still locked together after 240-something kilometers of racing. This is all it's come down to.
Exactly, yeah, unbelievably close between these two. It's been like this all race long, though, to be fair. Is down. Defends inside slightly, and again, Phil Sell's just holding station for the time being. And a lap car ahead of them in Nick Cummings, a very, very battered Nick Cummings, in that, again, in what looks more like a Ford Focus than a Ford Falcon V8 Supercar. We'll see if he plays any part. You'd think he would just jump out of the way. Let's have a look here. Phil Sell having a look.
Almost lost it under brakes, nearly getting into the back of down, but he manages to pull it up. Incredible. So he's lost a tiny bit of ground to down there, but this isn't quite the end. He's going to have a few more opportunities to pass as Cummings moves out of the way. Hearing in the spectator chat that Madison's running at dry, tight fuel numbers, so who knows? It could come down to fuel. Madison and fuel once again.
That's interesting.
Happening.
yeah, and it seems fitting because he does seem like, I mean, he's not going slow, that's for sure, but he just doesn't quite have the pace that Phil Sell has. And we know that they're both very, very evenly matched in terms of pace, so it does make sense.
He attempted to late apex that corner there, but he didn't quite get it hooked up, unfortunately, so he stayed behind. But here we go. They come into Sunset Bend for the final time. Madison, second to last time, sorry. Brain is currently goop, but they are exiting the final turn. It's 1.3 seconds between Forzen El Nabi and Ethan Grigdalt, but now the top two have crossed the line. 1 lap to go in the Sunshine 250 at Sebring International Raceway. Who's going to win that basketball jersey from Multi23 Cards and Collectibles? Find out in about 2 minutes' time. Jared Filsell looking in this section of the circuit. Oh, he's run a bit wide.
Wow.
Oh, a little bit of a slide from Filsell as well.
Yeah, the interesting thing is going to be with down coughs out down the main straight, because if his numbers are that tight, it may well happen. So,
meanwhile, Ethan
Nice.
Grigdalt. Filsell's tyres are absolutely ruined at the moment. He lost so much ground there. Filsell's just been using those rears way too much, and he just hasn't been able to get that exit that he needs. This could be the edge that Madison Down has been wanting for the last few laps.
Yeah.
But Forzen's really tight on fuel as well, it seems.
That or his tyres are very dead, because remember how long they've been on.
Madison.
So, there's that too. But yeah, looks like Down, he's got it for the moment. But yeah, Phil Sully, right, he's just lost a bit, hasn't he? In this last lap, the tyres look like they've just lost that edge of performance as he's been pushing it so hard. And Down has the upper hand all of a sudden. But again, that fuel number is key here, because if he coughs out down the straight, Phil Sully's there to get it.
He certainly is. Well, they've just got a few more corners to go, and then it will be the final opportunity for Filsell to make a move. Through here, the Le Mans complex at Sebring.
It's
Over
very
the
close. Oh, and
Here we
again,
go.
Filsell so slidey.
Hooks
isn't
up the
he?
apex. But I don't think he's got it. I don't
No.
think he's got the run. He's
Unless
not
Down
close
coughs out
enough.
of fuel, that's the only thing you can hope for right now.
Yep, that's it. Well, one more bend, Sunset Bend. Filsell closing up on Down in the corner. He's going to get so close and yet so far. Filsell sliding on the exit. It's gone.
Oh.
Madison Down is going to win the Sunshine 250 at Sebring, and then Filsell is going to finish in second. So, wow. Got Dane Warren coming in for an interview very shortly, but Sam Sutton is going to finish third. Jake Burton is going to come through to finish fourth. Meanwhile, Ethan Grigdalt very close behind in fifth. Forzen El Nabi is coughing.
Oh,
Forzen El
boy.
Nabi is almost out of fuel.
And he's got Cooper Murray right behind him. Look, he's coming
Cooper's-
up on him.
Cooper might get him here. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe. Nah, he's not going to. I think Cooper's almost out of fuel as well. Oh, Cooper's gone full speed, actually, but Forzen El Nabi still a very strong 6th place, though Madison has run out of fuel, so he was pretty tight. Wow,
Yeah.
Ian Ford crossing the line in 8th, lost a position. Unfortunately, the fuel-saving strategy didn't quite work out. Jake Maloney finishing in 9th, and Ross Rizzo completing your top 10. Wow,
Yeah.
what a race.
Yeah, exactly right. No, that was... Yeah, no,
That was
very, very good.
fantastic.
Yeah, we had plenty of battles on track. Again, we had plenty of fuel tactics, lots of fuel tactics. We had a massive lap 1 carnage, so we even had that in there as well. Inter-team battles, all sorts of stuff going on. Yeah, definitely a very, very thoroughly enjoyed race, I think, from all involved.
Yes, certainly. Well, before we have a chat to pole sitter Dane Warren, we're going to just run through the race results for the Sunshine 250, presented by Multi23 Cards and Collectibles. Madison Down was your first place finisher, and he gets a basketball jersey for his troubles. Jared Filsell finishing in 2nd, Sam Sutton in 3rd, Jake Burton 4th, Ethan Grigdalt brings his Evolution Racing Team Holden Commodore home in 5th place, while Forzen El Nabi, his fuel strategy gamble didn't quite pay off, but he still finishes a very strong 6th place. Cooper Murray in 7th, up from 19th. What an absolutely amazing drive from him. Ian Ford finishes in 8th, Jake Maloney 9th, Ross Rizzo completes your top 10.
Indeed, and it's Corey Preston from 24th on the grid into 11th. A good drive from him. Simon Feigl, the one we thought may almost be a factor, in the league battle. Wasn't quite in the end, but still got a very solid P12 from 28th on the grid. Probably for me, one of the big gainers throughout the whole race, if not the most. 20 spots he gained here is Chris Coxhead. Started 33rd, pretty much right at the back, got 13th. Great drive from him. Luke Harvey ends up in P14. That penalty late race really hurting him there. Kurt Stenberg, P15, rounds at your top 15. Sandman, unfortunately, Stephen Clark ends up in 16th after that late race incident, but still a top 20, so good stuff from him. Bruce Kylie ends up 17th with Talyancic. 17th with Talyancic 18th, and that was a very close finish from those guys there in the middle of the teens. David A. Moore ends up 19th, and then rounding at your top 20 is Jordan Murphy.
21st was Ryan O'Sullivan, with Nick Cummings coming home a lap down in 22nd. 23rd was Lee Ellis. 24th, Riley Blythe. And our retirements for the race, Jordan Ross, 4 laps down. Dane Warren as well. Very heartbreaking internet troubles for him after losing positions off the restart. John Latham, then Ben Twydale, Leon Tander, David Williams, Glenn Postlethwaite, Hayden Dodman, Tyson Williams, Sam Blacklock, Emily Jones, Mitchell McLeod, and Greg Sharp, all retiring from the race. An absolutely horrific battleground of people out of the race after that incredible incident on lap 1. But that is your grid for the Sunshine 250, and in the commentary box we have Dane Warren. Welcome to the commentary box, Dane. It didn't end the way you wanted, I suppose.
No, we were expecting a lot more, being very quick over the past few days, so a bit disappointed with how it went.
Well, I guess you reasonably chuffed with getting pole position, and I suppose in future rounds you'll be looking to get up there somewhat as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very happy with putting on pole for quali, but we'll see how the other rounds go. I'm not going to say anything yet. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, congratulations nonetheless, Dane. You certainly made your mark on this championship one way or the other. Fantastic job getting pole, and commiserations to you and to All Star Motorsports for that. And I suppose I hope we see you again and can talk to you again, maybe under better circumstances.
Yes, likewise.
All right, thanks for joining us, Dane.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations. Dane Warren, your pole sitter and an unfortunate retiree thanks to internet issues. And featured driver of the week this week as well. So, fantastic stuff, Dane. Who should we jump in next? I think Madison Down, a good idea. Our race winner. Welcome to the commentary box, Madison, and congratulations on your win, which was pretty hard fought.
Yeah, absolutely. That was crazy. We were reminiscing about Sebring last year between Jared, myself, and Rogers, and then tonight, not quite to the same level of excitement, but close all the way. There was nothing in it pace-wise between us, and yeah, I took a major punt in that last stint and short-filled the car slightly, and so I was trying to manage tyres, fuel, all that, and had Jared also closing down. So no, it was a really, really tough race, but good to finally get a win after pretty much probably 9 or 10 months drought, and new sponsors this year as well, Fuel Autotech Momo. So good to finally get a win for them as well. So awesome race for me.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, Madison. Well, I suppose this is certainly going to help your championship hopes. Probably get you back in the championship lead, if not extremely close to Jared in time for next round. I'm not quite sure what the next round of the championship is. Homestead Miami Speedway, driving on the Roval course at Homestead. It's a track that we haven't raced at before, so I don't know. It's very unknown ground for you guys.
Yeah, I've actually never driven the V8 around that track, or probably any Roval I can think of. So obviously we did do Homestead Miami a few times with Rock. So no, it'll be pretty interesting to see how that goes. I've got onto the championship topic. I've got quite a bit of chasing to do since Jared's pretty much barely lost a race this year. So Yeah, I need to start beating him, and hopefully tonight's just the start of that. It's good for the team, obviously, that we've won so many races, but of course I want to be on the top step, not him. So, no, great this year. Got a bunch of sponsors come on board this year for us, and we're doing a good job representing them, I feel. So, yeah, bring on next week or next round.
Fantastic stuff, Madison. Well, thanks for joining us, and enjoy your prize from Multi23 Cards and Collectibles.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Multi23. Cheers.
Madison, down there, your race winner. Now we're going to have a talk to Jared Filsell, our second place finisher. Jared, the battle between you and Madison was certainly the highlight of the race. You guys were locked together for all 250 kilometres, but your tyres just gave out at the end.
Yeah, bit of a shambles tonight with the technical glitches. I had my dash completely freeze up on me during quali, so I had no fuel numbers for the whole race and was pretty much going off of everyone else's guidance in the TeamSpeak server.
Well, you must have certainly had quite a bit of fun trading blows with Madison in that final section of the race. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it was good when I was catching him, but it's pretty hard to make a move here, especially when there was only one lap difference in the tyres, so pretty much even on terms of tyre wear. But yeah, as soon as you mark them or just light them up, you're pretty much gone. It's so hard to get that time back.
Oh yeah, such is Sebring. Well, I guess it may very well continue at Homestead, which, despite being a roval, is kind of a similar track to Sebring. It's got some bumps, it's got some curbs, it's got heavy braking and acceleration zones, and yeah, certainly looking forward to seeing that myself. What about you?
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. We might get a old Smoky and get a first win in the Scops. Who knows? It was pretty quick tonight, so it would be a firm favourite, obviously, for the next race.
Yeah, certainly would. Well, your thoughts on the championship, Jared? I'm not sure if Madison's jumped you with his win, but it's certainly tightened up at the very least. So I suppose the goal now is to just keep finishing ahead of him.
Yeah, pretty much. Just consolidating points and whatnot. Not sure. I haven't checked the championship points at all, actually. So hopefully they can get updated this week sometime, and I'll look. Not too interested in them at the moment, though. Doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, still very early days. Well, congratulations on your second place, Jared, and I guess we'll see you at Homestead.
Cheers, guys. See ya.
That was Jared Filsell there for Trans-Tasman Racing. The next person we should talk to is our third place finisher, Sam Sutton. Welcome to the commentary box, Sam. Congratulations on your third place.
Yeah, cheers, Reece. Kind of surprised me considering the lack of pace I had in pre-qualifying in the last couple of nights.
Yeah, well, you were right there basically with Madison and Jared for much of the race. Sort of fell off in the final part of it, and you had quite the battle with Jake in the mid stage. But yeah, you managed to get past Ethan Griggolt for third place and held on to that to the end. So yeah, I suppose you should be well chuffed with that, and it'll help your championship.
Yeah, it should put me back up into third. I think last round at Oran Park hurt me a bit, but starting off the front row was good. Executed well. It's just the tyres after that safety car didn't come on as they did and let Burton get a bit close, but we played a different strategy to those TTR guys and we jumped Burton by a fair bit in the pit stops and drove away and just didn't have enough for Madison and Jared, but kind of figured that out in the first stint, so I knew it was going to be a race with her. But all in all, a good night and good to be sort of the lead TTL car tonight with Richard's computer issues and Josh off driving real cars.
Yeah, certainly. Well, hopefully you're all back there repping TTL at Homestead. I've been talking to the other drivers about this, and yeah, it's quite the unknown Homestead Miami Speedway in the V8 at the very least.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get around there on a rover. We've driven it in a Mustang. I think we've driven that in that broadcaster special event. But yeah, it's going to be interesting in the V8, and it'll be good if we can get Rogers and Hampstead back on the track, give it a bit more of a strong TTL showing, and finally get a win over these TTR guys.
Yeah, certainly. Well, hopefully that works out for you, Sam, and we'll see you next round.
Yeah, cheers, guys, and thanks to Hyper Simulator and SimSpec Engineering for their continued support.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you for joining us, Sam. Well, those are our podium interviews done. I'm not sure if Forzan is available. He is not in the awaiting interviews channel. He was. Let's should we drag him up? Yep. Let's drag Forzan up. Forzan El Nabi, welcome to the commentary box, and congratulations on your 6th place. You really pushed the fuel saving gamble.
Yeah, it didn't quite pay off at the end, but yeah, I mean, to come away with P6, I reckon it was good effort either way, because I wasn't really going to race this race. When I woke up, I felt pretty stuffed, pretty bad, and Danny was like, "Oh, if you can't race it, mate, just don't race it." And yeah, I just made a last-minute call to come in and race, and yeah, I just came up with P6, so yeah, I'm happy with that.
Brilliant stuff. We're in the running for a podium, but unfortunately your tyres gave out. But still, it is a good improvement on your starting position of 9th. Well, it certainly helped your championship, and you're continuing a very good run of results that you've established since your debut in V8 Scops some time ago. But next round at Homestead Miami Speedway, what are your thoughts on that place? It's sort of similar to Sebring, but not quite, in that it's a roval course that we've never visited before.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at the track yet, to be honest, because I don't own it. So, I mean, I got to give the track a good look and yeah, put in some laps with the team of the boys. And yeah, hopefully we could have some good pace, like how we did for this round. So yeah, we'll have a long, hard look at ourselves, and yeah, just trying to put some laps in for the next round, hopefully, and yeah, should be up there again.
Good stuff, Forzan. Well, congratulations on your top 6, and hopefully we'll be able to have a chat to you next round.
Cheers. I just like to thank Danny for just spotting for me, doing numbers and stuff, and yeah, just all the PMS boys and our sponsors, WP Concreting, MF Race Art, and Hybrid Racing Simulations. So yeah, thanks to all them boys and to you boys as well for the broadcast. So yeah.
Cheers, Forzan, and thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Well, that was Forzan El Nabi, our 6th place finisher, and I think the final guy we'll interview for tonight. I guess it's time to wrap this up. Thomas, it was a fantastic race, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. It was very exciting, as we said. We had to have it all sorts. We had the strategy in there. We had the massive lap 1 accent, and the emphasis on massive. It was probably one of the biggest we're going to see in a while, with a good half the field caught up. Very, very interesting. A lot of interesting plays for strategy for me. It was good to see everyone trying something a bit different, obviously, and Ford doing the thing he does seem to like to do. He does seem to like to do some cheeky fuel saving if he can get away with it. So that was good to see some differences there in strategy. As we said, credit to El Nabi there on getting that 6th, despite not quite having the strategy play out maybe how he wants it, but still, a 6th place is a 6th place. You can't possibly be 2-0. But as you said, a good point with Cooper Murray from 19th to 7th. He had a very, very solid race indeed. And again, hashtag no bias. I'm probably just say this. I should just say that every time I talk about anyone from Pro Force, just to fully clarify, full disclosure. But I do want to give a shout out to Ross Rizzo, because he obviously was involved in that lap 1 incident. Fell back and had to pit early on, was near the back, played the fuel strategy, kind of like Ian Ford did, and ends up getting a top 10 from it. So I think that was a very, very good recovery from him, so shout out to him on that one. And as I said, a few of the other guys there in the midfield had some great comeback drives from just sort of keeping it clean. But yeah, great battle at the front. Obviously, Madison and Phil Sol continued their little duel that they've been having. And yeah, TTR looking very strong. But as Sutton mentioned, obviously TTR will have a couple of their fast drives in Rogers and Josh for next round, and being a new track that none of us really know how the V8's going to go, it may be a chance for them to fight back to the might that is TTR at the moment.
Yeah, certainly, and just a little update on the championship standings. Pre-points penalties, looks like Sam Sutton has jumped Ethan Griggold for 3rd. Jake Burton has gone up 3 positions to 6th place in the championship. David A. Moore up 1 position to 7th. 9 positions gained in the championship for Ian Ford, up to 8th, and Luke Harvey up to 9th place, gaining 5 spots in the championship. So that's the championship top 10 or so, with John Latham in 10th as it stands now. So with that, I think it's time to say goodbye. So thank you very much for watching, everyone on Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitch, and iRacing Live. Thank you very much, of course, to Multi23 Cards and Collectibles for their sponsorship of this event, the Sunshine 250. From Sebring International Raceway, Round 4, the 2017 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series season. Your race winner was Madison Downs, and we hope to see you next time at Homestead Miami Speedway. You've been watching V8 Scops on V8sonline, the best race here. Catch you next time.
V8 Scops. This acronym is one that has grown to be something so much more than just a word when it comes to Australia's sim racing community. With 15 rounds, 21 races, 5,000 kilometres and 80 drivers. The cars? 1,400 kilos, 635 horsepower, 6 speed, 300 kilometres per hour. This is very impressive. But what this series has taught us over the last 3 years is that V8 Scops is so much more than that. It's more than just numbers, statistics, racing and sport. V8 Scops is competitive, controversial, aggressive, exciting, and most of all, heartbreaking. This was the story of the 2016 championship, a whole season of tooth and nail fighting between Madison Down, Jared Filsell and Josh Rogers. So now we move to 2017. And although this year's championship by definition is exactly the same as the last, it could be the most transformed championship we've ever seen. The number 1 returns to the door of Madison Down for the 10th time in his career. Filsell joins Trans-Tasman Racing in an attempt to take down TTL's Josh Rogers, who's easily this year's driver to beat. This rivalry will bring a whole new competitive dynamic to the 2017 season. Along with that, the car is changing. Tyre wears faster, strategy is paramount, and conservation is key. This is just another factor added to the V8 Scops recipe that's going to make 2017 the greatest season yet. And could it bring the emergence of names like Burton, Sutton, Maloney, Greg Galt, El Nabi, Hobson, Harvey, someone else new to the top step of the podium? We'll have to find out. Tune in for round 1 of the 2017 V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, live from Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, this Sunday, March 19.
Introducing a whole new form of racing to the best online racing simulation in the world. This is Dirt Racing on iRacing.com. Race online at some of America's most legendary dirt tracks, including Eldora and Williams Grove. iRacing is the premier online racing game featuring NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, and now World of Outlaws, the leading sanctioning body for dirt racing. iRacing is easy to use and features a centralized ranking system to make sure you have the best experience at any skill level. With a massive inventory of high-precision laser scan tracks and cars with an unmatched dedication to quality and detail, iRacing gives you the most authentic online racing experience available. Thanks to iRacing's dynamic track system, developed specifically for dirt racing, tracks change over the course of a race, just like your favorite dirt track on a Friday or Saturday night. From a slick racing groove all the way up to the cushion, iRacing's dirt tracks deliver non-stop racing action. Partnered with the World of Outlaws, iRacing is your source for the most authentic dirt racing experience available, featuring 4 brand new tracks and 11 new cars, including street stocks, Legends cars, late models, NASCAR trucks, winged and non-winged sprint cars, with much more on the way. Join the Dirt Revolution on iRacing.com and start slinging mud today.